Welcome everyone to the third week of ACC Asia 2023, otherwise known as the All-Capsulers Cup Asia 2023. Here on the panel, it is familiar faces that you guys have today. My name is Likeable and I will be your panel host. Alongside me are our very talented casters. There you go. We've got Datum and of course Infinity. So it has been a week since we saw some Farlight 84 action over here, but I want to know, how are you guys doing today?
I'm feeling super pumped for our games today. We've seen a ton of great performances from so many teams, and they've made a comeback last week, and I would love to see them again this week.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw a lot of strategies as well unfold in the past 2 weeks that we have been, seeing and casting these teams in ACC Asia, and I want to see more.
Oh, I really want to see more. And speaking of seeing more, let's talk about the things that we've been seeing a lot recently. So what I've noticed with Farlight 84 is that with every single lobby, there's this new meta that's being dictated within the lobby itself. I mean, week number 1 of ACC Asia, we saw a lot of these Rocket Tarantula plays as well as the War Spiders. Last week, it was a lot of Blazing Infantries. So is there anything in particular that you guys would want to see more of?
Well, for one, we haven't seen much of the vehicles that can go and utilize stealth, like the hover cars and the hover bikes, for example. I think that's one underutilized mechanic of the game, especially because Phantoms are very frequent. Like Phantom almost, well, I would say 50% over teams, I would guess, is a very powerful pick, and they actually prioritize that pick.
Yeah, definitely. And when it comes to vehicles as well, I mean, you have already stated about the utilization of the Rocket Tarantula, the Blazing Infantry as well. As for me, I want to see more of Air Beasts.
Oh, yes.
I think that's really, really strong when it comes to long-range fights. And if it comes down to that, it can be utilized.
Okay, I have a follow-up question for the Air Beast though. Are you good at it? Because I can't seem to hit my enemies, my target, whenever I use it. It seems easy enough when you watch other people play it, but when it's me, am I the broken one here? Are you good with the Air Beast?
You know what? I'm the same with you. Like, I want to see it, but I can't use it.
I don't know why that is. Maybe it's just a skill issue between, the two of us, but these guys have been showing us the ropes on how to actually use this vehicle right here. Now, in terms of trends, we did see a lot of these things like really spiking up depending on which lobby we're watching. But is there anything in particular that we've been seeing a lot that you want to see more of?
Well, we've been seeing a lot of combination of capsulers here that really prove to be kind of like sort of the standard now.
Yeah.
I got the combination of the MKR and the Sunil, and there's a few teams that sort of break the code every now and then. There's I've seen a couple of Watchmen being taken out. I've seen one team playing Young, which I absolutely love. But I do hope we do see more of those discrepancies.
Yeah, and I mean, you already talked about the capsulers. I want to talk about weapons as well. I want to see more of snipers being placed into lobbies, because from what we've seen so far, it's all about the rifles, the SMGs. You see a lot of Jupiters, Fnatic when it comes to the early game as well, and you have UMP, White Rabbit being utilized all throughout that early mid game in these maps. So I want to see more of those snipers, those long range engages, long range fights.
You know what? I wouldn't even be surprised if they actually brought out these big guns in today's matches, because after all, again, as I mentioned earlier, every single lobby has something new to offer.
Yes.
And I think it stems from the fact that these players are just so quick to adapt. If they notice that a lot of the other teams are adapting to vehicle plays, they're gonna adjust their own play style to really fulfill that vehicle play style as well, just so they don't get left behind. And I think that is the most important factor when you're going inside Farlight 84, because after all, there's so much to consider with this game. I mean, aside from the vehicles, we have of course the hero and their abilities that you guys mentioned. We also have rotations, which are very important. And on top of that, I guess the instant revive is also an important factor that we should actually discuss here, because we don't get to talk about it as much. Instant revives, when should you use it and when should you kind of save it for the meantime?
Well, I think instant revives, you really have to use it. Like
don't be stingy with it.
Yeah. Every single game, you'd want to make the most out of it. Like get the most points on the board by getting those early skirmishes, getting those kills really early, because you have that safety net of the revive, right? Just don't be don't try to play too safe, I would say. And I think we see that a lot in our lobbies anyway.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned about not going for more of the safety net when you have the respawners, and I think as you stated, when it comes to the strategies that we see, is that teams have this instance when it comes to the first drop that they drop into different towns close by as well to have more range when it comes to loots. They wouldn't fight when it comes to chests as well. So I think that is one of the utilizations of the respawners.
And that's the really cool thing as well, because you have an option of re-evaluating what you're going to do after you respawn. Are you going to go back and engage with the previous gunfight that you started off with? Or are you going to go to another area, another POI, and just reset from there and really get your loot first before you start engaging in these gunfights once again? But again, it is a lot about decision making. So it's always about the shot calling and the information gathering that is so important in terms of communication from these teams. And we have had interviews here that have really revealed that, you know what, our communication is solid. That's why we get these wins in. And that's what we saw over and over again, especially from teams like NCG or SR Nakage that we've seen in the past 2 weeks. But I want to know, is there any particular team other than NCG? I'm already calling dibs on that team because I got my eyes out for the boys. But any particular team that you guys are looking forward to see this week?
You know what? I'm looking forward for Group C later on. I think one of the teams had really crossed my mind and had stuck there. One hit delete. I think is a really, really strong contender to go to the grand finals, and there's a really, really strong team coming in from week number 1, week number 2 as well, showing a really great performance, and I'm looking forward to what they can do today.
What I'm really looking forward to is one team in particular from Group A named Tyrant Esports. They're a squad that really loves challenging these sort of squads that have found so much success in these early skirmishes. You talk about teams like Nakage, right? And NRX that loves playing really aggressive really early on to rack up the numbers. And they are a team that goes without hesitation to fight these squads, and I love that.
Oh my goodness. And speaking of Tyrant, we're actually going to see them in Group A. So let's take a look at the qualified team that is going to be participating in the first group of the day. And there you have it, folks. Once again, we get to see the likes of Extreme Divinity. We've got NRX Blackfire, Tyrant Esports as well, which Datum just mentioned, alongside with other teams. Some of them quite new in my eyes, but yeah, if you guys are watching right now and you guys have any teams that you'd like to support among this list, now is your chance to go ahead in our chat section and really cheer for them. I mean, come up with creative hashtags, will you?
Yeah.
I want to see those. Like, that would be really fun if we have like really witty hashtags just to show support of your favorite teams over here. So if I were you guys, what are you waiting for? Invite your friends as well to support your favorite team so that, you know, they feel the love, they feel the support. That's what we all want to see here.
Yeah, and I'm really, really excited. As you stated, new names, new teams, new players, so definitely new strategies as well.
I'm so pumped for that. That's what I like to see. I mean, sometimes I feel like, okay, maybe it's very limiting because Battle Royale, sometimes it does have a repetition of things. And you think that, okay, there's going to be one meta that everybody's going to do. But no, with Farlight84, there's always a hint of creativity, whether it's with the POIs, the angles that they have, the combination of heroes that you mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I would want to see some captains today. Maybe this is the time we see more captains.
Well, I would love to see some more captains. Actually, one of the things that a lot of people do not account when you're playing against a captain is when you activate his water hose, the projectile travels through walls. It's sort of ties in really well to the scouts or the info gathering capsulers that we have currently.
Sorry, I think you got carried away by him being a fireman. I was like, water hose? You mean aqua blast?
It's technically a water hose. It's technically a water hose. Anyway, back to my point. It ties in really well to these scout capsulers that we've been seeing time and time again. Talking about the Cypher and the Phantom. When you get that scan in, you don't even have to make contact. You can play from inside or outside the building, use the ults, and you can take someone out. It's great.
Yeah, and on top of that, it can also act as a little bit more of a sponge for the team as well, given the fact that it is a defender, and defender has extra HP further down the line if you increase that gear level. So definitely something that we could watch out for if it comes up.
Okay, now that we're talking about it on the panel, to the participants of the day, do us a favor, show us a little bit of love and show us some captains today. We would love to see the creativity that you guys have to offer and show us how captain is supposed to be used, because after all, you guys are the pros and we trust your instinct when it comes to the game.
Yes.
Maybe throw in a duck side on the side for us as well, because everybody loves duck side. Oh, by the way, for the viewers out there, there is going to be an upcoming patch. We're not going to be talking about it too technical today just to avoid confusion, but save the date. That's going to be on July 27, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm sure you boys have also been checking out the patch notes, so we'll keep our lips sealed for now, but we'll talk about that in the future days to come. For our viewers as well, we have a lot of giveaways too. Yeah. So why don't you, Datum, for a change, introduce the first giveaway of the day?
Well, for now, we are going to give away 1,000 coins.
1,000.
It's going to be same as last week, same as the 2 weeks that have passed. It's going to be first 1,000 viewers only, guys. So it's Asia Week 3, without space, without, or all small caps. Just type it in. Type it in the game. Right now. Go. Do it. Go.
Yeah, right now. Did you do it? Are you done?
You're done.
No.
Not yet.
I think you got a typo. It's Asia Week 3.
Asia Week 3.
Not 1, not 2, it's 3. Just like the number of panelists that we have here, it's 3. Okay. Now that you guys have that settled down, did you guys do it? Okay, the code's gone now, so I'm pretty sure that they got it in. Hopefully, all the 1,000s already got it. You know, if you're an early bird here on the stream, then that's perfect for you. And if you want to share the code to a friend, might as well invite the friend over here at the broadcast, because we do have viewer milestones as well. And for every milestone that we reach, there are unlockables that the viewers get to get. And I heard that for this week, we have new unlockables.
Yeah, we have a new set. We have a new set, right? Last week, I believe we got
Maggie's cake.
Yeah, the cake.
The cake skin.
And a jetpack. But now we have a new set of skins. Here we go. There it is.
Yeah, if we reach 500 plus, 1,000 plus, and the rest of the viewer milestone, you guys have a chance to get Rocket Trail, a skin for Bar 95, a skin for Sienna as well, and a jetpack.
Wait, please, viewers, help us out, because Infi and I are actually Sienna mains, so we need this skin. Together, we'll take care of the 2 viewers, because you guys take care of the other 9,998 for us. Thank you so much.
Well, my eyes for one are on the pack. Like, oh, look at that all around pack. It's so minimalist.
I feel like a lot of people also have their eyes on the Bar 95 top art skin. That seems
100%.
really sick. Guys, I believe in our viewers. We've done it before. We can do it again. 10,000 viewers for today, at least. For us. No, for all of us. We get to share the prizes over here. But it is very important that whenever we do reveal the codes, you guys have your devices ready. You guys have your redeem ready, because the codes are gonna pop up and it's a limited number. So you better be quick so that you don't run out of the codes, okay? Keep that in mind. But we go back to the panel. We circle back. All right, we talked about some things like the instant respawns. What else can we talk about for today? We talked about some of the teams here. I am curious, did you guys notice any changes in terms of compositions last week? Because I did mention this, that in the first week we had a lot of Momoy, but last week, that wasn't the trend.
Yeah, we didn't see a lot of Momoy. And I think one of the factors that really sort of sets the trend here in terms of capsular compositions is kind of like that herd mentality too, right? When you see a lot of teams do this thing and it works, you kind of want to pattern your composition towards that as well, which is why we rarely see these changes. But last week, I think that was Momoy not being as present as much. Could be because our teams just wanted to go in. They just wanted to keep on fighting.
And I think the trend so far when it comes to the past 2 weeks was all about that aggression. And that is also one of the reasons why we don't really see snipers that often being played out. Yes, you see a couple being used with Phantom being in play for that poke damage, and then later on you go aggressive. But at this point, it's all about going in. And Momoy's passive is really amazing, but when you're all about that aggression, it's not going to be in play. So I think at that point, it can still be utilized, but not as much. And on top of that, this game, this tournament is still kind of fresh. So the meta is still changing. The meta is still being molded out by these pro players. And I think we could definitely see a lot more changes coming into the next few weeks.
Yeah, and to add to that, it's not one meta fits all, obviously. It also depends on the play style that a specific team has. So they're gonna adjust to that. And I think it's funny how you mentioned aggression, because I was also gonna go to that point that I noticed that these teams are starting to really break out of that shell wherein they're trying to play safe, play for placements. A lot of the times we see these teams really come up. For example, for the first week, we saw a lot of teams really reach the double digit section. But last week, I believe we also saw a team that reached 30 kills in total.
Yeah, and just absolutely mind-blowing how that's even possible in a tournament setting like this, right? One of the groups that stood out to me last week was in particular Group B, where we had a handful of teams that wanted to rack those numbers up. I mean, typically in other groups, you have that 1 or 2 or 3 teams that go around the map in their blazing infantries and just rack up these numbers. But in Group B, it was a complete battlefield the entire time, because these squads were constantly just taking the spotlight.
Yeah, definitely. I think talking about that aggression as well, this is when it comes to the respawners being in play as well.
Yeah.
Right? And I think one of the utilization and one of the strategies that these teams actually do in game is when it comes to when the second zone is closing in, they now go aggressive.
Oh man, I think that do you guys see that? I think the other team is going aggressive on us. So in the meantime, we will have to be knocked down first, but we will return because we have our instant respawns ready. So ACC Asia 2023 will return after this break.
Only thing standing in their way between them and victory, and look at the beam down. Watts gets the first, looking for the second here against Majo, and another quick shutdown with the lane.
Lucky goes low-key, isolating the target. They're still looking for the other members. He got the assist. They don't have the vision, but that sliver of health, they are going for the kill.
Again with the push, that's a jump pad from QT, and that's a quick scope, sending Top G down. They're running for the hovercraft play, but the invis just not available. MKR with the ult, most them down to dust. This might be the final fights of the battle, and look at the beam down. Xiaolong Bai gets destroyed by Nakate. G in a 3v4, they know they can win this fight. XCTV in a bit of a pinch, and what a knockdown from Kiko. MKR doubles down as well. Fight here for XCTV, they're going down for the chase. Ben on the hover bike. Claudia is so low, almost broken down, will be broken down eventually. The Wild Goose chase ends, and Claudia going down. That's what.
An EMP bomb, they are inside. And Salty's pushing in real hard. They are eating up by the zone, but this is a sweet victory coming in from Salty. Oh, this looks like a Mad Max movie. Maximum efficiency and mad skills to take down Kane. Hi, hello, goodbye with an easy kill. CG Egoist, this might be a problem. I know this planet is really evil because he is going to rain down his missiles, and they are going down Arachnophobia Mania.
We were able to come up with this lineup because we have done a lot of trial and errors using different kind of heroes. And this lineup that we currently have, which consists of Cypher, Sunil, MKR, and Ember, is what works for us. So that's why we chose this lineup. Played a lot of ranked games and tournaments that we were able to know the strength and weaknesses of each other on and how it helps us building up our strategies that by playing a lot of games with them we were able to build up our chemistry.
I just giving some ideas and they are actually helping me. It's not just me. They are also helping me on the shot call. But whenever I tried to like tell them that this is the go signal, this is what we're waiting for, they have the confidence that I am doing the right decision. For the communication, we mainly focus on the in-game mic.
We actually use Farlight signals because it's very helpful, especially the marks that we can use, such as you can follow here, defend, or enemy on site. We actually use that marks or signals so that we will be able to see on our map where our enemy is.
For the buff to expire, and there's Hardman onto the window. Feels like Peter Pan. He is ready to take away these four kids as they are slightly going in, slowly but surely clearing out every members.
Hartman really low, but you have the response coming in from the captain.
Oh,
and
it's
that
Scott!
is 64k main
I
down.
am a Sunil and
What's up, Capsulers? Or Survivors, rather. There we go. The All-Capsulers Cup Asia 2023 is back. And here at the panel, we're going to break down a little more things before we officially hop on Sunset City. Now, we did talk about a lot of things before the break. But now I want to know, if you guys were going to drop over at Sunset City, what would be your POI of choice?
Well, I've already answered this question.
No, maybe you changed your mind after watching last week's games.
Okay. Actually, I will change my answer.
Oh, see?
When I started playing the game, I constantly dropped Carnival.
Yeah.
Then I went to Tin Man. Now I kind of want to go back. It's
Carnival. Oh.
It's fun. It's fun.
You want the
He wants
aggression.
pandemonium.
I mean, given I'm not a pro player, so I'm not gonna be playing in tournaments. But I'm just gonna be.
You
in
never
have
know.
fun.
You never. I heard you're an ace.
Well, yeah.
I was trying to be humble about it. No big deal. Okay, what about you?
Well, for me, I want to go for Iris Ranch. Iris Ranch.
Iris Ranch.
Yeah, I want to go for Iris Ranch because of a lot of directions that you could go after. You could go to the southwest wherein Nova is available. You have like 4 shield XP devices available. Then you have 2 more extra on the southwest of the Nova. So there's a lot of directions that you could go after Iris Ranch. So definitely a place that I would drop.
Not only that, there's a blazing infantry pretty nearby Iris Ranch.
Yeah.
You keep saying Iris Ranch. Reminds me of something else, but we're not going to talk about it on broadcast right now. Yeah. Okay, you know what? I always have this negative opinion of Iris Ranch because I don't like it as the final circle.
Yeah.
Because when people are equipped with everything, it's kind of open and it's hard. But as a drop point, I'm not too mad at it. Actually, I realize now. But I'm going to go with Nova Planetarium, of course. We did see NCG, and they said that that is their secret spot, which they did reveal in their interview. So I'm all for it. Plus, again, the rotations are very open. There's a lot of things to go to afterwards. So really good drop point in my opinion. Now that we've settled down, you're gonna drop off first. But if you're gonna choose a vehicle, what's the first vehicle of your choice?
First vehicle of choice always gonna be the Blazing Infantry. Like I think I've seen a couple of clips from last week's games where it's just down to the last player here of some team. Like I think it was Tyrant Esports going up against one of the Nakage teams, and single-handedly the player who got the Blazing Infantry was able to 1v3 Nakage. That's no joke. That's solely because of the vehicle advantage.
Yeah, and I have to echo your point there. I have to echo your preference because not just Blazing Infantry having a lot of movement speed as a vehicle, it also has a lot of potential because of the EMP, and then you can transform into having a flamethrower as your weapon to just pretty much pin down your opponents.
I feel like I'm the least aggressive person on this panel because I'm gonna go for the War Spider. I mean, you can use it to aggress and like really go in front of everyone and just shock them that you're already there. But you can also use it as a way out because I have experience in a lobby trying to chase someone that's on a War Spider and failing miserably because it's so hard, it's so fast, the movement of that vehicle, that it's just so hard to really chase a player once he's inside that vehicle, right? So I guess that's for me. These guys are ready for some battle, for some action, for some disabling happening, but me, I'm just ready to run for my life.
And the one thing that's super annoying as well with the War Spider is you can jump. Not a lot
That's
of
true.
vehicles can do that. Like Blazing Infantry, even though it can transform into, I love that, by the way. Just side note, I love that you can transform the vehicle. It's kind of appeal to my inner child, but it's anyway.
What is how did we get there?
I'm getting sentimental over a vehicle in the game, but. That's just Farlight.
Okay, I'm a little bit concerned
Okay.
what you were going through as a child.
Okay.
But moving on.
Sorry.
I mean, it is the selling point of Farlight 84. It's what makes the game super unique. All of the transformations that the vehicles are able to do. And speaking of transformations, only a number of vehicles can actually cross through the water. So you gotta be careful and you gotta decide carefully what you're gonna bring whenever you have to do certain things. Because, again, some of the vehicles sink.
Yeah.
Some of the vehicles float.
Yeah, and I like your point there because there are situations wherein you need a hover car, wherein you need the gunboat to cross over to the other side. And I think when it comes to that point, you can't use the Blazing Infantry, you can't use the War Spider to go through the water. You need these cars, these vehicles to cross over, especially when it comes to like the third zone, the fourth zone, wherein the zones are pretty much closing in into a certain point.
And I think this is what really makes sorry for
It's
interrupting.
okay, it's okay.
Like, but I think that's really what makes Farlight even more unique than it already is because there are vehicles that can, or there are only vehicles that can cross over the water, and there are those who cannot. It creates for some very creative final zones, especially when it ends over like a river or an intersection where it's either you have to go to a bridge, or if you don't have a car you can't get through. It's so hard. It's basically no way out of it unless you have one of these, and it's so unique to this game.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that we've seen these unique situations wherein, for one, for example, we have a mountain that's across the water, and then you'll see teams that are trying to hide behind the mountain, and you'll see other teams wrap around with vehicles that can float through the water and really shoot their opponents down.
Yeah.
We also see some of these teams play the circle out very slowly because they know that they can play on the water while being safe and secure, because nobody wants to be swimming in the water. Otherwise, you're a sitting duck and you're just a free kill at that point. Which, by the way, mental note for everyone that's just gonna start to play the game: do not swim. As much as possible, please avoid the water, or else you are a free target for everyone, right?
Definitely, because you can't use your weapons in the water. Yes, you could use your jetpack, but at that point, there's only 3 charges. 1 for the vertical jetpack. You also have 2 for the horizontal, but if you use it, then it's really just over for you.
Yeah, and it's very punishable as well. Like the cooldowns are unexpectedly long, right? Especially if you starting out. This is one of the things that I struggled with when I started playing the game. I always use my dashes and my jump for rotating across the map, and then when someone finds me, I'm gone. But I want to bring up a topic here. I want to talk about vehicles that are underutilized right now, right? I want to pick your brains about which ones you guys actually like, because I have a very specific one that I really like playing that I haven't seen a single time played, but you guys go first.
Well, as for me, a vehicle that we don't see often being utilized, that we see in actually the first initial tournament for Farlight 84 was the 4-legged lizard. But I think that also takes into account the aggression being placed, because 4-legged lizard's weapon is all about the laser. It's all about that long range.
Yes.
So I think I want to see more of that and want to go for prolonged fights.
What about you? What
Man,
what's your
he's,
favorite?
I'm being placed on the spot. I'm the one that's supposed to be
Sorry.
asking the
I'm sorry.
questions over
I'm
here.
sorry.
No, it's okay. Well, I'll make this very quick. For me, it has to be the hover car because I like being incognito. I want to be hiding. But I want to know your answer before we hop on back to the game.
Same with Infi. I just love that laser beam. It's super devastating if you get a hit.
There you have it, guys. With that said, these guys are going to be gleaming with joy if you guys decide to choose their vehicles. But for now, I have to leave the picture so that you guys can head on over to Sunset City with our casters, Infinity and Datum.
All right, here we go. First game of the day here. Infi Group A. And let's take a look at the drop points here. A lot of teams at the exact point that we talked about earlier. It's in Iris Ranch. I think 3 squads landed in that area.
Yeah, and definitely a hotspot on the northwest part of the map where every
many
single
squads.
team is there. This is what we've talked about a while ago. When it comes to Iris Ranch, when it comes to the power tree, there's a lot of chests. There's a lot of capabilities to roam around a location in another side of the map. So I think that is really, really exciting to see.
Yeah, first squads finding a little bit of trouble here. It's a Sin. Only one member knocked down, but they will be able to trade out, I think, 1 knock as well. But this is where those resurrects come in, right? And we all talk about it so much at the starts of the panel because, well, it's just so useful in these scenarios, especially in these type of congestion. The FYR in a bit of a scrap that's wide open. Nicholas in the open as well, getting broken down. About 20 HP left, got nowhere to run, and will be knocked down here.
Yeah, he's down. His teammates are still fighting. You have VTBot here with a Blazing Infantry. The Flamethrower is able to bring down ETX1, but at this point, we still have the respawners available.
Yeah, Blackfire, they're not really in the water yet. They're not down in the dumps as of yet, even though they're in the open there. The Resurrects will be of massive use to them. Meanwhile, Sunflower Shopping Mall, it's an absolute scrap right now as 7 EBR just trying to survive all of this happening. They've already used up their vision erosion. With Zenny going down, this might signal for them to retreat with the ults activated as well. But they have been discovered here, digging in a 1v1. It gets knocked down here by Peanut. Beautifully done by 1CLD.
And that is really, really good for 1CLD. You have Sunflower Shopping Mall all for themselves as they're able to wipe out their opposing team. A lot of chests, a lot of shield XP devices to scale when it comes to damage and when it comes to their capability later on in this map.
Yeah, 1CLD I think is a team that is very underrated when it comes to these full-on squad versus squad engagements because their 1v1 prowess is so good. It seems like they're considering the pattern now. They found another player there, 7 EVR, dropping down the Resurrects now. And I think 7 EVR at this point, they have to minimize losses. They have to drop away.
And prior to this game, when we were doing our opening, we talked about the utilization of respawners, and this is being put across right now. You have the respawners being set in stone with that aggression in the early game.
Am I eyes deceive me? It's a Young. They're going for a fight here. Infi and ET1I. Mr. Coop goes for the scan. It's so long, and they get the knocks on the board. Asin, one of their players will be going down, but they clean up in Todd's Hot Rod using the Young scan very, very efficiently.
Yeah, and Todd's Hot Rod, ET1Y is now in control. We're seeing Ember as well. I think this is one of the capsulers that we've seen really put across in every single team because of its capability to deny these visions from the enemy team. And in this location, you could actually pivot yourselves into the opposite island on the east side or go towards Tin Man Plex and have that engage towards another team. And with that said, you have Wing just around the corner as well.
Yeah, you have the option of going safe or going for a fight, right? But here we go. Fawn acquired themselves a Blazing Infantry as 2 of the members already down. Now no Resurrect available anymore for Shog. And King trying to run for the hills. Jabby gets knocked. Actually, Resurrect still available, but the Goats will be staying alive for now. BFYR though in Iris Run still against another squad. That's Fawn themselves. Struggling to control this area for the moment. Resurrects getting used aggressively here as Shong will be knocked, but here comes again Fawn for the re-engage. Can they actually survive this encounter? Very risky play here from Fawn as BFY are already looted up, going for the armor swaps. Fawn getting pushed. Satoru all above there and will be trying to get all the damage he can. Will be trying to survive for the longest time. Can't be pushed for the moment. They can't aggress on towards him until he jumps down and Satoru knocked out. BFYR successful in defending.
Yeah, it's a 4v2, 4v1 situation. You cannot fight this when it comes to the numbers game. But right now, we have one left standing. The Striker is left alive.
Oh my gosh. King the GOAT. Will you survive this time? They can heal him, hear him healing. And guess this answers your question. Fawn unable to live.
Well, with 20 HP remaining, there is no escape. You have to hide, but you can never just stay hidden. Especially right now, and our ex-Blackfire accumulating 12 kills in this point in the early game gives them a lot of point accumulation for map 1.
So early. And you can see one of the things really that we talked about earlier as well, right? In Iris Ranch, there's not really a lot of cover. So if you go for the early drop there, you have to take control of these buildings. And that's really what gave Blackfire such a big advantage in that fight.
And right now, we have the rotations coming in. Squad 10 positions themselves into Todd's Hot Run once again. But we have to recall one of the teams that has wiped out a while ago is ET1Y.
Yeah, that's exactly what the Powerhouse is going up against now. They've gotten themselves a little bit of a high point here. Do get scanned for the moment, which is why they're not engaging as of yet. But ET1Y, they're backing off. They don't want to fight this.
Yeah. And I think at that point, they know that PRHS has already accumulated weapons, has already accumulated the capability of fighting them in a 1v1 squad-wise. So I think opting to back away is a good option, especially considering as well the zone is now closing in.
Here, HS actually in a very good spot right now. Despite not having the most kills on the board, their loot is pretty decent. One purple armor, couple of blue armors across the board, I believe, so not the worst either. But take a look at this first zone pull, right? So many teams are gonna have to use that bridge in the central part of the map, just west or just east of Carnival there. So whoever has control of that bridge is going to have a good time just trying to deny these teams of these positions. But way out in the open, BFYR have found a Striker team and the EMP denying them of anything for the moment. One player knocked, second one goes down here for Blackfire, and they're having so much trouble trying to fend for themselves because the Blazing Infantry using defensively here by BKBot just trying to survive. It's, of course, XEDV with the aggressive play here.
Yeah, and Extreme Divinity right now has in control of this island in this place, but BKBot with a Blazing Infantry instant escape.
Yeah, but the thing is, two of their players have already used up their respawners from that early skirmish. Remember, they have 12 kills for a reason. It's because they played super aggressively. It's going to have to be the far rotate here. I would expect BKBot and Pabi to just pivot away from each other. Just play separately, stay alive as long as they can, and then wait for those final zones. And the Rex, though, they found 7 EBRs, Stragger at that. And Diggy, well, nowhere to run.
Yeah, and it's not the worst option to just stay alive for long because you just can't do anything at this point. And going out the zone is not such a deficit for yourself because it only gives you, what, 1 HP damage per tick in this very first zone. So far, it is a good-to-go strat for the teams that want to stay alive. But right now, we have a few teams, few squads remaining, still fighting outside the zone.
And that's the thing, right? A lot of people don't realize that the first zone doesn't necessarily mean that you have to get it as quickly as you get. 1 HP damage per tick, you can out-heal that particularly easily compared to the next zones. But you have to be careful not to overextend your bounds, right? Because the next tick is 3 times as much damage, which might catch you off guard if you still haven't started rotating.
Yeah. And that is going to be the most important point. If the viewers are watching at home, you can see the timer at the bottom of the map. Yes. That is the time that these squads have to rotate. Because if that point reaches that 0-second mark, that zone is going to take much harder.
Yeah, immediately from the get-go, it's going to have way more damage here, which is why Gatekeepers here are even more and more deadly, right? Especially Extreme Divinity, a team that loves gatekeeping and loves getting those numbers on the board. Look at what they're doing right now. They're patrolling the area of which these players coming in from outside the zone can go in, which is why they're looking for fights for the moment, but it seems like they're going central and they want to play a little bit more towards the safer route.
Yeah, definitely. I think they're more capable than the rest of the teams here in this map, considering they already have Orange Shield. They have eliminated a lot of squads just a while back with 8 kills. Right now, though, XETV.
Vision Erosion coming through in Extreme Divinity. They found their prey. It is PRHS just trying to be quiet in the corner. That's an instant elimination here. God mode, well, he's a Reaper again.
Yeah, and that is what we were stating a while ago. They have orange shields, 12 kills already. They have good loot, good accessories for sure. And that's just a really, really good stuff there from the squad. I think that is one of the teams that we have to look out for, along with NRX Blackfire and Tyrant Esports. But you know what? This is what we were talking about a while ago.
Yeah.
The utilization of the vehicles. We saw the Blazing Infantry being in play. The EMP immediately right after, you have the Flamethrower.
And I love this from Extreme Divinity. It's been so consistent from there. I gotta give commendations to Ben Godmode because so many of their highlight plays is with him in the backbone. He's been so consistent with the aim, and of course with the vehicle utility. All of their players are so good with it that they're always on the same page, no matter what the situation is.
Yeah, and let's actually recall a bit on what the map has shown us just a bit when it comes to the drop locations. And I think for the most part, from what we've seen, the majority of the teams actually dropped in Iris Ranch. Two teams more specifically, you have ETX1 that dropped there in NRX Blackfire, wherein we saw that early engage with a lot of options to rotate. But now we're back into the game.
Yeah, I think this is the second round done, closing now. So the next round is one that you cannot ignore the damage anymore, right? But here we go. Wing, well, taking a little bit of damage there. All two of the members getting knocked down now. And this is where those positions are going to start getting more and more critical. If you have control of these buildings, you're going to want to hold on to them.
Yeah, 100%, especially at this point wherein you have to be the gatekeeper of the squads coming in. You have to take control of these buildings, because if you have in control of the buildings, you basically have the advantage of cover.
And one more thing, when you have control of buildings, it's really hard to push, even with vehicles, even with rocket tarantulas. It's arguably very, very hard unless it's a very situational position. Like, for example, in Power Tree Station, if you were at the God spots above the tower, it's really easy to flush you out. But in these buildings where there is a roof, there's a second floor, even with rocket tarantulas or even blazing infantry or any vehicle to speak of, it's really hard to challenge your positions, especially when the third-party prowess or the third-party potential is so high when the zone is so small.
Yeah, and look at the zone location. It is pretty much all open space.
Area, yeah.
Yeah, so this is going to be a really, really fun time for all these teams to fight into, because when it comes down to it, the better team that is capable of going in for those pokes, long-range engages in this part of the map would be quite crucial.
Yeah, might be seeing more of these Bar 95s, right? But it seems like some of these squads, they really are just wanting to use these vehicles. Wing against ETX1 at the edge of zone. They're getting sniped here by ET1Y. Actually getting challenged in their position. Smokes come out. That's another squad right in front of them. Vision erosion triggered, but Kramers will not be able to survive that. Vision erosion still available for ET1Y, so they can fight for longer if they choose to do so. But take a look at their opposition. They're running away here. ETX1, another knock comes through. That's the Spider getting halted right in its tracks. And I think ETX1 down to the last player there.
Yeah, they don't want to fight it. It was a 4v3 because their teammate was dead at that point, and it was really, really a strategy that they have to make a choice of. We have to retreat. We have to go back. We don't want to fight this, but in the end, you have the long-range engages. You have the long-range damage coming in from Jupiter 6, and also the Bar 95 that was able to take down and knock down the stragglers left.
Yeah, it just goes to show you that even if you have the vehicular advantage, you're not necessarily invincible, right? You still have to have that good position. And, well, Ethereal just feeling the wrath of that right now. Nicholas, the only one left standing here, getting beamed down. He's got nowhere to run now. He's way out in the open, as you mentioned. And he can heal up for sure, but he has to get out of his vehicle soon. Otherwise, he's just going to get bombarded by these bullets. Thankfully, Nicholas will survive for now.
Yeah, so far, Extreme Divinity wants to play it a bit safe. They don't want to go for engage, because if they do, it will be an open spot for them.
Yeah.
But looking at the opposite side, it is TYR1 that's just around the corner, has vision, has sights onto Eternity Asia 1.
How is that possible? Ryota still staying alive there. 81 white. Well, I don't think they even have a clue. Lexter is right in front of him.
You just can't do this. Look
It's crazy. It's crazy. And they're about to hop into the same tent, and they're not seeing. How is it possible? Okay, they see him. Oh, there you go.
Unfortunate.
Well, decent attempt. Nice try. Nice try there.
Nice try.
Good spot.
But right now, with that eliminated, you have 3 squads remaining. You have Extreme Divinity, you have NRX Blackfire, and last but not least, you have the last squad who defeated Tyrant Esports left in this map number 1. But when it comes to the advantage, you have XEDV who has position in this game.
And I think they've got the best armors of the last 3 squads. Do mind, guys, it is all complete squads here. So it's going to have to be a battle of execution here. But the thing is, remember, our zone is pulling in at such an open area. There's barely any buildings. And take a look at the final zone there, Envy. It's half of it is outside of the map.
Yeah, and that is going to hurt. Fighting in the danger zone, and NRX Blackfire is just getting a good look, scouting around the area, getting information, but so far no one is moving. Extreme Divinity has complete control of the building.
But at some point they have to leave, right? Because once the zone starts pulling, they're the first ones to get caught outside. So Extreme Divinity have to find a way to get out of this position. But take a look at Blackfire. They're arguably at a somewhat worse spot because Extreme Divinity can just hold them the moment that they see them crossing the map.
Yeah, and at this stage, it's all about the patience game.
Yes.
Who is going to go in the open first? And then the rest of the team could go for an engage. But right now, XEDV...
Yeah, Blackfire, they're going to have a real struggle. I don't think they even have any vehicles at this point. And take a look at just how open the position is. They have a car there. They have a decent collection of shields, but look at the beam down from Ben God Mode. Pow will be going down. Jerry at least will be able to get himself into these buildings, but at what cost? His teammates are getting beamed down by Ben, and the rest of them can't even get inside Blackfire. What are they going to do at this point? The zone is ticking them down, and the Jupiter is making it impossible to even get close to this position that they need to be in. Extreme Divinity, though, they're going in for the full-on push. Up above, they will be beaming down ET1Y. This is 2 squads they're fighting. This is a chance for both of these teams to push in. And it seems like they're going to be laying out a lot of these ults. ET1Y down to the last 2. Mr. Coop, 1 HP left. Lexter right behind him, trying to survive with the heals. Mr. Coop somehow, some way, finds a tree to hide behind until he gets knocked down. Extreme Divinity again at the top of the scoreboard, looking to make a big run here at the first game of the day. Ben God Mode looking for the heal. Lexter from up above. I think he is alone for the moment. And ET1Y struggling to survive. And XETB, they still have 3 players left standing. And it's all down to the last player here, Blackfire. Can you clutch it out? J Airy getting cornered between a rock and a hard place. And Extreme Divinity, they're gonna push and they're not gonna stop. They take the first game of the day.
What a wonderful play coming in from Extreme Divinity. The early aggression to the late game win, being the top one from map number 1 with 23 kills.
Oh my gosh, what an execution here. And we were talking about just how risky that final spot was for them. They didn't necessarily have the best spots, but they stayed in it at the last possible second to punish Blackfire, and it's worked out wonders for them.
Yeah, 100%. I think they're just really capable, and at that last point, it was XEDV who was in the safe zone that the rest of the team had to push, had to go into the zone to be safe, because at that point it was the 5th zone. 12 HP damage per tick. It was too much.
Yeah, it's too much. You really have to get your way into the zone before it closes. And Extreme Divinity it felt like they had control over all the positions. And they were so aware. I mean, it's really, really hard to pinpoint the locations of these teams, especially if you have the type of composition that they have. They don't have a Young, but they somehow were aware where all of these teams were coming from. And that's just insane game sense from these players.
But you know what? Looking into the compositions, we saw Young.
Yes. Unfortunately, it didn't win. The Young didn't win, but I love it. I love that we're seeing more and more of these Youngs. I mean, I love that these change-ups we're talking about, right? It's getting introduced into our compositions. But speaking of reintroductions, Extreme Divinity is a team that does not need that. They've garnered so many wins across the past weeks that we've had.
Yeah, and you know what? Their initial drop started at Riverview Park. And if we can recall, the very first zone was on Riverview Park. They were on the center of it all. And I think that win or that drop was phenomenal for them to give them a huge advantage to win this map 1.
I'm really excited to see who the MVP here for Extreme Divinity. Let's take a look at that right now. But I have a bet. It's Ben and Ben. Ben, sorry. Ben God Mod.
Yeah. 2.5k damage with 9 kills and 6 assists. What more can we ask for?
One more. There you have it, Extreme Divinity. But take a look at the performance from all of them as well. These numbers trailing just a little bit behind. But the only reason that Ben God Mode has like more than twice the next, or more than twice the damage the next player in the roster is solely because of that hold in the final squad against Blackfire. Just single-handedly gate kept them.
And you know what's shocking is that XEDV initially was targeting NRX Blackfire in a long-range engage with a Jupiter 6 from Maggie. But in the end, the opposing teams of NRX Blackfire and Eternity Asia weren't able to utilize that pin position that Extreme Divinity was up against because they were basically sandwiched between two teams.
Again, it's so good for them recognizing these situations where they can and cannot fight. And in that scenario, they were just faster on the decision making, right?
Yeah.
You talked about them being in a sandwich position. They could have been sandwiched, but what did they do? They left one player standing at handling an entire squad, and then the rest of the roster pushed. I think that was ET1Y, and it worked on both fronts. They were able to win because of that split approach. And again, recognizing their positioning was key to that. It's so good. So good.
It was phenomenal, definitely, because you have ET1Y Asia that was trying to scatter around, go into the safe zone, but 3 members of XEDV, you know what? We'll gatekeep this team.
Yeah.
And the Maggie is there to just push away NRX Blackfire. You cannot go into the open, and while you have the Maggie just pushing them back, they're taking tick damage coming in from the danger zone.
It's absolutely mind-blowing how they're able to pull it off. I mean, especially against these teams that are so coveted. They've already shown us what they're capable of, but Extreme Divinity still showing us that they can come out on top no matter what. First game of the day, Infin. I can't believe it was this action-packed. Let's take a look at the lower half here of the podium. And, let's see some surprise names here at the lower end of the spectrum. And actually, 1CLD, I think, is a team as well that performed really, really well in the past weeks. And I think this time, placing themselves at number 7, they could definitely still secure one of the top 5 slots if they place higher the next game.
Yeah, and one of the teams that I'm also looking at is Wing. Because Wing, in the very first week, was able to get the top 2 spot just by playing the rat strategy. You know, we need to be patient. Let's just hide and wait for the enemy team to fight up against each other before we show up.
And I think this is a perfect example of how there's not a singular best type of playstyle for Farlight, right? Talk about teams like Extreme Divinity that loves pushing, and Nakage as well. But then you got teams like Wing that somehow, some way, without being aggressive, finds a way to get into the top echelons of these teams without necessarily playing to the meta, and that just shows you that maybe there's not necessarily a meta right now.
And that is the reason why adaptability is such a fundamental thing when it comes to Farlight 84. Because what is your situation? They have enough item, enough gear level, enough armor tier to fight up against a squad 4v4, or is your weapon good enough? They have vehicles to utilize, right? So there's a lot of things to consider when it comes to making a play, and that XEDV did really, really well.
Yeah, they did absolutely phenomenally. I want to talk about the drop here as well. Riverview Park, I think, is one of the more underappreciated drops because you have so many rotation patterns that you can go around, and so many teams. Well, one thing I noticed about that game that was. Surely you all noticed as well that northern position. So many teams love to challenge. Do you think they're going to see that change in the next game, Infi?
I don't think so. Yeah. Because Iris Ranch is a really 5-star location, if you may.
That's
right?
true.
Because you can rotate into Power 3 Station, and yes, it doesn't have any shield XP devices, but the fact is, it has, what, 15 chests of blue chests, and then you have like 3 gold chests, and that would give you a lot of gear XP. So at that point, you could go for that, or you could go for Nova.
Yeah, and that's on top of the fact that you have the sure spawn of the vehicles, right? But that's just the first game of the day here, folks. Super action-packed. We'll be back with more Farlight 84 action. My name's Tatum, casting here with the one and only Infinity. Don't go anywhere, because Game 2 is right around the corner.
your desire.
Let's go. Never back down, and I never run. Coming last place, that was never fun. Time to elevate.
Looks like we gotta make it harder. Let me see who's the lucky one.
I'ma let it go.
Let them taste the power of new vehicles.
Time to lose control.
Time to fly. I never
Time to
miss.
start the show. Yeah. 5, 4, 3, 2, we gon' run it up. No days off.
Precision bombing.
One shot, so you better not miss.
Night, sweetheart.
One shot, so you better not miss.
Fire hazard! Emergency team, go!
Love doesn't just explode once. Feel the gravity of fate.
One shot, so you better not miss.
बढ़ दिया गया मेरे को el propulsor.
Tutti mortini,
Saco bomba contigo, granada por tuya contigo.
Distrutto.
That's all.
The Farlight 84 action comes back to you guys live as we celebrate ACC Asia 2023. And I say celebrate because we get to celebrate all of the action that we just witnessed. And I really feel like the lobby, like if we have a record for the fastest lobby ever, this would be among the fastest lobbies ever. Because as early as the second circle, I believe there were only 5 squads left at that point.
And there were a lot of kills accumulated by one of the teams already. That second zone, like 20 kills already for one of the teams. It's amazing. And I think on top of that, it was NRX Blackfire, regardless of getting that amount of kills, was still able to take that number 2 spot.
Yeah, and I really think that they have that contention for the top 1 squad, right? Which makes this still a close group here for our first game. Despite the fact that Extreme Divinity, it felt like that was their game to take in the first place.
Yeah.
I think it's still very, very close between these top teams.
Yeah, it is very, very close, which we will see in the highlights over here. And you know, as soon as the game started, we were talking about drop points previously. Nobody dropped at my drop point. Nova. Nobody went there. They went to your drop points. They were listening to you guys. And nobody dropped at Carnival as well. Yes, I'm switching up my pronunciation as well. Carnival for the day. But there was an early clash at Sunflower Mall over there.
Yeah, it was 2 of the teams that dropped into Sunflower Mall. There were 2 teams as well that dropped into Iris Ranch. It was pretty much a heated point at that initial drop zone, wherein there's like 4 or 5 squads on the northwest of Sunset City.
Yeah, and I love this coming out from our teams, right? This is the one recurring thing that we're seeing in most of our games is that these teams are never afraid of fighting, of contesting for these early drops. And I love that. I love that for a lot of the teams. It just racks up numbers for some of these teams, but for the most part, it's really fun to watch.
It really is fun to watch. I do remember what Infinity was mentioning earlier, BFYR getting 12 kills as early as the first circle, and it just kept stacking up as well as the game progressed. But of course, XEDV, especially Ben God mode.
Yes.
Yeah.
This man, is someone that you have to look forward to, look out for every single lobby. If you see the name pop up at your kill feed, and if you feel like he's pretty close to you, my suggestion is to just run, because he kept stacking up those kills over and over again.
Yeah, it's just so much of the mechanical prowess being set in stone from that team. 2.5k damage throughout the whole K. Probably one of the most damage we've seen all throughout the past 2 weeks.
And that's super impressive, that what he did in the final zone as well, right? We're talking about it so much at the end of the game because he single-handedly, well, almost eliminated an entire squad who, mind you, had the most kills of the lobby until that point.
Yeah, this guy is just gifted. Another person that was actually quite gifted in this lobby who almost got away with camping. And I mean that in a literal sense, because he was in a camping tent when he was caught. Of course, was this player from Tyrant.
Yeah.
He was trying to rat his way out of not being killed by ET1Y, but it wasn't successful for him. Unfortunately, that's not the way you camp for today.
Yeah, it was really, really unfortunate because the trigger discipline from the last man standing from Tyrant Esports was phenomenal. However, unfortunately, you have Eternity Asia 1, you know, checking around the corners, looking at the tent, and then he got seen.
Yeah, and it's really hard to find these type of spots, right? You have to find the perfect position because this is, remember, a third-person point of view when you're roaming around and not using your weapons, right? So it's really easy to spot these positions wherein you can hide from. That you have to have a special talent to look for these nooks and crannies, and he seemingly found one until he didn't.
Yeah, and that's true. We've seen the scenarios wherein some players just try to chill at the back of vehicles not to get caught. They're just sitting there, sitting pretty, and just hoping that nobody actually checks for the vehicles before they fly by. But unfortunately, again, for the person from Tyrant, it wasn't enough. But good try, good try. It was very entertaining to watch, and we still root for rats like these. Like, oh my God, can he get away with it? If he can, then it's very, very cool. But then, you know, when ET1Y watches the VODs, they're gonna be like, wait, what? We didn't check that? Somebody got away? And it can actually bite you in the butt eventually, right?
Yeah, because if you're standing from that point, top 5 teams, regardless if you're alone, you're gonna get that positional ranking points.
Yeah, it's one of the deterrents here as well, right? Last week we saw plays from stragglers, of rats even, that really shook up things for these raging squads. And when I say raging squads, they're the ones that are non-stop in these fights.
Yeah, they really are. Well, now we're about to find out if we went from the aggressive lobby, if it's gonna turn into a lobby filled with rats, because once again, we're diving straight into Sunset City.
Okay, here we go. Infinity again. Group A. And it seems like still a lot of attention towards that west side of the map this time instead of the north side. Blackfire, they're going to be alone this time in Iris Ranch, and Fawn this time on the north. And so I think for the most part, a lot of the drops here are very similar with Extreme Divinity. Again, all alone here in Riverview.
Yeah, it is going to be really, really exciting. Similar type of drop points from what we've seen in map number 1, where it's all about on the west side of the map. But right now, early engage coming in from NRX Blackfire. From what we've seen a while ago, one of the best teams in this group.
Here we go. Nova Planetarium drop this time. I think that squad number 2 here is Blackfire. Squad number 13 is, well, they've already taken control of Nova Planetarium here. It is Blackfire going to have to contest it from the forward position. Not the best of loots to start off here. Just a couple of guns as well. But meanwhile, in Carnival, there's 2 squads here. Asin versus ETX1 in an early skirmish. And Tom and Iron Fist, the last 2 standing here. Resurrector's gonna have to be used. Now the question is, ETX1, are they gonna go for the re-engage? Iron Fist is still up here. Well, not anymore. Never mind.
He's down, coming in from the long range engage. And Iron Fist is all alone in Carnival and has to force the respawner very early on, and 4S1N has already accumulated 4 kills. But right now, in similar position, Sunflower Shopping Mall is under dead bat for a lot of these players.
Again, another skirmish happening here in Sunflower really early. Let's see if 7EVR. Oh, that's a nice knock from Pena. And Cloud1, actually, this time aggressing really, really well. They're going to assert their dominance here. There's still a couple of players alive from 7EVR here, but again, it's a decision whether or not they're going to fight. And I think the best decision in this case is to just fly away.
Yeah, and I like having to see shotguns in this early
Yes,
game because that's
yes.
really, really strong
Yes.
considering that your shields is only having 40 HP, but right now another fight being occurred here. 209G having to fight up against NRX, Blackfire, Jazz, no more ammo, going to reload, but that is not gonna hinder them to eliminate one of the members from NRX, Blackfire.
Yeah, 209G entered the fray. Remember, there was 2 squads just hanging around here, Nova Planetary and Blackfire being one of them. And 209G, the moment they stepped in, they weren't afraid to take this fight against Blackfire, who, remember, in the last game, had such a phenomenal early game. Now, Beaky Bot will be knocked way out in the open, and it makes you wonder where Blackfire is going to run, because even though they're going to use the respawners, they are still like sitting ducks, waiting to land here in the open.
Yeah, if you go to the north of Nova Planetarium, that's really, really close to Nova, wherein you have 209G ready to rotate whenever, and you also have another team potentially coming in from Carnival, coming in from Iris Ranch, coming in from the west side of Sunset City that could rotate and punish them. But right now here in Carnival, 4S1N.
That's in. Oh, what a nice knock right there on a 1v1, and the revive not available anymore from one of those players. Mumbo's gonna have to use the respawner this time. 6 kills already for a Sin, which is why they're backing off. They're already set for the most part here in terms of kills for the early skirmish, but Iron Fist spotted out. 1v1 just around one of these buildings at the northern side of Carnival. Meanwhile, at the edge of zone, Wing getting challenged here by Kai. PRHS going in for the pull-on engage. And they actually spotted out one. So the
Erosion.
with the Vision Erosion is absolutely wonderful here. Just thinning the herd very, very methodically here. PRHS, Kai gets spotted out by Wolfie. That's the power of the AK right there in the early game. PRHS in a bit of an awkward spot, but Wing will be traded out for the most part. PRHS, are they going to eliminate here? Last player standing for Wing. I think the rest of them are going to resurrect away from this spot now.
Yeah, they had to retreat. 4 members still alive, coming in from Powerhouse. Right now, 209G once again going for the hunt.
Oh my gosh. 209G unrelenting in this fight, in this game. It's 7 EBR who they set their eyes on this time. And look at the beam immediately triggering out Division Rotation from 7 EBR. 209, they are not done. Still have the scan available to them. They're going in for the full-on engage. And there you have it. 7 EBR, the whole squad wiped now.
And 209G, 2 squads being eliminated, well, in the initial phase of this one. 1TLD though.
Cloud1 entered the fray. 209G, they haven't recovered yet. Peanut, Yummy go down. Jazz will be traded out. Godspice getting knocked out as well. And Cloud1 finally giving 209 a run for their money. It's all down to Caleb's in a 1v1. The shotgun really hard to fight against. But the Jupiter 6 lurks wonders there. Busts out the springboard there for the finishes. And Caleb's holds on for dear life, but he's getting challenged now by K. What? Still survives. Goes in for the dash. What is happening here? Caleb's surviving all of this time. He's saying, this is my spot. This is my house. And you are not welcome.
Caleb's just eliminated 3 members simultaneously, single-handedly. A miracle play coming in from 209G.
It's not done yet. Cloud1, they're going in for more. Caleb still unshaken, undeterred, unrelenting, and gets another knock-in. Peanut getting a little bit too aggressive there, and Cloud1, well, it's bye-bye to them now.
What a play from this player! Consistently, time and time again, shouldering the whole crew, the whole squad, 209G on himself, eliminating the opponent team. And right now, 9 squads remaining for this map number 2. While on the other side, we have ET1Y now here on Todd's Hot Rod.
Todd's Hot Rod, another point of contention here because of the Shield XPs. They're fighting up against Kai, PRHS, hiding around the corner. I don't think they saw him healing up. They should be able to hear this, right? He's healing with a med kit, but Mr. Coop seems to have just run past him.
As Sights has vision, they still don't have any information where the last player would be. They did not check! Kai is alive! And now they're getting beamed down by Tura. And now, 1 man down. Kai's just on the back flank, going in! And ET1Y were able to punish one of the members. But where's Kai? The scan is there. They know that he's on top. They have the vision. And now they answer back, and Kai is down.
Kai finally spotted out here, but still 1 member remaining here for PRS. Or sorry, for their squad, rather. And I don't think they're going to be fighting anymore now. Respawners are, I believe, not available anymore here. But ET1Y, despite the fact that one of their players got knocked out there, they could still go for the full-on res. And 6 kills on the board, not too bad, all things considered.
Yeah, in Powerhouse, they still have one member up. You have EO just running away, especially considering that this is a 4v1 type of situation. So a good call coming in from Powerhouse INT. So at this point, you have 9 squads remaining. 31 players still alive coming into second zone close.
9 squads left, and well, so many of the squads still stuck on that northern side of the map here. And this is one of the things as well that we talked about earlier, right? That level 1 close, not really the most punishing yet, but it makes the way, it paves the way for some nasty fights here. 209, down to the last 2. Muggsy able to fill up the shields for now, but take a look at the vehicles, take a look at the red zone. 209G, not really a lot of options at this point. Maybe they could just play safe right now. Not really the best choice to hold the line here in this gate keep, but at least they're able to get the res. Okay, they're using the gunboat really, really well here.
Yeah. No ammo being wasted, but 209 gamers being beamed down from far away. You have Ryota Spade on the left flank. Muggsy X is gone! 2 members are left standing. Tyrant Esports is ready to fight, is ready to go, but so far they would not engage at the safe zone. It's closing really, really soon. 1 minute on the clock.
And Tyrant Esports, you could feel the tension, right? They want to look for these fights. 4 kills, not a lot for them, uncharacteristic. But speaking of uncharacteristic, XCDV losing a fight. For now, Shifra will be the first to go down. And Wing challenging their position. But take a look at Ben Ben. We've seen this so many times. Ben Ben in these clutch scenarios will be able to pull off miracles. But is he going to be able to do the same this time with everything crashing upon around him? That's a team coming for the rescue, and Kazu for the aid. Wing gets eliminated by Extreme Divinity.
Ben Ben deserving of the MVP title from map number 1. Extreme Divinity garnering 2 kills from this game. So far, they're still alive. That's the most important part. But the zone is closing in real soon. The zone is not that ideal for the teams, for the squads that is outside. Todd's Hot Rod and Tin Man Flex, they have to rotate and have to move real soon.
8 squads left with 27 players on the board here, which means we have a ton of squads that are really undermanned at this point. So if you have a squad like Extreme Divinity that has a good position, look, they're right at the edge of zone. They have a couple of vehicles to work with, and I think they have the best collection of shields as well. They're pretty set up for success here.
And look at this. Asin is being sandwiched by both teams. You have Squad 14 and Squad 13. 209 gamers just sitting. If one engages, one could follow through for the assault for the third party. But you would know what? Tyrant Esports is not wanting for this fight. They're just hovering around, going around the corner and prioritizing going into the safe zone.
Yeah, they're all thinking the same thing. Whoever fights first is going to lose this fight, because the moment a full-on fight breaks through, that's when both of these squads are going to collapse. And Asin, they're forced out because they need to rotate. Caleb's goes for the peak. That's actually 209G in a little bit of a pinch. And they're getting pushed this time with the 2-0 ult coming through. But Asin pushing a little bit too far forward as 209G again. Caleb's at the helm of the fight. Jazz helps out his teammate as Mumpos will be going down. And Asin, they've got nowhere to run. They're down to the last player, now just gone by Jazz.
209 gamers once again has dominated another team, has eliminated Asin out from this map number 2. They were stuck in the stairs as they have infiltrated, and it was 209G staying on top once more. 6 squads remaining into this third, fourth zone coming right through. However, Tyrant Esports, not similar from map number 1, still alive at this stage of the game, but Tyrant has seen one member coming up to the opposing side.
Erosion makes it so hard to find anything. MKR ult just to try and weed out these players coming through. And yeah, they'll be able to successfully eliminate that straggler there. But let's talk about the elephant in the room for now. 209G, 20 kills entry.
Yeah, definitely. They have really changed up their pace in this specific game. Garnering a lot of these kills, garnering a lot of these squad elimination puts them at a really good position. Even if they lose at this point in time, they still have the 20 kills in their bag for the point accumulation when it comes to the calculations into the team qualifying for the knockout rounds. Right now, those 6 squads up. Looking at the map, you have Team Manplex being controlled by Squad 19 at the moment. However, ET1Y is just around the corner. This is a 2v4 situation if it comes down to it.
Wow. Powerhouse just gets mowed down there by TYR. And you can see they get eliminated immediately. So we're down to the 5 squads now. I don't think TYR can resurrect their last remaining player who was knocked. So they will be going into this final fight really, really undermanned. But take a look at this final zone, Invia. So much of it is in the river. This is where we get to see these vehicles that can traverse these waters. And I think the best one for that is going to be the gunboat. I think the gunboat players here are going to have a massive advantage going to that last zone.
And this is what we talked about a while ago. You need a vehicle that can cross across the water.
Yeah.
And that will be hover car, gunboat as well.
Uh-oh.
Considered. Rocket Tarantula though now being set in play.
TYR.
Going in for the artillery.
Tyrant, I think they have a really good clue here. The Tyrant is just around the corner. Question is, what is Tyrant going to decide to do here? Oh, that's the other side of the river. Sorry, so Tyrant pretty safe in that regard. But Mr. Krabs here, actually in a very central position. If both squads 13 and 14 decide to push up and sandwich them right now, I don't think the Rocket Tarantula is going to be of much help.
Yeah, they definitely should have that considered. For now, having that long-range fight, this is the utilization of the Rocket Tarantula. Now let's talk about the rotation potentially here.
Yes.
Because right now, 2-3 squads is stuck on the West Island. You have ET1Y, Squad 13, Squad 14, 209 Gamers is there as well with Tyrant Esports. And you have one bridge that can cross over the East Island. They have to think about, what do we prioritize? Do we cross over now and have the gatekeepers engage us? Or do we fight hand-in-hand combat against two of these teams that is left on the West Island as the zone closes in?
And the thing is, despite the fact that 209G has the most kills on the board, they don't necessarily have the best loot. That's Extreme Divinity right now, rocking so many vehicles and orange armors across the board. I think they're pretty set to try and challenge anyone they can, but Fawn, right around the corner, they're just waiting with the vehicles here in B. This could be all-out vehicular warfare. They're using the Wasteland hovercraft to try and weed out some of these numbers.
Goatman.
Okay, NCG. It's really, really rough for here, but Extreme Divinity, they're starting to challenge Fawn at this point. Shong, okay, that's not the best vehicle to fight with, but Ben God Mode down to just 240 HP. Decides to just back off for now.
Yeah, they want to go for engage, have that information, however. Goatman getting a lot of these damage being put across Ben God Mode. And one of the strategies being set in stone by Ben God Mode as well, being shown across, is having to prioritize armors. And I think that is really, really crucial, especially this late of a game.
209 Gamers, though, they seem to have found an engagement so far, but they're not fully committing to it yet because remember, they're undermanned. Muggsy already eliminated here, which means they're down to a 3v4. Scan comes through, and 209G, they're going to push with all their might. ET1Y, though, they answer back with 2 knocks. Caleb gets eliminated, and 209G, they're nowhere to be found. ET1Y with the elimination.
Yeah, that's really, really good for them. This is what we've talked about a while ago. Do they fight or do they go across? And so far, you know what? ETY1, let us fight. Because if we are going to get sandwiched, this is over for us. So good point for them. But right now, look at the safe zone. It is really, really good coming for the side of ET1Y at this stage in time. Because you know what? They are on the island that has the safe zone in. They have in control of the buildings as well.
Yeah, Eternity Asia, the best position in the whole lobby right now. And for the longest time, Fawn has been in that western front, or eastern front. Now they have to try and find a way to get to the other side of the river here. Extreme Divinity, they look pretty set. Look, they have so many vehicles to work with, and Ben just looking to find that artillery damage. Meanwhile, they're waiting for the early rotate. Look at how well they're playing this as a distraction card. And now they're rotating through. They're looking to start a fight here. Here comes the Rocket Tarantula bombardment, and Ben God Mode goes in. He's just in third party, despite this happening all this time in the open. The Tyrants in a bit of a rough spot. That goes to Vision Erosion to try and thin out the vision. But God Mode, will you go God Mode this time? Shifra just playing behind cover. There's the beam that we've been looking for. But ET1Y, they've eliminated one of the players here for Extreme Divinity, and now they're in trouble. Extreme Divinity, they've got nowhere to run. And ET1Y Eternity pressing on and upwards. Extreme Divinity, I don't think they're going to survive this. Fawn, though, in the same pinch. It's out to the last 4 squads still. Extreme Divinity, they're still in this game with 1 player standing. Shong going down by Fawn, so no one is invincible at this point. Fawn also getting challenged now. All 4 squads looking to find as much space as they can. As it seems like ET1Y is the only one with a good position at this point. Fawn down to the last 3. There goes Rocket Tarantula, and they're going to look for the fight. ET1Y, they're looking for these last 3 players of Fun. They're a full squad. Springboard comes out. The scan has already been laid out. And look at the fearless fight from Coop. That's the young representing the team. And Fun getting challenged right beyond the river. Satoru will got nowhere to go as Coop beams him down with a bar 95 shot. And Eternity Asia will be securing game number 2.
Amazing stuff coming in from Eternity Asia 1, the top 3 team just from map number 1, showing across their power in this map number 2, securing the top 1 spot. They have secured a really good position, and they have controlled it all throughout the whole game from that later part of that match.
They just anchored. With the moment that they found the Rocket Tarantula, they decided there are so many teams around us that already secured their spots. We might as well just find our own spot and hope that it is where the zone pulls. Luckily for them, it did, but the way they played around the zone pool and the way they held their ground was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, and this is given the fact that they actually went in for the fight early on when the zone was closing in. They had decided, no, you know what? We won't let us be sandwiched up against Tyrant Esports and another squad as well, and that has benefited them such amazingly from this map too.
And the way that they sort of put attention towards them while simultaneously letting the teams around them engage each other is so well, right? They were kind of passive-aggressive when it comes to approaching that last fight. They used the Rocket Tarantula to sort of draw a lot of attention to them, but when Extreme Divinity pushed up, they recognized that there were 2 teams converging in the area. They were like, you know what? Let's just let them fight. And then third party at the exact timing, and that's what netted them up this win.
Yeah, 20 kills as well. Really amazing stuff there coming in from Eternity Asia 1, and such a show of power, such a show of dominance coming in from this group, letter A.
Yeah, and we talk about step-ups from game number 1, right? And for the most part, it's 209G that's becoming super aggressive, but at the end of the day, they were unable to pull through. It's ET1Y with the superior positioning at the end of the day that was able to win the bag. And take a look at the damage numbers here and who the MVP here. It's actually, well, Mr. Krabs. But it could have been either way here because look at the ratings from all the players. It's all so high.
Yeah, a lot of team play. And I think this is what Laika has mentioned a while ago with what the teams are mentioning throughout the interviews, that team coordination plays a huge aspect in these games.
Yeah, it's just so good as well. The way the cohesion is between these players, you can absolutely see it oozing through the screen. And the numbers definitely reflects it. Like the kill participation is so high for all of these players. And it's still, it's still a really close fight though between all these squads. And take a look at the kills on 209G, who is all the way down to the top 5. They didn't even make it to the top 3.
Yeah, it was unfortunate, as 209G was one of the strong teams, one of the dominant teams in the early game, in the early stage of that map number 2, accumulating a lot of these kills.
Yeah, and I think it comes as a surprise to most of us, right? Because last week, 209 Gamers didn't necessarily take the spotlight as much as they did today. And this could be attributed to the fact that they are finally adapting to the lobby, right? They're finally adapting to the playstyle, and they're finally getting comfortable here. And take a look at the results of that when a team finally adapts to the playstyle of the entire lobby.
Yeah, and what we've stated a while ago is the ever-changing shaping of the meta, right? Because a while ago, in map number 1, XEDV, or Extreme Divinity, was super aggressive. They accumulated 23 kills by the end of that map, and right now, they only accumulated 2 kills.
Yeah, not a lot at all. They had the best loot for sure, but didn't get translated to much because, again, ET1Y is so good at anchoring down in that spot. Again, 209G, I believe they have the most kills in this entire lobby. How many is it? 7? 20 as well. Yeah. the same as ET1Y. So right up there with the top 1 squad, but that's no joke. 20 kills.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, how far can you go? How could you get that amount of kills in a single lobby. And I think that also puts into play where their drop is.
Oh,
I
yes.
think they had a similar drop with ET1Y and Tyrant Esports. I think there was 3 squads in Nova Planetarium in this specific map. Across coming in from map number 1, wherein the hotspot was Iris Ranch. It was Power 3 station rather.
Yeah.
So it was a breath of fresh air definitely here in map 2.
And I think the reason that we didn't see this same type of early aggression in Nova Planetarium is because, remember, this is a brand new week, a brand new group, right? We've seen a lot of these teams before, but this is not necessarily the first time that they're going to be facing against some of these players. So Nova Planetarium being such an interest point, I think they all pivoted away from that. And then when they got a feel of what the lobby was like, they were like, you know what, let's try and drop into Nova Planetarium.
Yeah.
And this time that worked out wonders for 209G and eventually ET1Y.
Yeah, and one of the things though that is really unfortunate coming in from map number 2 was the positioning for NRX Blackfire. I think NRX Blackfire also dropped really aggressively across other teams as well, and at that point, they were eliminated from time and time again despite having that respawner available in the early game, only garnering them the second to the last spot for that whole map.
Yeah, it goes to show you, even having the respawners, you still have to find the right balance of aggression and safety, right? Because even though you have the respawners available, if you are caught in an open spot and you cannot have anywhere to run into, you still are going to be able to, you're still going to be punished, right? But that's just game number 2 of a Group A here, folks. We still have one more game lined up for today for this particular group. We'll just be having a quick break before we get into that. My name is Zaydam, casting here with Infinity for the All-Capsuler Cup Asia 2023. Don't go anywhere because we'll be right back.
El propulsor. ¡Ah!
Tutti mortini,
Saco bomba contigo, granada por tuya contigo.
Distrutto.
That's all.
It's one in the corner. Nice. Brother's law.
Nice going. Unlimited ammo. Oh, let's go, bro. Let's go, dude. That was sick, dude. I used my unlimited ammo, which is like the perfect squad wiping ability.
The only thing standing in their way between them and victory, and look at the beam down. Watts gets the first, looking for the second here against Majo, and another quick shutdown with the lane. Looky goes low-key, isolating the target. They're still looking for the other members. He got the assist. They don't have the vision, but that sliver belt, they are going for the kill. Kage again with the push. That's a jump pad from QT, and that's a quick scope sending Top G down. See, they're running for the hovercraft play, but the invis just not available. MKR with the utmost them down to dust. This might be the final fights of the battle, and look at the beam down. Xiaolong Bai gets destroyed by Nakage. G in a 3v4, they know they can win this fight. XCTV in a bit of a pinch, and what a knockdown from Kiko. MKR doubles down as well.
here for XCTV. They're going down for the chase. Ben on the hover bike. Claudius so low. Almost broken down. Will be broken down eventually. The Wild Goose chase ends and Claudia going down. That's what...
The EMP bomb, they are inside. And Salty's pushing in real hard. They are heating up by the zone. But this is a sweet victory coming in from Salty. Oh, this looks like a Mad Max movie. Maximum efficiency and mad skills to take down Kane. Hi, hello, goodbye with an easy kill. NCG Egoist, this might be a problem. I know this planet is really evil because he's going to rain down these missiles and they are going down Arachnophobia Mania.
We were able to come up with this lineup because we have done a lot of trial and errors using different kind of heroes. And this lineup that we currently have, which consists of Cypher, Sunil, MKR, and Ember, is what works for us. So that's why we chose this lineup. Played a lot of ranked games and tournaments that we were able to know the strength and weaknesses of each other on and how it helps us building up our strategies, that by playing a lot of games with them, we were able to build up our chemistry.
I just giving some...
The All-Capsulers Cup Asia 2023 has returned, and you know what the similarity between Group A and Maggie is?
What?
Maggie's in a rush, and so is Group A. They're just so fast with these clashes. How many times do we see this group just really exterminate so many teams early on into the first circle at the very least, right? And I guess one of the teams that was very good at speedrunning this time around was 209G.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, 209G in that early game, let's say 2 zones in, 3 zones in, they were able to accumulate 20 kills already. Unfortunately, they were eliminated early on and weren't able to secure the top 3 spot, but still, their performance is insane.
And I think this is one of the things as well that's very unique to our group today. So many teams are stepping up. Talk about 209G, even ET1Y, not necessarily the biggest of performances last week, but now they're stepping up too.
Yeah, and we'll see that in the highlights over here, how some teams were stepping up to our expectations, and some teams kind of cooled out a little bit. I'm talking about XEDV over here, who did seem to have a slower game compared to the first map that we saw. They did get the top 3 spot. However, it wasn't on the same level as the last game, as I mentioned. What do you guys think, that it was an issue of overheat, or it was just plain circumstance for them?
I think they just decided to play that way, right? At the end of the zone there, they're still top 3, and they had the best loot still. Unfortunately, it just didn't close out, or the zone didn't close out the way they wanted it to. So even though they had the best armors, the best vehicles in the game, it still came down to positioning and the decision making at the last second, and ET1Y I think just outdid them a little bit there.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned about garnering best items or like legit good weapons, good armor already at their point, at their state, but weren't able to accumulate kills, because I feel like what they were doing is just playing the patience game. But you know what? We weren't able to secure a lot of kills in the early game. We weren't able to garner these gear XP throughout that early stage of the map. So let's play a little bit more patiently at this point, and let's garner the top 3 spot, so at least we could still secure a huge chunk of points in this map.
Yeah, I also think that if we connect all of these dots together, it would just showcase how XEDV's objective for this map was to really make sure that their loadout was really good. Well, on the other hand, while they were preparing everything there, The other teams were just battling it out. I mean, 209G, as you mentioned earlier, was just racking up them kills at this point. And at the time that XEDV was ready, it was too little, too late, and the other teams were just ready to pounce on them and get them out of the map, because they do know that last week in their performance, XEDV was incredibly good. And there's more to expect from them this time around, that now that all of them are on God mode, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think the same could be said for 209G and Fawn in that game as well, right? They had, no, rather, ET1Y and Fawn for that game, because they had the same advantages going into that last fight that led them of such high positioning in the leaderboard that, you know, it netted them of the first 2 slots.
Okay, speaking of high positioning, we cannot let this pass. How incredible was that moment that Mr. Coop had that aerial no-scope bar 95 shot? Chef's kiss right there. Mwah. How do you do a chef's kiss? How do you do that?
I don't know.
Maybe it's, yeah.
I have no clue.
Yeah, but what clue that we do have is that our viewers are so insane, because from what I heard, we just unlocked something from our viewer milestone rewards. So for our viewers out there, whip out your mobile devices and get ready, because the code is coming up soon. But before we head on over to that, I'm inviting all of you guys once again to call on over your friends, join us here on the stream, and make sure that we get to unlock the next chest, which is going to be the Legend chest. But in the meantime, are you guys ready for an Elite chest?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So ready.
So ready. So here is the code reveal, you guys. Better redeem it first. It's called Join Tournament.
Actually, 50 claimers this time. So, guys, this is a decent amount of chests here. So make sure to try type it all in and invite more of your friends to tune in, so we can have more of these rewards.
100%. I mean, once again, guys, Join Tournament is the code for your elite chest for the first 50 claimers.
Yeah, I mean, I can only wonder what's inside, because I haven't gotten an elite chest for myself. I hope to one day. Maybe if the gods will be in my favor and I won't be here at the desk and I'll be just watching alongside everybody else. But in the meantime, you guys have the elite chest all to yourself, so make sure that you guys claim it and make sure that you guys enjoy. And if you did miss out on claiming that chest, then what are you waiting for? Invite your friends again to watch the stream so that you guys get a legend chest instead.
Yeah, we have more rewards coming into if we hit the viewer milestone coming through. We have a lot of skin codes as well, as you have seen a while ago for Siana, for Bar 95. So a lot more exciting stuff. So invite your friends over to watch the stream.
I really feel like he's looking at me as like, Siana, because we're both Siana mains. We see eye to eye. I remember that panel that we had wherein we were discussing what kind of compositions we would have, and Infinity and I were just seeing eye to eye on everything. The only thing that broke this symbiotic relationship is the fact that he chose to drop at Iris Ranch, but I'll let it slide. Yeah, they did apply it this time around, and we saw that nobody was dropping at the upper right corner of the map, but maybe that'll change this time, because once again, boys, we're heading straight into Sunset City. So Infinity and Datum, take it away.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final map for Group A as we approach Sunset City. Datum, we have seen these teams play for the past 2 games, and now it will be bloodbath once again in Sunset City.
Oh, a lot of the squads again pivoting on that northern side. Iris Ranch, point of contention. And my question for this game, Infi, is who is going to step up? Last game, it was 209G and ET1Y, both relatively unsuspecting winners, I would almost say. But this time, I would garner anyone, because the performances of these teams have been next level today.
Yeah, we have so much of a difference when it comes to the top 3 positions for the past few games, with the exceptions of ET1Y and Extreme Divinity. And I'm looking and excited for more. Now, Wing, that early fight up against ET1Y as Lexter falls down, but Wing also garners the fair share of deaths there, and respawners are going to be used.
And this is a pattern that we've seen recurring the entire weeks that we've been having. When it comes to game number 3s, teams become more aggressive earlier. But here we go. Speaking of aggression, Sunflower.
One CLD. We have Yami already down as Salty puts him to the ground. As in, already looking really, really good in this early stage. 3 kills already for the team.
That's, of course, something that you want to build up on. And Asin, one of those teams as well that really loves taking the spotlight. So It's again, this aggression could be attributed to the fact that it is the last game. They want to get as many kills on the board as possible. And take a look at Ryu. He knows that there's more than one person here and he's still pushing with a bar.
Yeah, and this is Cloud1 that we're talking about. A team that was attempting to put across the top 3 position. However, Asin doesn't want this for them. You have the bar 95 on the hands of Ryu, putting that long-range damage. Now, Peanut will be down as Salty will punch him to the ground.
So far, 2 squads already eliminated here. Again, this is super aggressive here. And on top of the fact we have a team now contesting Carnival here. That's 2 squads, ETX1 and DCRH. And for the most part, it's been really quiet until not.
Material X going for the aggressive play with the jetpacks, but you're alone. You cannot fight 4 members. ZCRH looking really good for now. Jumping across in the bottom of that building as Iron Fist is looking for the escape, but nowhere to run as Yui will put him on his death. And that will be the final nail in the coffin for Iron Fist. A really good accumulation of kills.
Yeah, a little bit of miscoordination there for Ethereal, but here we go again. Another fight breaking through at the lower end corner of the map. Vision Erosion already laid out here.
Yeah, and the EMP is a really good setting here in this building. If you go into a corner, there's no jetpacks utilization, no skills to be used as well. Powerhouse outside, just waiting up against the enemy team. Powerhouse is still there, going for aggression. 7 EVR. Still have Zenny trying to still stay alive for long, but Kai, with their aggression, has gained them that 4 kills in this early game.
Yeah, it just doesn't stop. It doesn't stop here. Carnival again. We switch fights left, right, and center, and it's still breaking through here. ZCRH still in the middle of a fight here, just contesting the one building here in Carnival against this squad. And it seems like for the most part, it is ETX1 succeeding. They've successfully controlled this top half of this building here. And they've eliminated successfully their opposition. ETX1 come out successful in Carnival.
Yeah, Ethereal fought back. Remember a while ago, we have Ember coming in from ETX1 that played really aggressively and died on the roof. But you know what? ETX1 family. We cannot leave anyone behind, and we're going to come back for them.
Yeah. That's how are they going to do that, though, is a matter that I'm excited to see. And especially for these squads that have been eliminated early and gonna have to respawn. Are they gonna play safe? Are they going to go in for the contest? And it seems like for the most part, the squads that we've seen have this early success still have the same success early on this time. 209G, already 4 kills on the board. And I believe Extreme Divinity has dipped their toes in the fights as well. I believe they have a couple of kills too.
Yeah, now 7 EVR. Looking at this, we have Phantom being able to get the scan through.
Tyrant.
Have AC Bliss as well. Could go and pivot themselves to go for the flank. Itzy getting beamed down. You have 7 EVR having this information with 1 HP left. Having to use the gunboat, but nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. You have them Mavi shooting them down.
Yeah, TZ, nice attempt there. Tries to play the hide and seek, but full fight still breaks through. 7 EVR actually getting challenged now.
Going the shots back against the enemy team, but a counter engage. AC Bliss, no more armor, no more HP. Vision Erosion, not enough to keep him alive.
Beautifully done there by Tyrant, going in and out and out and in of the fight, letting them off that win, and again dropping back into the fight, and just rewarded them of so much. So Tyrant's really good job here. And take a look at the numbers here in Fee. We're almost down to half the lobby. 35 people left standing.
Yeah, this is what we've seen from map number 1. All about that aggression. And right now, 209 Gamers wants a little bit more fight here in the early game as they accumulate one after another. ETX1 going for the fight on hand. But ETX1 stays on top, eliminates one of the members coming in from the opposition. And now Extreme Divinity going really aggressive in this early game. 6 kills already on their bag as Kazugod goes for the disengage for now, having to put on armor as you have Fawn just on the back end.
This is Extreme Divinity and Fawn, 2 of the top 3 squads in that last game. And it seems like Extreme Divinity, they made a decision that this time we're going to play aggressive. We are not going to play zone anymore. We're going to challenge these angles. But this time it actually is contrary to that. They're running away from Fawn. But I think it's because they have the vehicles. They could just gatekeep Fawn if they want to.
Yeah, and I think that at that point as well, on top of returning, is because they are getting beamed down
Yeah.
and the zone is closing in. So they have the positional advantage if they stay on top of the hill and basically just pin the opposition, pin Fawn when they're crossing over. And that is exactly what they're doing. They have the Rocket Tarantula in their favor and the armors is getting broken by this vehicle. Now Kazu God Mode turning with a flamethrower. Going back into the zone. Now let Fawn receive the tick damage. But so far, they do not want to go for an all-in engage.
Yeah, Fawn could play the zone. Actually, I'm a little bit surprised that they stayed in that area. They could have fought a little bit more north so they could be a little bit more safe, play out of range of that Rocket Tarantula. But fact of the matter is, they still survived that encounter against Extreme Divinity, which is the goal in the first place. Remember, this is just zone number 1 in feed. Down to half the lobby now, 30 people left standing.
Yeah, it is a lot of bloodbath. This is what we expected a while ago when the initial drops played out. And right now, Eternity Asia, Mr. Coop, just left alone, standing out of nowhere. And that is Tyrant Esports, accumulating 11 kills already. But still, ET1Y, with XE still alive, they still have a spot in this game.
That's unfortunate timing though for Eternity Asia, because the moment that they got eliminated, the zone just closed. So Mr. Coop unable to respond because it's literally the last second, so they're gonna have to play for the placements this time. So that's gonna be really rough from here on out for them. 29 squads left after the first, 29 people left after the first zone closing. This is less than half of what we started with. So the full squad, full squads here gonna have a massive advantage going into the next couple of rounds because so many of these squads are gonna be scattered now.
Yeah, and I like what Extreme Divinity is doing.
Yeah,
right. It's still the second zone, not as much damage. And they're just going through for the shield EXP devices, and with that, you now have Ben, God Mode, having the orange shield. You have the rest of the crew already with the purple and blue shield. So really good setting here for Extreme Divinity later on if this map goes through for the late game.
And I tell you that a lot of these squads are scattered. Look at what Extreme Divinity is doing. They know that there could be rats around the area, which is why they're using the maps to patrol the edges. Using the vehicles to patrol the edges of the map and find these trackers that I'm talking about. So far, they haven't found anything yet, but Extreme Divinity, they are looking for a fight, so as well as Spear Edge.
Powerhouse now has information that the opposing side is here. Yeah, Vaughn just hiding on that building, has in control. But Powerhouse opts to back away.
Yeah, that's because of the vision erosion. But once the erosion goes away, they could go for a fight. Now they're getting beamed.
Yeah, and they're jumping away. They're looking for cover, as right now they are in the open. Riot's on a flamethrower. You have Chibs as well on the War Spider. Runs away, goes to retreat, and they're safe.
Yeah, Powerhouse deciding to stray away from the fight this time. It's Tyrant though, still looking to fight, and it's a sin. They're trying to bend down, but one of the players already gone down. This could be a risky fight for them, as they're getting challenged now.
Tyrant 1. You have Phantom charging for now. The shields.
He already goes down.
Goes for the scan, has information that a sin is there. Retreating now with vision erosion, now eroding and being left open. And Tyrant Esports, once they push the Sin back, they go for the revive.
Are they going to go for this full-on fight though? Sin has already gone in, and EMP to try and deter them. And Lane's got no choice but to jump into the water. Tyrant, they have to disengage.
Now Tutay goes down. You have Chibs on this fight. Wow. And the third party, a good execution coming in from this team.
This is for Tyrant 1. At least they're able to leave from this area, but Powerhouse, wow, what perfect timing on that fight as well. But at the end of the day, still full on scrap breaks through. Tyrant trying to survive, but they spotted Lane. Yeah, Powerhouse, they're on the hunt now.
Nice response coming in from the teammate of Powerhouse, responding rather from that 1v1 fight, having the numbers advantage, gaining them that kill. And so far, 7 squads remaining in this map number 3, as the zone will close in pretty soon.
This is where we see things sort of dial down a little bit, right? Slow things down. A lot of the teams have already guarded up these positions, and immediately I'm proven wrong in feed. They're going for a fight again.
Definitely would be. Asinil uses the ultimate. Gain height advantage. As they have the high ground, beaming down onto NRX. Blackfire, Biggie Bot, really low, no more armor. But still, will be able to hide behind the mountain.
this is actually very risky from Fawn. If they get caught out in the open here, super aggressive play without any vehicles, they could get punished big time. But again, really well.
Extreme Divinity
Go.
is going to meet NRX Blackfire as they are retreating away from another team. And now they are stuck in the middle. They are sandwiched. Now Pal KS, no more armor left. They have to hide. They have to stay in patience in the building. Reset.
Yeah, I think what happened there was Blackfire was trying to take control of the edge of the map, but you remember Extreme Divinity, they've been doing that this entire time, which is why Blackfire, they weren't prepared to see a handful of vehicles just outside of the map right there. So Extreme Divinity, they've already huddled up here at this cliff. This is actually a really good spot they have.
100%. They have information on where the opposing team would be if they go across. And now Fawn is forced to go back away from their original spot a while ago where they fought up against NRX Blackfire. But they don't know that there's two teams waiting for them.
Fawn actually have a pretty good position at this point, but they don't have any vehicles.
XCTV
Extreme
has the
Divinity-
information.
Yes.
Now going in for the long-range fight.
They have the high ground too.
As they go for the push, waiting patiently on the building. Vision Erosion now casted out. They are scanned. So Extreme Divinity has information. 3 people now going in the stairs. It's a full-on fight, full of engage coming in from Fawn and XCDV, but they are stuck on the stairs. No more ammo left. Satoru and CG will fall, and the rest of the squad will follow through. Extreme Divinity will show their power in this map 3. As once again, they eliminated the squad out of proportion in this Group A.
What an execution right there for Extreme Divinity. They're striking down with extreme precision. All of their ults combined, and then all of them coming in from up above. And Fawn, they were just caught unaware. They didn't know what to do because they couldn't see anything. They were scanned.
They're
But
gonna
now,
meet
Powerhouse.
Tyrant Esports, Powerhouse, going for the fight. But this is the water that we're talking about. And when you go down on the water, you immediately will be dead. And that is what Powerhouse utilized now. You have a vehicle flying over the skies, but still, Lane Cutie is swimming, still alive. Tyrant Esports still has a chance.
Yeah. Tyrant. And I think they know. I think Powerhouse knows. They just don't have access to the vehicles right now, which is why they're rotating around this hill. But they're getting bombarded by Blackfire on the other side of the hill. So Tyrant, they are going to survive this.
100%. Unless if NRX Blackfire has information of where their locations are at, they're able to beam down the enemy team. But look at Squad 8 immediately approaching onto NRX Blackfire. If this happens, this is a full-on fight that could occur. Now going to meet up against each other. Ethereal X1 is now having their sights on NRX Blackfire. Has a lot of vehicles in place as well. Now Flamethrower going away from the vehicles, going down. Not going in for the engage. But Sunil has the ultimate extra movement speed for the whole squad. Look at NRX Blackfire.
Yeah.
They're still staying on the edge. They do not want to fight.
Exactly. Nice disengage there from Blackfire, recognizing immediately that that squad wanted to push up against them. So they were like, you know what? We don't want to use our resources right now, so we don't want to fight. We don't want to risk it because we have a pretty good spot for the moment. Meanwhile, the same cannot be said for the rest of the lobby. It's another one of those squads where around a third of it is separated by a river. So many of these traverses requires a vehicle. And for the most part, Powerhouse, they have one for themselves, but I don't know if I can say the same for the rest of these squads. Remember, MTR still has one player left standing, and he's outside of zone. He's out healing the zone for the moment.
Yeah, and the last time we saw such a patience game
TYR,
occur is on week 1. And right now, it is happening once again. 6 squads alive on 4th or 5th zone. But right now, Asin is able to take down a squad. As soon as we said that, 5 squads remain.
Tyrant get eliminated. That one rat I'm talking about now out for the count. So 5 squads left, 18 people standing. Not everyone's complete squads here, but Blackfire gets spotted by Extreme.
EMP now out. But Blackfire is able to back out. Still have NRX Blackfire staying in for a few minutes, but Kazuga Mod immediately pushes right through, knowing that there is no armor left. But still, NRX Blackfire still alive with 2 members up in this map.
And the difference between this game and last game for Extreme Divinity is that this time they're choosing the battles. Last game they didn't want to fight at all. This time they're being very, very smart about which battles they're going to take. They find one straggler from Blackfire.
They're sandwiched.
They're sandwiched, yeah.
XCTV, you have to hide. You have to reposition. because there is Squad 10 and Squad 12 having to beam you down. So good repositioning coming in from Extreme and Divinity, but look at Ethereal. They want this aggression, they want this play coming through, but right hand, you have Powerhouse having to fight against NRX Blackfire. One member down as B-Bot is gone for the count, and now XETV fighting in the Vision Erosion, being able to show their dominance up against ETX1 with 2 players down. They have to find a way to survive as Blackfire will be eliminated from this map.
Yeah, Extreme Divinity hold their ground right now. It's ETX1 pushing up. Infi, they want a piece of the spy.
But they have the high ground. They have Shifra having the information, and the Dwarf Spider is just running around and is able to beam him down, and that will have 3 squads remain in this map. Extreme Divinity, Powerhouse having to fight this. EMP is there though, so no jetpacks available for you. And now Powerhouse jumping over the wall, able to bring down one, followed up by the other, and that is Kubra gone. It's a sin having to have the third party in this game. 2 members still alive for Powerhouse, but how far can you go with these amount of members left? Able to revive one more though. Shields being taken down. Already posting side from a sin as 2 squads remain. Who's gonna get that top spot? You have Ryua getting that information on where Powerhouse is. You have the Bar 95 ready to go as well for the long range shots, for the long range damage. But for now, they're playing really, really safe. You don't want to go for the engage, as this is a 4v3.
And look at the spots from Powerhouse. They're all way out in the open. Meanwhile, Asin has control of this building. So they're pretty much set up for success here. Powerhouse, they have to use their ults just to get into the second floor, just to get and challenge these positions. While the zone is closing in now, Asin, they have a good spot here.
Yeah, 3v3 rather, not a 4v3, but it's going to be really, really exciting. Really, really close. The tensions between both these teams. Who's going to reach the top? Who's able to get the top 1 position in this game? 5th zone already. 20 damage per second as it is closing out. The team that is able to survive the longest will be named the top 1 here for this map number 3. Chibs getting information. You have the high ground coming from Ryua, and now they're going for the long range shots. Armor gone. Vision Erosion immediately spotted here in the building. Denies Asin's engage, but you have the counter. Ploppy God is down, and now you have Ryua is going into the side flank, being able to bring down the Kai. Miss, the only one left standing, placed down by Powerhouse. 13 kills, 1 squad left, and that is Powerhouse taking the top spot.
Powerhouse secure it in the end. They were able to challenge Extreme Divinity, and while Asin, it felt like they had the jump in that last fight, but Powerhouse, they held their ground. Asin, as I was talking about that last 2 squads positioning, Asin had superior positioning because they were more into the zone, so Powerhouse had to use their utility aggressively. And they were able to do that so well with the Vision Erosion denying Asin of anything in that last fight. It was just wonderfully done from them.
Yeah, and it's such a different scenario from what we have seen from the past 2 maps. We're in the patience between all of the teams available in this game was so different. It was a breath of fresh air in this game, and it was 6 squads that remain in what, 5th zone?
Yeah,
it was crazy.
And the thing that makes that last fight so high tension is both of these squads, they were unable to make it to the top 3 in the first 2 games. Which is why that top placement and the kills was really going to make the difference in terms of placement between these 2. And Powerhouse just executing that perfectly just goes to show you the composure of these players. In such a high tense environment, and with so much at stake, they were able to perform. And on top of playing against Asin and Extreme Divinity, it was wonderful to witness.
Yeah, 100%. And you also have the positioning advantage that they were able to secure in that last fight. Phenomenal coming in from Powerhouse. And of course, the MVP coming into the shoulders of IYO.
Yeah, beautiful here. You can see the damage numbers here not that far apart from these players because they're a team that loves playing clumped up together, loves huddling up, and then executing at the right amount of time, at the right timing, at the same time as well. They are a team that plays somewhat of a traditional type of playstyle, but you can see here that it still absolutely works. And again, I gotta commend them for that final fight against Asin. It was just absolutely amazing. You rarely see that
Vision Erosion used as aggressively like that because you have to put your Ember at such a forward position, and that's very, very risky. But them being able to pull that off meant the difference between top 1 and top 2.
Yeah, and we now see a new set of teams, right?
Yes.
With the exception of XEDV, we know that they are amazing. They secured the top 3 spot, but you have Sin now taking the 2nd position.
And again, I talked about this earlier. Sin and Powerhouse, both squads unable to get into the top 3. The first 2 squads means that in Group A right now, as of this moment, as of this week, we are still unsure who the top 1 squad is. Unlike in previous matches or in previous groups, where it's really clear cut who has the most points, because typically they win more than 1 game or they stay within the top 3. Right now, it could be any one of the winners of the 3 games, or it could be Extreme Divinity. Honestly, it could be anyone.
Yeah, and you know what? I want to put a point onto XEDV because when we recall their first map drop and their second map drop, I believe it was always on Riverview Park.
Yeah.
And they did the same thing in map number 3, wherein they dropped in Riverview Park. And you know what? They secured the top 3 positions consistently from map 1 up until map number 3 here in Group A.
And it's awe-inspiring how no one contests it right now. It feels like a gentleman's agreement of the entire lobby that they're like, you know what? Let's give Riverview to Extreme Divinity at this point, right? Because it's such a good spot to rotate from, because no matter where the zone is pulling into, it's a pretty good probability that they don't have to go far to rotate to that map. And that's a lot. That's part of the success, or part of the reason why XCDB has so much success finding these high placements.
Yeah, and you know what? Talking about high placements, let's talk about the top 1 team, Powerhouse. Look at their initial drop point. They dropped on the southeast of the whole map, where you have 3 shield devices. But really, when we're talking about loots, when we're talking about items, it isn't really the best spot. But regardless, they were able to secure the top 1 spot. And that just states to say that adaptability is really important in this game. How can you use the resources that you have available?
Yeah, the thing about dropping at the edge of the zone, or at the edge of the map rather, is you have a ton of risk running into other squads that are trying to rotate into the map. The farther you are from the center of the map, the more that risk arises. But Powerhouse being able to pull through, even despite that fact, just goes to show you the amount of awareness that they have, the amount of knowledge that they have going into that drop here in V.
And you know what? Let us shout in excitement because we are only in the very first group.
I know.
There's 3 more groups to come, but that is it for now. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a short break, but don't go away because when we come back, it's Group B right around the corner.
We were able to come up with this lineup because we have done a lot of trial and errors using different kind of heroes. And this lineup that we currently have, which consists of Cypher, Sunil, MKR, and Ember, is what works for us. So that's why we chose this lineup. Played a lot of ranked games and tournaments that we were able to know the strength and weaknesses of each other and how it helps us building up our strategies. That by playing a lot of games with them, we were able to build up our chemistry.
I just giving some ideas and they are actually helping me. It's not just me. They are also helping me on the shot call. But whenever I tried to tell them that this is the go signal, this is what we're waiting for, they have the confidence that I am doing the right decision. For the communication, we mainly focus on the in-game mic.
We actually use Farlight signals because it's very helpful, especially the marks that we can use, such as you can follow here, defend, or enemy on site. We actually use that marks or signals so that we will be able to see on our map where our enemy is.
For the buff to expire, and there's Hardman onto the window. Feels like Peter Pan. He is ready to take away these poor kids as they are slightly going in, slowly but surely clearing out every members.
Hartman really low, but you have the response coming in from the captain.
Oh,
and
it's
that
Ska!
is 64k main
I
down.
am Sunil, and I've noticed there's two people in the second floor, and I just push it on the rooftop, and Calix is pushing the enemy at the bottom. I just push it and go with it, and I know Iska is going to back up me. That's how strong is our backup if there's an engagement.
My team are planning to do a tournament replays or live view on each tournament that enemies will be having. So for us to get some information that could help us on getting the top spot again on the finals.
I feel pressured when we are playing in a tournament. But regardless, we just do what we do what we practice, and do what's best. That's what prepares us.
We actually shout for being top one.
But
We shout
they're-
and we're very happy for being top one.
We're so very thankful to everyone who's rooting on us, and I think we didn't disappoint them this time because we got the top one spot for this week.
I actually feel confident and great because this is an achievement that we work hard for, so I think I should be confident with it.
Thank you for everyone who's rooting on us, as Iska said, and that's what we really want to be the top one. We didn't expect that. We're happy, and next game we will try our best to wipe it again.
One HP as you have stated. And right now though, you have Rookie being EMP, Febsky very low as well, fighting on a 1v1, but it's Lunar. 4AXG has
BB
nowhere to do,
Nomads!
and BB2
Third party.
wants a little piece of this fight as well.
Welcome to the Chaos Survivors as All-Capsulers Cup Asia 2023 has returned, and here on the panel it is Likeable, Datum, and of course Suave. And although we've seen Group A really drop it at Sunset City, here on the panel we know how to pop, lock, and drop it like Suave. Alright, just for a little context, this man right here knows how to dance, and we're gonna make him dance as many times as we can. But going into the topic of Group A, oh my goodness, the theme for this group was definitely speedrunning, Datum.
Absolutely, especially for the first half of that game, right? You have teams running around and trying to get up as much points as they can on the board. But I have to say, game number 3 is it's an entire game in it by itself. It's slow, and then it's quick, and then it's absolute
somewhere in
chaos.
the middle.
Yeah.
It really is chaos. And we'll see more of the chaos as we jump into the highlights over here. You know, just Suave, I was really hoping that some of the other teams were going to step up this time around, and they did not disappoint. I mean, Powerhouse taking the win after so many attempts in the previous maps to really get them kills in. This time around, they came out really successful.
Yeah, on top of that, of course, we had Powerhouse, we had 209 Gamers, which are some new names here in the groups
Yes.
right now. And yeah, it's definitely a lot of people stepping up. And I think we're going to see more of this as the day goes on. And of course, as the tournament moves on, right?
Yes, that is very true over here. Now, as for Extreme Divinity, I was a little bit worried when we saw game number 2 over here, Datum, but I really think that they reevaluated what was lacking in that specific game. And this time around, they came in hot, and as early as dropping, they were ready to battle.
Yeah, I think the difference between game 2 and game 3 is that Extreme Divinity, they made one big decision. In game 3, it was a series of decisions that got them to that top 3 finish in game number 3. And I think they are the most consistent team this entire group games, the first 3 games of the day here, because they're the only team that consistently made it to the top 3.
Definitely a great thing to talk about. We're talking about consistency here, and as early as now, right, in the group stages, in the knockouts, it's sort of a show of force for them, right? That we're a team to watch out for in the coming weeks when it comes to the finals week, if they get to that point. But I think at this point, they kind of cemented themselves at that point.
Yeah, they always do cement themselves whenever they're here at our knockout stage. It's just so incredible to watch. And it just goes to show that week after week, Extreme Divinity is just racking up the experience over here, and they're really showing the other teams how to really navigate through the map. And another team that I'm really quite looking forward to is ET1Y, which we saw earlier. These guys showed us a play as early as dropping at Carnival. They had a really good structure familiarity. They were able to pop out one window, dash updraft to the roof just to make sure that they can wrap around these other players. And I think that, you know, being familiar with the architecture of every single map that they have here is also important as well as beneficial.
Yeah, and I think we are seeing more and more of these plays because not just the teams are setting up, it's each individual player. You talk about players like Caleb in that game number 2, that 1v3 from 209G, where he was just holding down the fort against so many people, constantly running into him. And then you got players from ET1Y as well stepping up today. I think we're going to be seeing more as we head into the latter groups. And speaking of groups, we're going into a group that is arguably a group that is, we're gonna see more of these highlight plays.
Oh, for sure, for sure. But you know what, Jaswave, before we actually get to that, I want to call on our viewers. You know what, guys? We are so close. I feel like I can almost taste the 1,000 viewer milestone over here. So if I were you guys, make sure that you guys invite your friends on over so we can all unlock that elite chest, that legendary chest.
Oh! Okay.
Okay, every single time. These guys exceed my expectations. I was like, okay, maybe we're nearing the 1,000 viewers, but we're not quite there yet. But you guys proved me wrong, and I love it. So, are you guys ready for the reveal?
Let's go. Let's
do it. Of course, we're ready.
Okay, just Suave, do us the honors of announcing what code they're going to be getting for the legendary chest over here.
The phone's out, ladies and gentlemen, with the legendary chest. The first 10 claimers, your code is win rewards. That's right. No caps, no anything. Nice and simple, win rewards.
Make it quick, guys. Just 10 claimers.
Yup.
10.
Yup. You may have not survived the chaos after everything that we've been through, but at least you get a legend chest at your, I was going to say doorstep, but I guess at your mobile device at this point.
Yes.
Yup. So win rewards for the first 10 claimers. Good luck to all of our survivors out there. But as we said earlier, as Datum introduced, Group B feels like the group of death.
It does.
It's intense.
It does.
Yeah. Okay, name a few, just while over here. Some of the teams that we can expect to really outshine some of the teams over here.
Yeah, so when we were talking about consistency in Group A, we're seeing a lot more of that in Group B, right? Last week, we saw NRGI, we saw VBS, which is Vagabonds, I think, and NCG, along with Xtim, VB2. There's so many. I think half this group are coming back from last week with some crazy highlights.
And the craziest thing about those names that Josh mentioned is that those squads in their respective groups were consistently battling it out for the top one spot in these games. Talk about Nakage. Speaking of which, we got 3 Nakage teams casually sitting here.
Casually,
We got No Rules Nakage, X Team, who by the way, just absolutely phenomenal last week, and of course, got some familiar names as well. So Cute, VB Nomads.
A Cyrus team, of course.
Cyrus team, yeah.
Can't go wrong with that one as well. I guess the only thing I can say at this point is I am lucky that I'm not going to be the one that's casting because there's going to be so much confusion with the 3 Nakage teams that have qualified for Group B over here. So best of luck, boys. Hopefully you don't get tongue-tied today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited for this match though, Josh, because it's not just the confusion between the teams because I'm super excited. Like, there's so much talent, so much prowess, so much mechanical prowess in this group that I'm so excited to showcase them all.
And there's, on top of that, the mechanics and the creativity. I think we're seeing lots of new seeds of creativity in how the tech works. Earlier in Group A, I remember one play wherein they put the springboard at the doorstep.
Yeah.
Somebody
Yes.
walks in, you are stuck in the air, and they just shoot you down. It's crazy.
Gotta be careful when and where you use your utilities because once again, survivors were dropping in hot over at Sunset City.
All right, here we go. Josh, Group B. First game here of Group B in our day here. And we're going to be seeing the drops come through. I'm thinking there's going to be a lot of fights. Maybe. Because in the first game, from the last group, we had a ton of skirmishes from the get-go. And it seems like now it's actually a lot quieter.
It is a lot quieter for now, I think. Todd's Hot Rod here brought out by NRGI, but close by. I think if you're looking at all the drops, it's quiet for now. But give it a few minutes, it's definitely going to be a lot noisier. They're not as distributed across the map as one would want, but at least you do have some time to start off with some loot. However, there are some gunshots being heard here right now. One's already down, and the fight here between UNDZ, they are going to get rid of So Cutie.
Yeah, Underdogs will be taking down a couple of the players here for So Cute. First point of contention, it actually fizzled down so quickly because take a look at SOQT, they're not going to want to fight. And I think the reason that we're not seeing a lot of early skirmishes here is because there's so many established teams in this particular group. They all know where these teams are going to drop into, and they all know, they respect them enough to say, you know what, you drop there, fine. You give the loot to you, and they're just going to go to our own drop.
Yeah, I'm going to chill out, back off a little bit, maybe get some better loot, get some better positioning as well. I think same as last week, positioning is key, especially when you're in a group of death like this. But here, Rocket Tarantula already being used. I think Osiris team is trying to start with some chip damage over here.
Yeah, not a lot of targets to speak of for the moment. I want to take a moment to appreciate this Rocket Tarantula skin.
It's so nice. Look at that bright blue.
I think this is the first time I saw this.
Pimp my ride is right.
I hope I had this. Shout out to you guys. Just keep sharing the stream so we got more viewer milestones.
More milestones, more skins, more freebies, yeah.
VBS though, they're challenged for the moment. Speaking of that Rocket Tarantula, it's Watts who is currently alone with the Wasteland Hovercraft, challenging Devi Sky at the edge of the zone here, just south of Sunflower Shopping Mall. The rest of the squad here of Osiris is inside the mall, which means VBS, they have a little bit of an upper hand if they want to push up, considering Devi Sky is alone for the moment. But again, look, so much respect between our teams. They're not pushing.
So much respect. I think Osiris team here with the Rocket Tarantula, these are warning shots. We have the firepower. Do not walk into our range. So VBS, they are definitely being very careful here. But wow, they're right in the circle. They're all going to be dropped down to so little health. Luki's down as well. No health and no armor. All they need to do is clean up. And it looks like they are going to be going in for just that. Soon ult already being brought out.
Okay, Hologram Guide has been put out here. Luki has been knocked. So VBS can run for the hills or go for the res. And here comes the Wasteland Hovercraft. Beep come through from Yansky. That's so much confidence exuding from OSR right now. As no one getting knocked yet. They are the ones to take down Watts. And at the edge of zone, there's going to run through here for VBS. They have to try and take this fight full on. And Xenos knocks two, but Osiris team still cleans it up. I wonder where Xenos is going to run off after that, because VBS, they have to respond somewhere else.
Oh yeah, they definitely do. Do not contest that, because again, Osiris team and VBS, despite the fact that they have, including the fact rather that they have encountered each other last week, there's definitely some mutual respect here. And yeah, you're not going to want to try to fight for this, especially since it's not that much valuable loot, since it is still early game.
Yeah. Couple of shields available to them, but meanwhile, right outside of the bridge on the north side, XTIM in a bit of a blunder. One player knocked out. TCSQ fighting them down right now. It seems like TCSQ is just working them for the moment. Rookie is the only one to go down there. It's actually Zaya they're challenging right now. Look at the beam with the Jupiter. And Fizz is live. Wonderful on that lockdown. TCSQ, they're not going to give away this position.
And again, the mechanics on all of these teams, if you are in the wrong position, it doesn't matter, right? your mechanics, no matter how good it is, if you are set up for victory in your position, that definitely has to be your priority at this stage because these teams are so well practiced. We're in week number 3 right now, and man, UNDZ dropping one more. Look at this play from on top of Tin Man.
That's X-Tim. They've eliminated. That's one of the most powerful teams that we've seen from the last week, and now X-Tim getting destroyed here by UNDZ. Wonderfully done here. I'm not even sure if X-Tim even has the Resurrectors up. I mean, first zone not even closing yet, so Resurrectors, or Respawners rather, still are available for those who haven't used it yet. But that was not an easy fight to take. UNDZ though down to the last 2 people.
Man, it looks like X-Team is actually down for the count. If you look at the count there, 14 squads left, which means there's at least one squad that is totally gone. Matt stuck in a corner. They are hunting him down. They smell blood and he's down already.
Yeah, the dogs have to try and run for the hills here. It's MTR. Okay.
No, okay.
Little bit of spice being introduced here by TT and Lucy as well. But that's going to be really, really rough there for them. It's just the perfect timing on the third party there for X-Tim, and they've taken control of Tin Man. But take a look at the fights we're seeing here, Josh. It's all drawn out. It's all methodical. And the timing is just perfect every single time an engagement breaks through.
And here comes the call of leadership between the teams, right? You need to get that information to know if it is the right decision before you actually go in.
Yes.
Look before you leap, if you will. But here, VB2 taking stock of what is around them, get that shield experience as you go. Trying to make sure that they are safe on the edge of the first zone. I think this is going to be the first circle closing in right now, which is, well, let's face it, it's not too much of a motivation to go to the center, so they're definitely chilling here.
Yeah. Same could be said for a lot of teams that are outside of the zone for now. It is, I believe, round number 1 still, as indicative of still the abundance of players we have on the board. 14 squads, only 1 squad eliminated so far, but still 49 players left means that so many of our squads have at least 1 player down. Now one of those is SOQT for the moment. And a lot of these squads, they're going to try and wait for the last possible second to rotate because level 1 here, level 1 zone just takes you 1 HP per second.
Yeah,
that's not necessarily a lot. You don't have to respect that.
It's not a lot. It's nice and chill. And actually, I like what So Cutie is doing here, right? It's really apparent that Todd's Hot Rod is totally empty right now, but they are looking in every nook and cranny for the shield experience, for the attachments that they can get here, because this is a really rich area on the map. You might not get as many guns as you want, but the attachments here have so much value. So Cutie, though, I think they can hear UNDZ on the outskirts, but look at this. Spot right here. Look at X-Tim. What is that spot?
I didn't even know you could get so high up there. But he's all alone for the moment. He's going to need to stay in that spot for as long as he can. Meanwhile,
oh boy.
It's NRG. Challenge with Rocket Tarantula.
He can't get out, man.
And I don't think... Look at how much respect is being shown between each and every team, Josh. Jesus, they're in the same mall. They're not fighting.
They don't care.
What?
There's all this noise being made. The zone's there, and okay, finally some sort of start.
Something breaking through. NRG challenging VBS off the Sunflower Mall position. Luki eliminated first. Virus. Bit of a tough spot as the zone is chipping away at his HP for the moment. It's a really good engagement coming through, but VBS, they have to try and hold on for dear life. NRGI decide finally push through. Michael J called the one with the still full HP here. NRGI, I don't think they've got much to do here other than back off. They're still getting challenged for the moment. VBS already looking primed to clean the fight up. NRGI, can they survive this? Actually, I think they can. They have the roof of the mall here. And both teams actually, if they both disengage, they can still survive this. But Virus pushes up, gets the beam down. That's one getting down here by Virus, but gets straight out immediately. NRG. This is so drawn out. Both squads can still come off of this. I believe it's a 2v2 for the moment. And NRG, they're looking to push up for the moment. NRGI looking for the last player close to them. That's Lukia, I believe. But VBS, they want to just back off from this. You can see that they don't want to continue fighting.
It's more of a game of survival at this point than it is a game of battle right now. Smoke's out. It's like there's going to be an attempt to revive their fallen teammate, which is definitely a good call, especially since it's so early in the zone. Even if they bring it back, I mean, 15 seconds is not much here when it's a 3 HP that's being brought down from you. It is only the second zone. But look at that. Look at that drop.
Yeah, they see Luki. Unfortunate timing there.
Wait, look at Yansky at the bottom of the bridge.
No way!
What?
He's got no loot.
My friends, he just has to just keep swimming here. Yeah, chill out. in the zone, in the water. Hartman, though, in a little bit of a tough spot. Gonna have to back off.
Skadoosh, 1 HP.
NCG on his face, too.
Yeah. But again, no clear-cut assault we've been seeing so far. I like this. I love this. This is absolutely mind-boggling here, Josh. And so far, this is what this means for our final zones. It's gonna be absolute chaos. You're not gonna be able to see anything because it's gonna be Ember ults left, right, and center. There's gonna be Sunil ults just boosting everyone up, and then springboards, the scans. I can't wait.
It's gonna be absolutely chaotic.
But
we called that earlier too.
Yeah, but until then, this is what we have.
This is what we have.
Oh my gosh.
It's a little game of cat and mouse, back and forth, try and find the information or play as the rat in the corner, like we saw Osiris team under the bridge playing a troll cosplay.
The reason
wait.
Actually, hold that thought.
Never mind.
A little bit of an open position.
We're chilling.
VB2. Calyx right behind Hezbollah. Egoist getting eliminated. That's NCG, the main squad of SR Nakage. Facing a little bit of troubled waters. She needs the beam down from across the river there. Does it knock down Egoist? That's VB2's aim for you right there. And meanwhile, 1-2 in a bit of a fight. They're going to challenge out with the Rocket Tarantula. But yeah, I think they're still pretty much chilling at this point. The real challenge comes when they have to cross the river here, Josh. Do you have a choice to make? Do they go to the bridge play? Or do they find a vehicle? Or do they just swim through? It seems like they're trying to get their chances at swimming through the river.
It looks like they're going to try and rotate out of view of their opponents right here. Because NCG, again, they're such a mechanically gifted team. The range does not matter. But here, Hartman, look at this. They're so far away, but they're still being beamed down. Jumping right across the river here. But Egoist is right on his tail. Gunboat right in your face.
That's so scary.
Hartman.
I would be so scared at this moment. Gunboat from Egoist. Okay, EMP comes out, and here comes Majok for the push through. That's the Sunil ult getting popped. And where is NCG going to push on? VB2 getting a pin down against the river and its team. VB2, they've got not much to do here but fight.
Like
Calyx goes down, Kiko with the beam, and Hasbula, the last one, will be eliminated. VB2 is out.
Absolutely deleted right out of existence there. Wrong place at the wrong time, right? I mean, they tried to find the spot, but well, time was just not there, and NCG had their crosshairs locked on them. It was so good. Now we're down to the last 8 squads.
Locked on is correct. The entire time. They're trying to push through the river. They're trying to just beam them across the river as well. But no luck, no bueno there for VB2. And it goes to show that in the highest level, such as this, position is everything.
Yep. Doesn't matter about mechanics here because, you know, at this point, it's pretty much a great assumption that everyone is gifted, everyone has the tech, everyone has the movement and the aim. So now it's positioning, it's the strategy, it's the call about when to go in, when to disengage, and when to take stock of where you actually are, right? Because information is key, positioning is key. Even your verticality is so important here. As you could see, I think it was X-Team standing on top of the building there.
Yeah. So many squads converging into this 10-man sort of complex. Actually, look at what they're doing.
Across the bridge?
Yeah. Just inside of these buildings. Is this even Farlight?
What's going on?
I am not... This is not the Farlight that I'm used to. I'm used to just dropping Carnival, taking fights.
Carnival, yeah, no lie there, guys. For context, this guy drops in Carnival every time.
Okay, not anymore. But here we go. They're dropping into the fights here across the bridge. 1-2. They're using the War Spiders to try and get close onto MTR's places.
Boy.
That's a scan. That's beautiful. And here comes Vision Erosion as well.
What?
10-21-B2. But Vision Erosion saves the life of whoever is fighting. MTR will not survive. The 1-2 with a clean wipe down.
The usage of utility is so good here. You got the Ember ult, you have the EMP, disabling all your opponents. They had no way out. They were stuck inside because they had no way to see where they were even going here.
Yeah. And it goes to show you as well that did you see how fast that fight broke through and then ended? Just because of how well they used that utility. Like the utility usage really makes a difference in these team fights.
It's really evolving the way that our players are playing here.
It's rocking me to my core. It's absolutely mind-blowing witnessing Farlight played out like this.
This is just a couple of weeks into...
I know!
Like, the evolution of gameplay here, the combo of utility and just the movement, the tech, the utilities, and the mechanics are crazy.
This is meta pioneering is what we're witnessing.
This is
right now
the Asian meta right in front of our eyes. NCG, again, this is the same vehicle meta that they've been showing since last week, but it has a little bit of a twist to it this time.
fact of the matter is, NCG, they've got the best loot across the board here in terms of shields, at least. They're the only ones with the red armor as far as I can observe. And they still have the full squad, and they still have a ton of vehicles. So for
that's nasty.
loot-wise, have the
Yes,
biggest advantage.
Oh. Yeah, poor guy.
There's nowhere to run.
No one. You were stuck in a room.
Yeah. NCG is on the hunt at this point. But still pretty quiet across the board here. 19
So
people
quiet.
left. 6 squads
Who's
beam
shooting
down
this?
against Majo. Okay, getting challenged for the moment, but that's from the other side of the map.
Oh yeah, the aim doesn't matter. So now you really need to make sure that you are covered wherever you want to go. And you know the thing about vehicles, yes, you have the movement speed, but the problem is you're such a big moving target.
Yeah. So it's not as apparent anymore the advantages of the vehicles because everyone's got a building. That's the thing, right? When you have a building to yourself, it's basically impossible to push even or with a vehicle rather. You need to use those ultimates and commit to the fight if you want to contest these buildings. Which is why Tin Man is such an important point of contention here on all of these squads. Whoopi on the back end of things there is all alone, just trying to survive as long as he can. But the rest of the squads is just looking for at least one structure they can hide behind.
Look at this, it's showtime, holding their own building. It's kind of like everyone just choosing their spot here.
Yeah.
Like, hey, I'm going to sit in Unit A, you can be in Unit B, we can be neighbors for a while until the circle closes here. But look at that. Smack dab in the middle of the circle. When this zone closes in, they're all going to be stuck here in Tin Man. Yeah, in Tin Man Industries.
Yeah, the good news for most of the squads is that they've already made their way into this zone.
Except for number 8.
Except for squad number 8.
And 15 down there. That's that one rat, if I'm not mistaken. Why are they so far away?
Try to survive for as long as they can.
Oh, yeah.
Split up the numbers, even up the odds. Just try and put up the odds a little bit towards their favor. Now, zone closing in. I believe this is the 4th zone, so that's 12 damage per tick. It's getting to a point where the damage of these zones are...
It's getting unbearable,
It's
man.
changing. It's setting the tide here.
Your
Egoist
skin's on
gets a
fire.
knock. Egoist gets a knock with the vehicle out of nowhere. And here comes TZXE trying to
Oh,
push
boy.
against a squad up on the roof. Immediately, Exhaust gets beamed down, but at least they're able to make their way to the low ground
doesn't
there.
check.
And he's already around the corner. That's Xiaolong, actually. Somehow manages to survive! And that's because of the vision erosion there. Asta, okay, looking to dip his toes into the fight as well, but Rai gets beamed down. But at the end of the day, IST managing to get themselves into one of these buildings.
Still safe. Again, the positioning inside the building. Stay with your head down. Stay away from the windows. Wait for the right time. Wait for somebody to walk right in. And right above them, NCG stalking them like a hawk.
Oh my gosh. In this building, I think you can huddle up to 3 squads. One on the roof, one on the 2nd floor, one on the ground
One just
floor.
outside, too.
Yeah, maybe just one on... Yeah, exactly. But for the most part, it's still pretty quiet. Nobody
So
wanted
quiet.
to make contact. The thing is, whoever makes the first contact here, because the proximity of all squads are so close, whoever makes the first move is almost certainly
The
going to get
scan is
eliminated.
great. TZXE spotted. I'm not sure who did this scan though, but that's really valuable information. That means that this is a hot spot. A spot you definitely want to avoid as far and as long as you can.
This is crazy. My
This
nerves.
is the Cold War happening right here. We talked about like the development of meta. Now it's the Cold War between these powerhouses of teams. All of them are Goliath. There is no David in this situation because if somebody walks into the wrong spot, they are gonna fall at the hands of whoever sees them first.
It's like
Majo.
basically no man's land.
Exactly.
Can't put your head up for a second. Or
It's a minefield, man.
Exactly. Now, just waiting for the first leg that will break loose here. And it seems like 1-2 pushing on. NCG getting challenged now. That's 2 vision erosions on top of each other. Is the EMP going to be there to deny them of that? Nope, it's 1-2 to clean up house.
Woo!
Still NCG managing to survive off of that. Egoist
chaos.
manages to find a beam. And meanwhile, Majo from the other building is the one to find frags. 4 squads left.
The positioning of NCG is so good here. Everyone is struggling for control of the building right in front of them.
They're the only one. It's not.
4 in front of them. And NCG is just taking full control from the other side, taking them out one by one, playing the perfect third-party role.
Oh my gosh.
I see. It's showtime. Is it going to be Voodoo finds the first? Okay, Vision Rojun has already been eliminated here, but Voodoo's still the only one that is not full HP here for IST. This is a very good spot here. With Egoist going down, there's not a lot of contest breaking through. 3 squads left. This is the final fight here. IST, they have to try and look for the fight now. Egoist gets finished down. Asta, okay, looks to come up huge. They're in the low ground. Who is going to come in from up above? It is one true. Down to the last player, K-Toinks. What can you do at this point? They're gonna come down. Majo a little bit too late to the party, but he's all alone now. What can he do? Not much. It is showtime this time because they are gonna be winning game number 1 here of this group, Josh.
And one hell of a show towards the end. Again, Brand, we talked about how everything was definitely building up and it went nuclear towards the end. I mean, we had a Cold War going on here in Tin Man and 4 squads struggling for one building as NCG was picking them off on the outside, playing cleanup, but it was just so clean towards the end. It's showtime showing their stuff, showing the mechanics and the confidence here.
This positioning as well. I mean, we go back and back towards positioning because so many times we've seen these teams that are so good mechanically that we saw this game get challenged from a macro point of view, and they felt helpless. It looks like they were helpless because they just didn't have the position to challenge these fights, which is just goes to show you. Oh, Josh, I can't put it into words, but IST had a good spot.
It was so well done.
Yes, yes.
The adjustment after each gunfight just put them in the perfect position. And here, standing 11 kills along with being first place here in map number 1. Great start for its showtime, but of course this is a best of 3. We're still gonna have to see if they're gonna be able to stay on top, especially since, man, all these teams in the group is so good.
Yeah, let's take a look at who the MVP was here for its showtime. But for the most part, this entire game they played again together. It's all about the difference of who dealt the most damage or who took the most damage. But it seems like this time it's gonna be Voodoo with 910. But even then, that may not seem like a lot here, Josh. But that's solely because a lot of our fights are intertwined with each other that you don't necessarily have to deal as much damage to eliminate another squad.
Yeah, definitely. You could see, I think, 3v1s and then all those third-party situations. In fact, yeah, the last clash we had was between 4 and I think 5 teams, rather. It was so entertaining to watch, but at the same time, it was so damn chaotic. We talked about that earlier, that we were expecting chaos, and that's exactly what we got today.
And I think this is the longest game we've ever had.
So long, 20 entire minutes.
We almost watched the entire zone closing. I think it was 2 ticks away from closing all the way. It was just NCG's Majo, I believe, that survived the longest time against IST. But man, 20 minutes. I think this is the first time we're seeing a game go beyond the 20-minute mark here. But take a look at the second place there. It's going to be NCG with Majo. The hero play at the end of there, well, it was a valiant effort. It just wasn't enough. It's very hard to bounce back from that, especially when you don't have the utility of the Ember anymore. 1 true coming up close in 3rd place.
The attempt was made. And of course, I mean, talking about first the placings along with the kills that they were able to get, it's not much of a competition here. You've got 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. I think everyone else is a lot more distributed down towards our the lower part of our scoreboard. But definitely everyone here is someone to look at. NCG still making it into the top 3. I think this is the 3rd or 4th match in a row that they've been this high up on the scoreboard.
Of course. But you can say the same for so many
for everyone else. I mean,
so many
X-Team is right there.
Yeah, so many of these squads too. Yeah, so powerful in the last week's performances. And now it's a clash of so many giants here. And this is what you get, apparently. A drawn-out war. It's absolutely mind-boggling to see here. I mean, take a look at the lower half of the spectrum here. You got NRGI actually, unfortunately, be at the 11th squad. Even then, how many kills have they secured?
Yeah, 9.
9. That's still
a lot compared to the others. I think. Look at squad 14, TCSQ. They only have 5. So if we're talking about points here, NRGI is right past them.
Yeah, actually. They will be able to put themselves a little bit higher on the leaderboard because of that. Underdogs as well, I believe that's around 11 kills, so that's the same as our winning squad. It's showtime. Osiris, massive performance from last week. This
Oh,
time, managing to get themselves up to the 7th spot. Not too shabby.
Not too
for the
shabby at
first
all.
game of the day, especially if you consider as well that this is the first time that most of these squads are facing off against each other, right? There's a ton of adaptation to other playstyles and the entire atmosphere of the whole lobby.
Yeah, it's so effective as well. You can see that they have been doing their homework. Everyone's been watching.
Yes.
Watching back what happened last week and the previous weeks before that, so you can definitely see that. XEA, uncharacteristically, look at this, at the bottom of our leaderboard, and we have VBS as well, 12th place. This is so bizarre, but at the same time, it's so exciting because at this point, anyone can shine.
So cute, right? Between those two teams that you mentioned about. I think this is because they went for the early skirmish, which is why they got punished really early on like this. And we saw just the drops being very, very quiet. And it's because all of the drops here are pretty much laid out between these two teams. This, I think, is what happens when you try and contest these drops at such a high level. It's just a very, very massive risk with so little possible for reward that you really have to pick your fights.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when you die a little too early, then it becomes so much harder. There's so much risk involved, but of course, more risks, more rewards about to be seen in the next map. We're going to be back in a bit right here at ACC 2023.
As we all know, Majo is my elder brother, while Fabi is my very close friend since outside the game. Our gameplays and chemistry are not new to each other, and we've been together since Ben Esports and BBB Esports days. It's something that is unbreakable.
I had recently joined NCG Farlight 84 Rooster. Actually, NCG was my dream team when I first began playing Farlight 84. Being one of them is a dream come true. And despite of my lack of experience in this roster na full of veteran professional athletes, they never made me feel inferior. So they constantly mentor me to become a better player.
Not being physically present with my team members during the tournament does present some challenges when it comes to communication. But we have implemented effective strategies to overcome these hurdles. So ensure smooth and efficient communication, which has contributed to our victories.
We also discuss strategies during the game and practically discuss each other's advantages, disadvantages, and blunders every time we certainly lose or fail to secure victory during a game.
I've seen a lot of great calls from Egoist during this game. He was able to, the time that I was like, oh, he's running away. That was the perfect call during that time. I was surprised that he was able to make that call and was able to revive you guys. And you were able to get the...
I must admit that the commendation from the caster was very humbling and encouraging. It allowed me to shed some light of what motives and drives my confidence in executing these rotations. Their beliefs in my quality or in my ability enables me to calculate risk knowing that they have my back. Also, I draw motivations and inspiration from watching a high level and learning from the best in the game, like nangyari nung week 1. I believe that coincidence comes from beliefs in myself and my capabilities. So the hours of practice, dedication, perseverance I put into honing my skills serve as a reminder that I have what it takes to make those rotations engage with. We're extremely humbled by the experience of being able to top 1 for this week's map itself, because I'm not sure if everyone knows that our team wasn't able to play during the week 1 knockouts. Actually, it discouraged us. But when the Farlight 84 managed to reach out to us, we were once again confident to show our skills because we waited for this moment. so long. Thank you for everyone who has been supporting our team, and thank you also for the haters because you make us stronger and motivated. To our friends, families, and loved ones, thank you so much. Of course, big thank you to our big boss Watson for believing and trusting us since day one. This victory is for you. Good luck and have a unique strategy because you don't know what people may think if we have the same lineup. Let me give you a piece of advice to everyone. Don't let victory get into your head. It's always safer to be humble and share our knowledge or your knowledge to other teams that wanted to be on top also. And never try to be better than everyone else, just be better for your own.
Some of us were former teammates in different kinds of Battle Royale games. It helps us build our strategies and gameplays by having the team chemistry already in the team. We came up with our team lineup for this tournament through trial and error.
All of the chaos has arisen once again, and yet the survivors have truly survived. And in this case, it was definitely it's Showtime that stepped up at that lobby. But here on the panel, it's still likable Datum and of course Just Suave. And I gotta say, the pacing felt a little bit more different when it came to Group B. Is there something that we ought to change over here, Datum?
Well, this game felt so tense. It felt so high tense that like my heart was pumping the entire time. You could follow each and every footstep of every team. It felt like, and it felt like every mistake that any of these teams make echoed 1,000 times over.
Every decision, you could see it early game as well as like towards the late game. You know that everything was building up that tension. It was a really slow burn until it went towards that last circle where everything just exploded. The tension was too much and the Cold War could not last.
Yeah, it kind of feels like a sports anime wherein you get to see the storyline of every single player that's involved in the games, right? And it's so interesting because you get to get a sense of, how should I say this? Familiarity with the teams that you kind of grow a little bit attached to them and you start rooting for them deep inside. And we're gonna see in the highlights how much of a slow burn it truly was for Group B because, again, every single group just brings something new to the table. And over here, Just Suave, we saw that, for example, the likes of Osiris really showing us that slow burn. And I think that it's also because this is the type of team that likes to warm up, but at the end, maybe towards Game 3, we'll see them really shine.
Yeah, we're gonna see them blow up like a stick of dynamite. Right now, we're just lighting the fuse here. It was so good. You could see the positioning, the respect between these teams, as well as the decision-making too, right? The disengages were on point, and the third-party timing was spectacular here.
Yeah, and I was about to double down on your argument about the respect that these teams have for each other. In before games, or in games before this, the teams, whenever they see contact, they just go all in for the fight more often than not, right? But in this particular game, even if they're in the same vicinity, within the same 50 meters, if they don't have the capacity to fight, both of them are just going to mutually agree, if it's maybe zone number 1, zone number 2, really early in the game, we may not necessarily need to fight. We'll just go our separate ways, and then maybe later on, we'll just fight on when we see each other again.
I mean, when we talk about respect, you guys did mention that this is the group of death. And as soon as you see the group list over the team list rather, you just know that you have to step back a little bit and play slow, which is exactly why I'm guessing the pacing was the way it was for Group B. But again, we're gonna go into game number 2 rather. Are there gonna be any changes that we can expect? Maybe, you know, in terms of composition over here?
Well, because of just how drawn out these fights are because of how much these teams tend to anchor in this sort of new type of playstyle that we're seeing, especially in such a high-stakes game. Maybe I'm theorizing here. Maybe we're gonna be seeing a change of compositions because it's not as effective anymore to W key because it's not gonna be as rewarding as it was in different types of lobbies. Now, more teams are anchoring in a specific spot longer, so I think we might be seeing a mix-up in terms of capsulers, in particular in the scout side. Maybe we're gonna be seeing more Yawn.
Yeah.
That is always what he's hoping for. He's low-key manifesting that we get to see more Young.
I'm serious.
No. I get you. I feel you. But for now, let's see if the Divulge will scan where these players are going to drop off. Because once again, here is Sunset City, folks. Just suave. Datum, take it away.
Okay, Josh, I was serious about that Young argument because I think he's ideal for those types of scenarios.
Yeah, I'm not gonna contradict you here. We're both young players here, man. And
That's true.
Talking about when the zone gets so much smaller, Young's ultimate, his scan is so powerful. The amount of information that you can glean from one single scan, especially like earlier in Tin Man, one scan could have shown all of the squads here. But hey, early fight here, Whoopi. I don't think he's gonna find any more.
It's the same two squads that had the early skirmish early on. X-Tim again in a bit of a disadvantageous spot there with one of their players having to respawn very early. It seems like Tin Man is the interest point for both underdogs and X-Tim, and both of them decide that we're gonna stick with this exact same spot. So gonna go for the early skirmish one more time, but X-Tim seems like they're gonna be landing away further down south into perhaps Tom's Hot Rod, where there is maybe another squad. Meanwhile, SOQT, they've entered the vicinity.
But look at this spot here that X-Team is standing at. They're just on the edge of Tin Man, trying to wait for it to quiet down. Because look, So Cutie is closing in on Tin Man as underdogs are trying to hold it down the fort, right? And they really haven't had the chance to loot just yet. So this is not the time to start a fight, but they are firing warning shots to at least make it look like So Cutie can't fight in terms of gunpowder.
Wait, Shen is all alone there from X-Tim, just walking between the buildings. That's squad number 7. That's X-Tim right
my
there.
man's chilling.
What? How? Huh? Okay. How is he able to survive that? Again, gentleman's agreement.
Gentleman's agreement.
Exactly.
Yes, I go my way, you go yours. This man, I think he's the last person who was left on the spot who did not die and didn't get to relocate. So he's going to try and regroup with the rest of his friends later on. But here, Osiris, good spot here towards the bottom of Sunflower Shopping Mall. There's a lot of loot here. And you rotate over to Sunflower for some defense. But here, Batman try to shut down. No, he's the first down to fall.
Yeah, Iskadoosh will be shutting down Fatman there. Top G. Down his toes for the trouble as well. It's VB2 getting eliminated for now. Respawners abound. Fizz is live, the last one standing there for the 1v1. Defense speeder there, but the bunny hop's not helping Hartman at all there. The TCSQ with the squad cleanup. 3 kills for them. But the respawners are coming in. I think VB2 are going to want to re-engage. Here comes Hasbulla,
like
and there's another squad coming through. TCSQ, they've entered the fight once more. And another one coming through, I believe, going to be the respawners finally secured here by VB2. Calix Hasbulla getting eliminated from the get-go. And NCG comes in. Egoist for the double beam down. Top G gets eliminated from the get-go. And everyone looking at top point here for NCG. They look to clean up both of these squads. Statman gets eliminated just outside of that vision erosion. And the next one is Majo on a 1v1. Fizz is live, is now down. Nakage cleans up house and single-handedly claims the building.
Absolute pandemonium. You snap your fingers and you're gone. Snap your fingers, do the step, and then now you're all by yourself. But here, Vera starting it off. He sees Falsey on the inside.
Pepsi getting beamed down. Yan actually just outside of that wall.
Wait.
Virus. Oh no, they don't know that Virus is right there. The last one, Yansky, beyond the wall. And I think Yansky has to play Rat here. Yeah, look.
He has no choice,
man. He can't move. He's gonna get pushed from both sides.
Boy.
Yeah, DBS cleans up.
Put your hands up. The FBI is here, good sir. Underdogs on the other side, though. Look at this encounter. Can't see a thing. EMP and the Vision Erosion as well.
Axed him again. Actually, no. Underdogs is fighting SOQT this time. Axed him on the other side of the map. Underdogs eliminate 2 players from SOQT. they're going to disengage from that. So many disengages we're seeing right now. You can see the teams do not want to commit.
But it looks like we're seeing a lot more aggression this time around. The map number 2, now that they are more comfortable with where they are standing, they know where to get the loot, where the advantageous spot is, and they try to make the most of it. First example right here, NCG. They were able to spot the chance to try and take that spot, and they did. Now, they're just farming in Nova Planetarium. It's beautiful. They could even go down to Nova Annex if they wanted to, because no one's there. No one is trying to take away the land from them.
Another to point it out, Nakage being aggressive. Most kills on the board right now. Meanwhile, IST down to the last 3 players. Make that 2. Dante will be going down here as Voodoo tries to recuperate, but IST gets eliminated by XEA there. That's wonderfully done by Elite Extreme.
Starting it off right now, though. Looks like they're hunting down for more. I think XEA is very well aware that they are still surrounded. There is still the chance that somebody is going to be trying to fight them. Squad number 11 on the outside, slowly disengaging, making sure not to make too much noise, because it looks like XEA, they're definitely more equipped than their opponents here.
Yeah, which is why squad number 11, I believe that's the same squad that they were fighting earlier, is now running away from that area. Good thing for them, they will have the luxury of rotating downwards where there is no one yet. Meanwhile, VBS just on the patrol cars, trying to pull out the artillery onto Osiris, who is now running for the hills. Luki on the hunt. Take a look at the flamethrower and the War Spider. They're going to make contact right here, right now. And Osiris are struggling to survive. That is going to be the Visual Erosion pop. Let's try buy a little bit of time for Osiris here as they get the knock onto Watts. But Luki has entered the area. VBS is dipping their toes into the fight. And then Luki will be going down shortly thereafter. Virus for the trade. And Osiris getting challenged now. Fry's the last one standing. And who's going to be it? Is it going to be Virus with the res or Fry with the push? Virus will be surviving, and VBS wins the fights.
It was much too spicy for our friends right there. VBS, they were able to last so much longer. But look at this on the outside. One MTR trying to take them down. One's already dropped as well. VBS
Rex
trying to find out what's going on here. They're going to have to gather their marbles at this point.
Yeah, Meister X have entered the scene. Salty thank Riot hunting the whole squad. And now they're trying to shut down these last players hanging around in the air. The straggler that is Virus. MTR actually getting a taste of their own medicine. Luki just trying to dash up and about. 1 HP left. The zone is ticking away. And that's actually 2 eliminations coming through here for the side of 1MTR. VBS, well, they get eliminated this time. 1MTR, such an aggressive play.
Yeah, so aggressive, but at the same time, Salty is put in a really bad spot. Hovercraft, his only ticket out, but he's being shot down from a range. One shot and he's dead. I don't know how he is. No, there you go. We called it. You die on the water, you're gone for good. But now, perfect timing as well. Look at this. We have one small rat, squad number 4, just outside the zone, and the fight's already starting here.
X-Tim crossing swords against SQT this time. Looking to find a little bit more success than the last game. They're currently already better. In fact, 7 kills. Not too shabby here, but VBS caught just outside of the zone here after avenging VB2 against 1MTR there. But at least now, they're at quiet waters for the most part. NRG, right around the corner, they want to look for the fight here, but everyone's just struggling to survive against the zone.
And it's so hard right now, right? The positioning is perfect. Virus stuck inside the mansion as 1MTR on the other side trying to get outside. X-Team, oh no, they're starting things off already. Vision, Erosion, and the EMP already activated, and one's already down.
Extreme, they look for the trade. Shin finds the first. And Rev's down to 1 HP now as Ludi looks to swap places with his teammate. Ramos gets beamed! What? But Ludi gets beamed in response! Shin's the last one standing. Actually, they can go for the rest here for X-Tim. Little bit of a quiet down. Meanwhile, VBS looking for the push onto... And yeah, that's XEA. Going down, Energy eliminated as well.
That was quick. Blink and you miss it, man. I thought it was going to last a lot longer, but it looks like everyone just wants to fight right now. Hey, forget about the casters, right? But
XEA.
Smoke's already out, dude.
Yeah, Extreme against, I believe this is 1v1 for the ages. X-Tim. Okay, the cleanup from Tan is not the cleanest. Actually, they get eliminated. XEA by the skin of their teeth barely survived that fight. But here comes another contender. They can't catch a break. NTG though, they're the ones about to enter the fray. Can XEA survive? Revs Oh, he's found a
not
War
like
Spider,
this.
but Wovik is on the chase. His HP is chipping away, and Revs has got nowhere to run. Maybe he can make a way into zone, but now Wovik from behind gets the artillery fire with the Jupiter 6. Revs is running so fast. But can AZA continue here? NCG, the key here is not become too aggressive, but Revs, they know he's alone. NCG, they're backing off though. They don't want to risk it.
Yeah, at least they did some damage. He's gonna be having to use the restoration of the shields and the med kit to try and get himself back in a good position. But, well, NCG, that's some resources already wasted on their side. So it could be worth it in the long run. But right now, still 10 squads. After all the noise, after all the chaos, the dust is cleared, and there's still 10 squads alive. I don't know what's going on here, but so QT, only one person left. Stuck in a corner, and he's gone.
Control out to the count here. Nakage with an elimination. 12 kills on the board for Nakage, for Ego's squad here. And, well, things are a little bit more scrappy than the last game, to say the least here, Josh. So many squads here have racked up so many numbers. And it seems like a massive change of pace from the last game. They're forcing more and more of these fights to take away points of the map where they can contest, where they can control. It seems to be working wonders here for a lot of these squads. VB2 being one of them means not a lot of frags for them, but they've garnered a decent amount of space.
Yeah, so much space, the territory now being taken off, you know, fencing it off. But if you notice, actually, we do still have 10 squads, but so many of them are fragmented. Look at them, 1 through, they only have 2 people left. Everyone, sorry, 3 rather, but on the other side, like, they're getting beamed down from so far away. I don't even know who shot at them.
Yeah, it's underdogs, I believe. Kent Toinks, he's gonna be left for dead.
Oh,
he's not gonna be resurrected there because it's in the bridge, way out in the open there. So the one true deciding not to risk it, just left their teammate behind there.
A wise decision.
Yeah, that means it's just gonna be Hayes and Tamayo, who, by the way, doesn't even have look at
they don't
Tamayo,
know.
doesn't even have shields.
They don't know.
And they're about to push up against a
ISD.
squad here. Smoke comes out. Tamayo with the Vision Erosion, and actually
like this.
beautiful smoke.
What?
They chipping down. They haven't found Tamayo yet,
They don't
but
know.
he can see them all because of the passive. But Ember is not going to help him out in this regard for the moment. Trade is going to be there. Hayes finds him knocked down, but it's all down to Hayes now. Can he actually pull this off? Rai goes down, and Hayes will be traded out. Asta with the cleanup, but those 2 squads, it's just 2v2. ISD manages to pull through.
On the other side, though, VB2 already coming in. ISD
Huh?
still licking their
They don't
wounds.
see!
Wait, they don't check. You gotta check your coordinates. He's right in front of you. Nah, okay, now he's gone. He's gone. He's gone. He's gone.
Asta.
He can breathe. We can breathe.
Asta gets
We can
eliminated. Okay. Things work out at the end for VB2 here. We have quiet down here. 8 squads left, 22 people alive and kicking. A bit of a gymnastics from the cars.
Some bumper car moments here. I gotta get a trip to the arcade, maybe at Sunflower Mall. Why are you guys fighting each other, man? Anyway, XCA, we have Revs all alone here. One of the few squads that are fragmented. Look at this, they're chasing them down.
The flamethrower! It's
Burning
so
him.
rough! And Xenos actually, that disables the car. And Xenos has to push out. That's the Vision Erosion from BBS trying to stay alive in this open area. But Xenos, realistically, the only one who can deal the damage right now. Iron Sights on the Jupiter 6. Okay, Xenos gets a beam down. BBS manages to survive for now, despite the Vision Erosion expiring now. Hasbulla getting beamed by Watch.
He's so low.
They're both in the open now. VBS versus VB2. They're both backing off.
Yeah, they gotta back up. But right now, look at the truce. Skadoosh just behind the rock, trying to stay alive. He gets his getaway vehicle, but he's being chased down, trying to fry him. Just like some fried chicken, man.
Yes.
Why?
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like we know what we're having for lunch, man.
Yeah. VBS not letting VB2 survive off of that encounter with a beam down. This time it's underdogs against TZXE, and they clean up house so quickly.
So clean, so fast. Pain
So
right
good.
here. So good. Hey, I mean, good is given at this point. We talked about their mechanics. It's really good. Look at this, though. The usage of the terrain by VBS is great. They're able to stay in the spots that are just on the outside of the vision of their opponents, and they are still alive because of this. Virus, as well as everyone else, taking stock of what is here, but they don't know. Hasbulla right on the other side. You cross the road, you know what it is. Calyx beaming you down from above.
Oh, that's a pretty good spot there for Calyx and VB2. Make sure they haven't had the best of times. Oh, beam down coming through from underdogs. That's Ikage that they could see from across the river here.
Trying to pull in the Kage, but they can't, huh?
It seems like Nakage again though has managed to pull themselves a treasure bag of sorts. Their loot is looking absolutely fantastic.
So good. I mean, look at this. Underdogs. They're trying to find something here on the outskirts, but they're stuck with orange shields, pink shields as well. It's not what you would want at this stage of the game. But then again, there's still so many squads that are still alive. Young scan being used as well. Not going to be able to translate into much, but look at this. Underdogs Matt from a long range as Whoopi and the rest of the team are trying to finish them off. This is going to be a great pinch coming in from Underdogs if it works well. Oh, so cutie. There's only one person left.
Calyx gets eliminated.
Wait, they don't know.
I don't see.
He's inside the gunboat.
No.
No way. No. What? This is the moment where you're wondering, right? How will they know?
How will they know?
How will they know?
How will they know?
They don't know. They walked into the same car, the same vehicle,
my gosh.
smelling each other's sweat.
The thing is, one bullet, and they find out that someone's inside of the...
And he can't move either. If he gets scanned, he's a goner, but right now...
They're not scanning.
They're not even looking in his direction. They don't care.
Oh, that's crazy. Revs, though, getting beamed down by Whoopi. This time, Underdogs taking a ton of space for themselves. Almost gets the knockdown. But take a look.
So Cutie is playing it perfectly. This is the perfect rat play. Stay inside the gunboat because no one can see in through the windows.
I think someone... No. Okay, if they bump the car with another car, maybe the damage numbers are going to show them of the armor color.
But they don't. They don't care because they were right inside that car.
I think
it's gonna happen.
He's gonna
not again.
No way.
Not like this.
No way.
Oh, now they're gonna find out. They're gonna find out because he can't get inside.
They can't.
They don't know. No, they still separate. They don't know.
Oh my gosh. He's just
the perfect rat play. Look at this. He's crouched down in the trunk. No one looks in that direction. And he's just going to wait for Underdogs to try and get those fights.
There's no way.
Wait for the last second. Oh.
He's still staying inside.
They don't care. They're not looking.
Oh my gosh. He's just along for the ride at this point. I think Majo is aware as the person who beamed the shots. Majo might be aware. I don't think so.
No, I think he'll assume that it's
a teammate.
Another teammate.
But here we go. Push coming through from Underdog. This might be the perfect time to strike for SOQT, being the only one coming in from behind. He's still along for the ride here. Nakage, though, they're pushing up. They've got an Air Beast. Kiko Tier 1 trying to deal the damage with the laser beam of the Air Beast there. Yong coming through. Around the corner.
EMP?
That's the scan coming through. What? Discovered right there. Kiko Tier 1 immediately getting beamed down to 20 HP. And that's the challenge onto Nakage now at their doorstep. What are they going to do to respond? Wovik will be knocked down early here. Majo throws out the smoke. And now everyone getting eliminated from BBS. Underdogs getting so aggressive, and Egoist finally joins the fray here. Nakage, last 3 squads. SOQT still along for the ride, and it's Nakage versus Underdogs.
This is the perfect rat play. Think about it. You have these two teams warring at it, throwing everything, including the kitchen sink towards it. No, they know where he is. SOQT is revealed. He's down. He's gone. Now it's just 2 squads. It's the last 2 squads. NCG versus Underdogs in this situation. Egoist with the mastery of movement is not going to be able to stay in front of the onslaught, and it's just going to be 2v4.
Yeah, 2v4. Kiko Tier 1 still full HP. Majo gets the shield popped. And that's Mats going down early. Underdogs getting challenged now despite the man advantage. And now the movements almost saves the life of Kiko Tier 1 down, leaving Majo all alone now from an elevated position. Actually, still a very risky spot here. Can be challenged by Majo. Red's coming in from Underdogs. And this is really, really close. Battle of the Embers. Heal coming through from Candy.
The smoke.
That's Majo against Candy here on a 1v1. Vision Roshan comes up. And that's going to be the challenge onto the upper position. But the fact of the matter is, Majo has got the upper hand here. He's got the height. Candy from up front. Kiko Tier 1 about to go down here. And both Vision Roshans have been used up already. It's a battle of the smokes.
Oh,
but the
revive
rest is going to be there. I don't think he can hear this because of the Vision Erosion.
Does he know?
I don't think he knows.
He doesn't know.
Oh, they've already rest up.
This is a game
2v1
changer.
now. And Majo still at the elevated spot. Kiko Tier 1 doesn't know that Kiko Tier 1 is up now. Candy playing from behind the vehicle. And Majo is full HP now. That's the stun coming through. It's a 2v1. The scissor approach. And Majo cleans up the Kage. Wins the game.
That was absolutely bonkers. 1v1 for the longest time, and somehow Majo comes in with the rest. That right there is true teamwork in motion.
But let's address the elephant in the room. Maybe the rat?
Where?
Maybe the rat in the room?
The rat, not just any rat, the rat. The perfect rat.
I want to talk about that later. But NCG, what a way to end the game, right? That was super close between the two Embers. I think that's the third time we've had a 1v1 here, and Macho playing with so much composure there. He knew that he had just enough time to rest. I believe that was Kiko on his team, and they went for the pinch. It was just so good.
For the recovery from being down to a 1v1, and of course we're gonna have to go down to the stats, because on top of the action, we still need to find out who moves forward here.
Yeah, exactly. But that's so crazy here. Just the second game of this group here, but SR Nakage will be able to take the bag this time around. And the way they do it too, Josh, from that first game adjustment is absolutely amazing. They are the first team to adapt to this group, right? We theorized that there might be some changes in the meta. We did see that. We did see some Yonks come out here in this game. But SR Nakage, they really shook things up. They were the first team to become aggressive here in this match. They were the ones that set the tempo, that set the trend in this game. They were like, you know what? Let's not let this be like the last game. Let's get some numbers on the board. That's exactly what they do. 20 kills.
Let's get spicy, as one would call it. I mean, Egoist, Kiko, and Majo, and Movik here, they were so good all throughout this, right? You started off with some meager loot towards the end, and just the damage you were able to do. Majo, of course, we called him out so much. The MVP for this round, 1,860 damage dealt here.
You gotta commend the Embers of this game, particularly Majo, and always. The thing about playing an Ember is you have to find the perfect position so you can lay out the best vision erosion that you can. And Majo did that while waiting for the perfect timing as well. Netted them of a massive advantage in that 1v1, getting him off that revive with Kiko tier 1 as well. So good.
Yeah, you can see the leadership and the decision making on the fly from NCG. And this is obviously why they're so high up all the time. Top 3, now they're top 1 again after being, I think they were second place in that last map. Absolutely beautiful performance from SR Nakage.
And how many kills do they have here?
They have 20 in total.
20 in total, on top of the 9 from last game. So they have to be one of the leaders here in terms of frags in the past 2 games. But one thing's for sure, they are the leaders here for the points here, because they finished top 1 and then top 2 and then having 29 kills. I think no one comes close as of the moment. But the way they shake things up is really a testament to how just one team starting things is just going to change an entire lobby.
They make waves here. This is like the hive mind that you see. When you see chaos, when you see noise, you either move away from it or towards it. This is your fight or flight decision making at work right here. And you know, it just so happens that apparently the behavior in our current meta, NCG, turns on the angry face. Everyone else comes in with the same energy. Maybe feeling the vibes from across the map, huh?
It goes to show you, like, this in the grand scheme of things is more of kind of an ecosystem of sorts, right? If one molecule or one team goes rogue, the entire ecosystem is disturbed. Like, it just changes the entirety of the way each and every team behaves. And the first team to adapt to that change is actually Underdogs. They're right behind Nakage, not just in terms of placement, but in terms of kills. They have 19 kills as well. So aggressive.
So aggressive. And you know, on top of that, right, some of the teams kind of doubled down on that same strategy from the last map. For example, right now, right in front of us, so cute. So cutie. But of course, we gotta call out all the other teams as well. VPS, Seiya, and VB2, these teams so effective in their placements. It just so happened that they were in the wrong place at the wrong time. Again, positioning is key, but of course, the chemistry of the lobby has totally changed. It's like we're playing on a completely different map with a completely different set of players.
Yeah, it's like a completely new game here. But I gotta give commendations to VBS there. They were so bold. I would hands down say they're the boldest team in this game.
I mean, look at those frags.
Yeah, because they kept looking for fights regardless of their position. If you could see the clash between VBS and VB2, if you recall, they were way out in the open.
So long.
It lasted for so long. But at the end of the day, it's a testament to just how bold decisions could get you this far. 22 kills. They have the most kills in the lobby.
Yeah, but of course, you still need to balance out your
Yes.
frags with your placement as well. You know, survivability is one of the more important things here. I mean, with your top one, you get 15 kills. You can offset that with maybe, I don't know, 30 kills and without being first place. But at this point, I think it is pretty obvious that NCG is still leading up there. Everyone else, though, with still one map remaining, they have the chance to keep moving forward. I mean, Osiris was a lot higher up earlier, but now 2 kills, last place. That's it's not a good omen, but next game, if they pop off, there's so much potential, and that's the beauty of Farlight, you know.
One more thing that I noticed from this lobby that's similar to the last is XTEM again not having the best of games. I think this again could be attributed to them challenging that 10-man complex, right? Maybe it's time for them to shake things up, but the question is, where do they drop? It feels like almost every single point of interest here is evenly spread out between these two teams, these 15 teams. That if you are gonna make a decision here on the fly, XTIM, it's gonna be a massive thinker in the span of what, a 5-minute break.
I mean, everyone I think has established their territory on the map. Anyone cares, but well, we're gonna have to find out more. Will they change their decision making? We don't know, but of course, we're gonna throw it back to a break, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead and get some water because this next game is going to be spicy.
Uh-oh, they see him. Salty swimming away, but gets bombarded by the gunboat. Salty's found 2 members here from MCR with the Blazing Infantry, hits the EMP, gets the flamethrower down, and Aaron Ming going down without a bite. Ben God mode, that's the Blazing Infantry, EMP hitting all of BB2 way out in the open, and that's the flamethrower from the Blazing Infantry transform, gets the lock into the knock, that's the logging hot dog going down. So cute and 1 through the last 2 squads remaining, but look at the beam down from Control. Hayes gets the trade, Control gets the finish, and goes for a second beam onto Tamayo. That's the last one standing, and SOQT will be winning this game. CJ going in to avenge his squad. It's going in a 1v3 with the Blazing Infantry. Gets the first, melts the second here. Kazo will be going down, and that is the third. CJ eliminate Extreme Divinity.
Some of us were former teammates in different kinds of Battle Royale games. It helps us build our strategies and gameplays by having the team chemistry already in the team. We came up with our team lineup for this tournament through trial and error. We were trying different heroes to play in the tournaments, resulting to our performance to be bad. At some point of time, we realized that trying different types of team comps is really difficult and it slows our team growth. So we stick to one team comp that we all agreed upon to. In our comms, we try to be as vocal as possible in-game. We comm every single thing that we see, what we want to do, and what we have to suggest. Also, when we are engaging in a team fight, we comm who to target first, so we can wipe the team fast. And after the game, we discuss our errors in Discord and what we could have done better in that certain situation. Before a tournament, we pray and ask guidance to the Lord to guide us and show us the path to victory.
We were pleased with the news since we work hard for it, but there will always be room for improvement so that we can always stay at the top. We make it a habit to review our errors after every tournament so that we could improve as a team. We also try our best to win the qualifier since it helps us when dealing with strong teams. I used to play ML for for Adamson. So dati pa akong nagpo-pro sa Adamson kaya ayun po yung dati kong hobby and gym rin po ako if may free time after ng laro.
When I get burned out, I hit the gym and watch Netflix.
Since I am not to brag, an athlete po, I used to play basketball as a hobby and also studying. Message to our past opponents who reached the top 30 on the knockout is good game and congratulations po to all of them. While on the other hand, to those who did not qualify naman, nice try and keep on grinding and trying for the next tournaments. And for the future opponents is that good luck to all of them. I hope that all of us will show sportsmanship and support to all the teams. And yan, good game. My message to the community is that thank you for playing the game Farlight 84, and I hope that you guys will keep on playing it and supporting competitive teams like us. I hope that our community expands wider and reaches a lot of people. Also, thank you for those who support our team, Extreme Elite Esports, to my ranked game friends, Red Boys, Ace, Iwa, Matt, Pau.
Welcome back, everyone, to the All-Capsulers Cup Asia 2023. Here on the panel, it's the likable Datum and, of course, Just Suave serving you guys all of the intel that you will need for your Farlight 84 gameplay. Now, I gotta say, I feel like the pre-show panel was filled with a lot of these foreshadowing factors. I mean, I did tell you about the War Spider earlier, and we saw it in action. One War Spider was trying to thirst into the action, but the player from XEA was really trying to run away with his own War Spider.
It felt like I was watching Monster Jam or something like that. It's absolutely chaotic the way that game panned out, and it's definitely something that I was not expecting after that first game.
Yeah, and we will see more of the action, or the foreshadowing rather, here at the highlights reel that we have prepared for you guys. But I gotta say, the vehicle damage was actually quite crazy for this lobby. I mean, we did see a bit of this damage going onto VBS earlier on Jasuave. We saw the flamethrower as well as the EMP just damaging these guys to hell, but they survived.
So beautifully done too, right? You use your vehicles to initiate the fight, to chip down the health from a distance, and then you close in, you clean up, and play your favorite janitor cosplay, whichever you want to do, right? Whatever role you want to take.
Yeah, of course. And we also saw this in a previous game. I think it was I'm not sure if it was in the same group. I believe it was Osiris in game number 1 that inflicted so much damage as well to VBS too with the Rocket Tarantula. And they were able to just push on. That was their signal to push forward against this team because they knew that they were going to reset, try to get them heals in. But it is what it is. VBS just a target for these vehicle damage all the way. Another highlight of this game was definitely, oh my goodness, so cute, just hiding inside the vehicle.
Oh, no.
I was so amused not only by the gameplay but by your reactions, boys. So talk us through what you guys were feeling when that moment was happening.
I think it's pretty evident on the screen. When
I mean, if somebody finds that clip, you'll see our faces. I mean, can you blame us though? He had the perfect spot, the perfect rat play. No one could see him, and he had the gall to stay there for the longest
time. Until literally the last fight. He was in the warboat.
And because of that, they were in third place.
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for the scout or the scan, he wouldn't have left it.
No.
He would have been sitting pretty waiting for the top 2 spot after the clash was over. But I feel like it could have been nerve-wracking on the side of UNTC. Just really, it's also very possible that they could see someone there based from the footsteps icon, but they weren't sure because they kept looking around for quite a bit before deciding, you know what, maybe it's nothing and let's just move on. But yeah, unfortunately for them, they did not spot him early enough. However, for us as well as for the viewers, that was so entertaining to watch. I loved it.
I think one of the factors there as well is because you got to remember that our players are playing from mobile, right?
Yeah.
So you can't necessarily zoom in. Maybe you can get the screen closer to your face to try and get a better look at things, but you're not going to be focusing your attention inside of that vehicle where you are using, right? So you wouldn't be expecting to see that even if you're looking for it.
No, definitely not. I mean, very aware that there's an entire squad that's possibly beaming you down from a different angle. They're not going to be caring. They're going to care about what's right in front of them and not what's hiding within. That kind of sounds like something out of a motivational book. I'm sorry. Saturday motivation, care of the Farlight 84 broadcast.
Yeah, and we just saw from the highlights that final clash was so intense. And I would say that NCG is just decisive as ever. Even in the middle of a 1v1 clutch situation, they were able to put that revive in and just really get that man advantage, which is what pushed them to this victory. So with that said, through all of the chaos, we want to see who's going to come out on top in the next game of Group B over here. So boys, take it away once again.
Thanks, Laika, for that wonderful setup for our game here. It is the final game, the concluder of this series, Josh. And I think, I could be wrong, but I think this is going to be an explosive one.
Oh yeah, look at this. The distribution of the map. Everything is towards the southern side. Now, almost no one is moving here. And look at this. VB2 has a great position. They can farm all the resources here in Power Tree Station over towards Nova Annex as well. There's so much that they can glean from here. But meanwhile, all across the map, there's so much potential for these special. There's one happening right now.
Yeah, this time just outside of Todd's Hot Rod. It's SOQT going up against TCSQ with actually no one coming out on top as of yet. Top G gets the knocked first.
Oh.
Get the knock. In response, Statman gets knocked as well, but they're not going to get the rest off this time. And on the horizon in Tin Man, it's again X-Team versus Underdogs going for an early skirmish. Underdogs down to the last, well, still full squad here, but again, this is a very, very risky fight. X-Team has yet to win. Maybe this time it's going to change.
Hey, sometimes you got to think of it in such a way that, you know that saying, only a madman does the same thing expecting a different result.
Yes.
But right now, X-Team seems to be surviving a lot longer than usual. A lot longer. Yeah, I mean, at this point, they would have been dead by now.
Yeah. I think the factor for that is they finally decided not to fully commit to the fight. Look at how quiet it is in the Underdog screen. But I think that's squad number 7 is them. I think that's
X-Team, yeah.
Exactly. So if Underdogs decide to push them right now, X-Team could maybe look for a fight again. Shen is from up above.
Yeah.
Than, okay. Getting beamed down now, getting pushed by 3 people. And actually, where's Zanak coming through? No one going down yet. Finally, Than goes down. That's Whoopi with the push. Underdogs again starting to win the fight against X-Team here with the use of the Vision Erosion. They're going to use the Sunil Ultra as well. That's a Son of Firepower being activated on top of that Cleanse. That's another member of X-Team going down here. SH, or 3 Shin will be going down too.
But look at the position
very
here.
risky, yeah.
So risky. They are chasing them down, but on the other side, you have So Cutie with their arms wide open. They could walk right into a sandwich. I mean, X-Team getting beamed down. One person already gone, but Underdogs has a prime position here.
Now one MTR this time has found a skirmish against XEA. Trade a couple of players with the White Dwarf there. Jupiter from Ludi finds another beam, but MTR is still 3 people, 2 people strong. The body hop doesn't help. BBC will be going down now. Rate from up above gets challenged and will be destroyed by the sheer firepower of XEA. So MTR gonna have to back off. They can't re-engage.
Time to reach for the sky. Resurrection now back in full swing. X-Team licking their wounds a little bit, trying to find some more armor, med kits, every resource that you can before a fight actually happens. Look at this. This is really awkward too. They're right in front of the bridge. If they walk too far, they could be spotted by squad number 4 across the river. And you know, not just from that direction, from the other as well. Underdogs though, they're already in a clash here.
Dogs, okay. Very, very safe spot for the moment until they get challenged now. Once the Vision Erosion gets eluded, and now Marvin jumping up and about. What a recovery from Pain. Gets the second knock as well. Underdogs, how are they winning this fight? That's Energy, their Energy Eye they're fighting against. And what? Pain single-handedly mows down 2 players.
I guess he's bringing the pain. No? I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. We're a little too old for the hi-hat jokes. We're gonna be playing some dad jokes for today. But hey,
low-hanging fruit.
yeah,
right there,
the
Josh.
low-hanging fruit, and you just gotta pick it. But look at this. Look at the height, the verticality.
How do you
TCSQ, how do you get there? NRGI as well. One singular rat. Okay, he's gone. But there's still 2 more on top.
How do you get up there?
I don't know, man. Straight out of the capsule?
I think they went there straight from the res. But here we go, NRGI. No armors yet. No weapons apart from the Mad Rabbits, and they're seemingly making it work. X-Tim, what is happening? They're getting eliminated by these squads. But nope, they recover. Okay, at least X-Tim will be winning that fight. It's NRGI getting eliminated.
But it's so painful. Point blank, the Mad Rabbit is so painful.
Still,
it's like being threaded by a needle. I don't know how
very,
to describe it, man. It's
very
like you're being
easy.
perforated.
Yeah,
man.
it's very easy to underestimate the damage of Mad Rabbit, right? But here we go. Cyrus is facing a little bit of a challenge in Sunflower Shopping Mall. The rest of their squad is actually getting beamed while the rest is happening. This is VBS entering the fray now. Again, Mad Rabbits across the board. They're just recovering their loot as they try and go for the fight. Osiris trying to recover as well, but
oh boy,
a little bit scattered on the approach. Osiris, some discombobulation involved, and I think they have to back off from this.
So they definitely need to disengage and try to gather their marbles once again, because if you expose yourself at this point, you are putting yourself in a really unfavored position. That's going to be a 4v2 or 3v2 rather, but it looks like they haven't found Osiris squad being beamed down if they have no chance.
Yeah, Osiris. Little bit of a miscall there, I would say. They were trying to fight while 3 of their players are healing and resurrecting. Even though they had the better loot, well, VBS just won because they had the numbers. They won the War of Attrition, so the Mad Rabbits more than enough to clean up the crew there. So Sunflower is theirs for now. But take a look at the rotations coming through from around Sunflower. They might be challenged pretty soon.
That's X-Tim.
Yeah, exactly.
Slowly moving up. They have the potential. The problem with X-Tim, though, they are kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, right? They are on the outer skirts of Sunflower Shopping Mall. There is still the first zone has yet to close, so they do have some breathing room. But the problem right now is, how do you get out of there? Do you go left? Do you go for the Shield XP wherein VB2 is waiting, or do you go the other way?
Yes,
Squad 11 with the arms wide open as well. They're locked in from all spots. It's like trying to move in chess, forward, back, to the side. I don't know, because you're gonna be walking right into checkmate.
Yeah, exactly. Where do they go? But the beauty about their position, though, is they're still inside the zone. So
for now,
not necessarily punished, not necessarily pressured to move for the moment until they get pushed. But this time, it's CSQ getting pushed. That's TZXE against them. Just inside Todd's Hot Rod. Pretty looted up here. Just 1 kill, but still, the armors are looking very, very good here for TZXE. It seems like it's quiet sailing from here on out. It's a bit of a lull time for now.
Yeah, first zone. We talked about this. For those of you who do not know, a little bit of trivia, a little bit of math. 1 tick from the first zone is only 1 HP, so not much motivation. But here, NCG, look at this. They're already taking stock of all the vehicles. This is their usual strat, right? They get the vehicles up, they gather them, they gather that gunpowder, the firepower, and look at this, so cutie. Just under the bridge. They are aware that there's danger right in front of them.
That's the thing, right? In Farlight, there's very little risk involved with playing like this. Because it's very improbable that people are going to spot you. It's improbable that people are going to use scans blindly. Right? People usually use scan to confirm the positions of players, but if you're unaware if someone's there, you're not going to be able to find out unless they make noise. And speaking of making noise, NCG have busted out the flamethrowers. They've opened fire here. It seems like they found their prey, but so far they haven't finished anyone yet. It's Savaya first to go down. NCG getting challenged now. The EMP making it so hard to recover. That's the first going down for NCG. Kiko Tier 1 getting challenged 2. 1 HP left, manages to still find the knock. Kiko Tier 1 finally going down, and that's NCG out here, Josh.
For the first time, NCG goes out early. This is going to be a whole new landscape for us, right? We're not going to see the vehicles. We're not going to see the aggression out of NCG, and this could definitely change the chemistry, if you will, of our entire map. Right now, the atoms, they're not too close together, but as the zone moves closer, we're going to have to wait for this ticking time bomb to blow up. But look at this right now, underdogs still peacefully walking around Sunflower Shopping Mall as they are unbeknownst to them, exposed to another team. But look at this.
Speaking of exposure, 1-2 is way out in the open as they go on for a full front approach against VB2. Haspula for the first knock. Dax gets a second, and 1-2, uh-oh, has to run for the hills. Look at the beam down. Kentoinks ain't going nowhere.
Ain't going nowhere. There ain't no chance. You can't run even if you run for the hills. Right in their view. Again, the mechanics.
Yeah.
It's just the mechanics. Simple as that. Positioning mechanics. If you have the high ground, then you must take advantage of that. Otherwise, well, you see what happens here. But look at this Dax already with the red shield. Full shields.
Wow.
Full health. He is geared up. He's ready for battle right here. Look at this IST though. It's showtime. Time to show us what you can shoot from that range. So QT walking away with very little damage done.
Yeah, makes me wonder which team is in the lead now in terms of kills. With NCG being eliminated somewhat early, I wonder who is rocking the top of the scoreboard in terms of frags right now. Is it X-Tim? Can they survive this fight against VBS? 9 kills on the board. This might be the squad to beat now. Once the Vision Erosion gets popped, is it time to go for the full-on fight? Watts has already popped the Divulge there.
Look at
And then next team actually going in. Ram NCG with the Uzi
What?
gets to Luki from behind, undetected. Next team, one of the players gets down by him, so VBS still at a fighting shot here, just north of Sunflower Shopping Mall. Luki, perfect position for the moment. Can they actually finish off this fight? Luki in a bit of trouble, can't get the heals up so far, but BBS they clean up. XM is out.
True teamwork, you know. I'm in danger. Cover me for a bit
Nice
while I
Virus.
try to stay alive, and Virus cleaning it up. I mean, Virus, I think, has been a very consistent player throughout this entire series. So good, so aggressive, and at the same time, the mechanics are just on point. But look at this. Everyone is converging towards Sunflower Shopping Mall. I do not know what's going on. Maybe there's a sale? Maybe. 50% off on jeans? I don't know.
Mid-month sale.
Mid-month sale.
Yeah.
It's a payday sale.
It's the VB squads too. It's a whole family joining here. But speaking of families, look at one straggler there. It's all alone, no family, no teammates to speak of anymore. Okay. Exhaust pushes up.
No, he doesn't know.
That's EMP. Okay, can't dash away. And Exhaust might have bitten off more than he can chew. Will be surviving for now. And actually goes for a beam instead of a heal. I love this from Exhaust. But right in front of him, there's a whole squad just huddled up in the corner. They have to push up right now if they want to finish. And they actually will look to try and do so, but the heal's already completed. That's the res done and dusted. But the fight is not. And Exhaust pushes through, but it's Exhaust to go down. DZXE get eliminated by SOQT.
That was so beautifully done as well. The patience to stay right inside where it is safe, revive your teammate, get those heals up, and then when the timing was right, they went right outside. The movement, of course, the timing of the dash out was perfect. And they could not get that fight under their wing at that point. I mean, that close on a phone, that's really hard.
Yeah, and the thing is, they had a decision to make there. It's just, is he going to go for the heal, or is he just going to go for the fight? Because if he waited for the heal to pop, the Resurrectors are going to be done. The Resurrect is going to be done here for SOQT, so they had no choice but to go in for the fight, despite the fact that they didn't have any armor. But they get discovered now by MTR. Last two players from SOQT. Can they actually survive this? NXG, the rat from last game, will not be able to keep himself alive as MTR this time will be eliminating So Cute.
They're so... If you look at the map though, MTR, they're so fragmented across the map.
True.
Their one teammate is across the river, man. Say though.
Wait, two players in Heart Island.
Oh, maybe it's date night. I don't know, man. It is a heart for a reason. Maybe you can take a look from the match, and I don't know. Zaya, though, they are aware that VB2 is close by, taking stock of the landscape. What do you own? What do you see? Because someone might be shooting right at me. Look at this, XEA. All the vehicles up there are adapting the NCG strat.
Straight out of the NCG playbook, Elite Extreme. They're like, this lobby is missing an NCG, so we'll be it.
Yeah.
Elite Extreme looking primed to take on any squads that come across them with an arsenal of vehicles here. Red armors on the board as well. And it seems like they've spotted themselves a bit of a fight. That's two rats in Heart Island. I think that's the reason why they haven't fought each other. They both just want to stay alive. Yeah.
They don't know. They have zero motivation to go out as well. In fact, if the timing is right, they won't even have to move out before any of these fights go on. But look at all the damage coming in from the vehicles too. Seiya has a great spot and the scan comes in too.
Yeah, Divulge invested. I believe that's coming in from VBS. And Mac Pro isolated there, so XEA not in the best spot anymore. Actually, still pretty good spot for them.
Yeah.
Ton of vehicles. So Divulge, they're just waiting for the Divulge to get dissipated. Now Virus getting pushed upon on. Actually tries to dash on to safety, but Virus stays alive and gets a knock as well. Elite Extreme, are they going to survive this? It seems like they will not be for the most part because it is VBS taking them out.
It was a beautiful push, but they were just too good. Anchored down, you know, hunker down for the winter, and that's exactly what they did. They kept the spice out of the menu for tonight, and they're going to be able to bring back their egg. They're missing friend. A little bit more security in the late game. We're down to the last 5 squads as well. If you look at it, the only squad that is fully inside the circle is VB2. And, well, they have a building on their side as well. Right, so they will play the terrain, they will play the verticality as everyone else is going to have to walk out in the open as this circle is closing in. But look at this, one MTR. I think these two rats have finally found each other. Nonong stuck in a corner. He can't fight. He's getting beamed down as well, stuck behind the tree.
They're both stuck. Oh no, Nunong, this is going to hurt. One more tick.
Yeah, rest in peace, my friend.
Yeah.
Deep fried.
Nowhere to run right there for Nunong, as that's just one rat left on the lobby right now, and well, it's 13 people left overall, so that's 4 squads. So 3 full squads, 1 solo player right now. And the question is, who's got the best position between these full squads?
This is debatable, though. You have IST just on the edge, right? And with this being on the edge, you are aware that this side of the circle closes a lot slower, right? So they have 2 vehicles lying in wait for when somebody walks into their view. And if someone tries to fight them, they can either use those to get out of danger's way, or stay with me, I'll say it one more time for emphasis, or bring out the guns and blow them to pieces.
Well, that's definitely the top option for all of our squads remaining here, but it's a bit of a mix-up in terms of who's going to come out on top. Remember, the Kage got eliminated early, so it's a question of who's going to step up and be that sort of a Reaper squad, so to speak. VBS eliminating Elite Extreme earlier as well is indicative that they are the ones who want to take that spot, but do they have the composure for that? I mean, for the most part, they haven't been able to perform as well as they did in the last few weeks. Let's see right now if they can do just that. It's down to the last 3 squads here, as it's just the full squads remaining here, Josh.
Absolute chaos right now. The circle is so damn small. VBS just on the edge of the hill trying to stay alive. Voodoo is getting beamed down from a distance. IST holding on to the land for dear life. Vehicles in tow as well. Voodoo playing from long range. The rockets are flying right in their face, but Virus is safe inside.
Asta gets a first knock. That's Xenos going out in the VB2 squad, I believe. Hasbulla pushing up. They have no choice but to engage onto this. Hasbulla will be the first to go down for VB2. That's the Reaper out. Dax down to 1 HP as well. Hartman gets eliminated. It's all down to the last 2 players here. VB2 to try and stay alive. Will they actually be able to get the res here as the zone closes in from behind? I think they will not be able to do so. But Dante, a little bit too aggressive there. 6 people left, down to the last 2 squads. VB2, it's all down to Dax, and he will not be able to do anything here. VBS with the cleanup, and the game is theirs.
Ever so clean.
Ever so clean.
Ever so clean. This was actually beautiful too. I think it's a really good storyline to talk about. Towards the end, VBS and VB2, 2 sister clans, 2 sister teams, had to battle to the death.
And we talked about that. I mentioned it earlier, right? When VBS eliminated Elite Extreme in that earlier skirmish, they were up for grabs as the team who can win this game, because Elite Extreme was the team that had the best loot, had the best vehicles, and had the most, well, the highest probability, arguably, of winning that game. But when they got eliminated by VBS after that hold, they got pushed up in Sunflower by XEA. They held their ground and just denied them of that push. I think they were set to do so. That's exactly what they did.
Yeah. definitely the greatest decision making. You can see here 21 kills out of VBS because I think they have caught on. Where in NCG, they don't fight till towards the end, right? They had to find the timing. Where in NCG was not in the right mindset to take a fight, and I think they caught them with their pants down. It was absolutely a beautiful timing here. And 21 kills with first place. That is quick maths, 36.
Yeah, really well done here for VB Esports too. And I love to see who the MVP here is. I would reckon Virus because he's the one that is at the forefront of these defensive plays. He's always the one that is holding the line first and then getting a couple of knocks here and there. Let's take a look at that right now. Actually, it's Luki that's MVP, but it came really close between the two.
Yeah, you can see it in the damage, but of course, right, these two on the forefront dealing the damage and doing the cleanup as well as the support is coming in from Watson. Xenos, and yeah, looks like they had a really well-established game plan moving into this game. Right, first in their comp, and second in their fight or flight. Their decision making was just on point here, right?
Yeah, I think what makes VBS succeed in this last game is just the combination of the defensive and offensive prowess. Take a look at the damage taken here of the players. It's almost the same as the damage dealt, particularly for Virus and Luki. It's almost equal here, just 100 or so difference, and that goes to show you that these players, they will stand their ground while dealing damage, and that's a good mix of both. That really was what gave VBS a ton of the success, especially in those later on games, later on fights.
Definitely played it like Marines, no man left behind.
Yes,
exactly. Every time someone's hurt, the heal comes up, the res is there, and you know, even towards the end, they tried to, if I'm not mistaken, they tried to revive their fallen teammate, but when you have that much power, what do you do with it?
Be responsible.
With great power. With great power comes great responsibility.
VBS, they are the winners of game number 3, but they are... I'm not even sure who is going to come out on top in this group based on the games alone, because VBS on the top spot, VB2. IST, well, it wasn't necessarily the biggest game for them, but they managed to put themselves in 3rd place.
That's still a huge amount of points. Being 3rd place, if I'm not mistaken, gives you 13 points. Plus 1, that's 14, right? And it's definitely a step forward to move closer towards NCG and try to close that gap, or even define that gap between you and the rest of the other teams, because it's Showtime really showed us.
Yeah.
I hate it. Yeah. I tried to skip out on the word, but it's there. But yeah, they definitely showed us that they have the potential to stay on top, and they've done it twice in this series.
Yeah. Same can be said for Nakage. So let's take a look at where they placed currently.
They're not even in the top 11.
Yeah, it's really rough for them. X-Team again. We talked about X-Team already, right? Going for the early skirmish. Not necessarily ideal in this group, and well, the results show that it's not a good way to go.
Yep. Damn, 13th place for Nakage. That's really rough. But I mean, having topped 2 of the 3 games here in this group,
yeah, they're still in a pretty good spot.
They're definitely safe. They're definitely safe.
Yeah, still in a pretty good spot here for NCG, despite the fact that they were top 13 there. Still had 3 kills on the board, so not too shabby. For the rest of the squad here, it's a mixed bag here.
It's really
underdogs after that fantastic game number 2, this time placing number 9. It's
anyone's game.
It's anyone's game. Yeah, really at this point. And I love that we have such a big variety of games in just 3 games. In just 3 maps. It's absolutely crazy to me.
It's like we watched 3 different groups. We saw the Cold War, then we saw fights in the trenches, and right now a little bit more different, some modern warfare, so to speak.
I guess. I don't know.
I don't know how to describe the last game. It's just so different from the first 2.
Yeah, it's kind of like a mix of both types of warfare and a mix of different teams with very different play styles. But at the end of the day, it's just going to be about execution, positioning, and just that sheer mental prowess, right? At this time, it's VBS coming out on top. But if I could repeat the games here, if we could have more games for this group, I would love to see who's actually going to come out on top, because everyone's just so talented.
So talented all across the board. But I think that's going to be it for Group B. We're going to be going into another group after the break. Don't don't go away. We have more action coming right at you.
Some of us were former teammates in different kinds of Battle Royale games. It helps us build our strategies and gameplays by having the team chemistry already in the team. We came up with our team lineup for this tournament through trial and error. We were trying different heroes to play in the tournaments, resulting to our performance to be bad. At some point of time, we realized that trying different types of team comps is really difficult and it slows our team growth. So we stick to one team comp that we all agreed upon to. In our comms, we try to be as vocal as possible in game. We comm every single thing that we see, what we want to do, and what we have to suggest. Also, when we are engaging in a team fight, we comm who to target first so we can wipe the team fast. And after the game, we discuss our errors in Discord and what we could have done better in that certain situation. Before a tournament, we pray and ask guidance to the Lord to guide us and show us the path to victory.
We were pleased with the news since we work hard for it, but there will always be room for improvement so that we can always stay at the top. We make it a habit to review our errors after every tournament so that we could improve as a team. We also try our best to win the qualifier since it helps us when dealing with strong teams. I used to play ML for Adamson. So dati pa akong nagpo-pro sa Adamson kaya ayun po yung dati kong hobby and gym rin po ako if may free time after ng laro.
When I get burned out, I hit the gym and watch Netflix.
Since I am not to brag an athlete po, I used to play basketball as a hobby and also studying. Message to our past opponents who reached the top 30 on the knockout is good game and congratulations po to all of them. While on the other hand, to those who did not qualify naman, nice try and keep on grinding and trying for the next tournaments. And for the future opponents is that good luck to all of them. I hope that all of us will show sportsmanship and support to all the teams. And yan, good game. My message to the community is that thank you for playing the game Farlight 84, and I hope that you guys will keep on playing it and supporting competitive teams like us. I hope that our community expands wider and reaches a lot of people. Also, thank you for those who support our team, Extreme Elite Esports, to my ranked game friends, Red Boys, Haze, Iwa, Matt, Pau, Alcade, Bulalo, and etc. Lastly, a special shout out to our boss, owner of Extreme Elite Esports, Madam Bianca Meneses, also Mamaw, and our manager, Ate Kali, for always trusting us and supporting us in every tournament that we play. And that's all. Thank you.
One HP as you have stated. And right now though, you have Rookie being EMP'd. Febski very, very low as well, fighting on a 1v1, but it's Lunar. 4AXG has
BB
nowhere to do,
Nomads!
and BB2
Third party.
wants a little piece of this fight as well, as Voodoo will fall down. No more that can go for the huge damage potential from that Phantom, and I am...
We're halfway through the day of ACC Asia 2023, and Group A and B have been serving so far. And Group C has something else to offer for sure, but before we get to that point, there is a lot to break down about Group B over here. Starting with how VBS has been so consistent throughout these lobbies, man. I mean, we did see them sometimes getting eliminated somewhat early, but overall, this team just spot on every single time. They either get the kills or they get the placements, and in this case, Josuabe, they got both.
Definitely got both. There was so much to be talked about here when it comes down to VBS, right? Their choice of moving forward, moving back, their disengages, and their choice of actually taking those fights, right? The usage of the utility as well is so effective here, to the point wherein when a clash actually happens, it happens in like 10 seconds and they're gone.
Yeah, and what I love about the past two groups that we've seen so far is both of them are the complete opposite.
Yeah.
The first group is super aggressive. You have all these skills in the early game. And as for Group B, it's a little bit more patient. You can go into the distance for the whole map in each respective games that they have.
Yeah, that is very true. There was a bit of a moment for Group B over here wherein Slow and Steady wins the race, but at the end of the day, it's just a lot of different things happening into this group. And I do think, going back to VBS over here, I do feel like this team is just so well balanced, because it's not just today that they were able to bring this consistency to the table. VB Esports too just continue to step it up week after week after week, and even though the likes of VB Nomads was trying to contest them, it was still them that was coming out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. And something to take note as well from what we've watched so far from Group B is that no one team completely dominate the whole game. Yes, there are a couple of teams that, you know what, have really strong mechanics, have secured the top spots, but none of them got top 3 spots consistently for the 3 maps. You have VB Esports 2, as you've mentioned, getting the top 1 spot in the last map. You have It's Showtime having the first map, having the top 1 spot, and then NCG having the second map as well. So there's a lot of difference. There's a lot of variety that is being shown across here in Group B.
And on top of that, variety as well, right? Variety at the top, but also variety in the middle towards the bottom. It's such a mixed bag that without actually looking at the data and waiting for our league ops to tell us what exactly happened there, we have zero idea what's going on.
And it's so understandable, because we did mention before we even started with this group that this is the group of death. There are so many names here that we've seen week after week just really battle it out and really come out on top. And when you combine all of these great teams together, there's just so much that can happen. And this is exactly why the results were always so diverse every single lobby that we have. But that is going to be the next challenge for our next group, which we will see here on our screens. Group C, of course, as I mentioned before, will have something to offer at the very least. But what are your expectations going into this, Josuabe?
Well, looking at the teams that are here right now, I think One Hit Delete and Sherry Esports, they're familiar faces to say the least. But of course, we also have Vanguard PH, which had some great performances in the previous week as well. So I'm going to be looking at those 3. But everyone else here, new faces, new names, I have no idea what's going to be going on, and I am here for it.
Yeah, and another thing to take note as well is that we're looking at NRX Galatians as well. NRX9 has been participating over the past few weeks as well here in the ACC Asia. And something that I'm looking at that is playing here in Group C is ETX2, the sister team, or well, I expect to be the sister team of ETX1, which we've seen perform in the past few weeks, in the past groups as well.
Yes, so we'll be seeing them perform a little bit more this time around as we hop onto Group C. But for our viewers, we want to see you guys perform as well. All you gotta do is call onto your friends to join the stream so that we can have some unlockables, because we do have viewer Why am I getting tongue-tied at this battle? I'm just so excited for Group C. Let me recalibrate real quick. I just want to say that it is your chance to get some unlockables open, as we do have viewer milestones that we can reach throughout the broadcast. We revealed earlier the Legend Chest code, and this time around we're eyeing to really reach that rocket trail with 2,000 viewers. Come on, guys, invite them. Come on.
Yeah, 1,000 more to go. Rocket Trail. You just watch and you garnered something in return. Such an amazing feat. And a lot of rewards actually set in stone for the viewers watching at home. So please do share the stream and, you know, share it with your friends, share it with your family, and maybe with one viewer each, if you've accumulated, we could reach 2,000 real soon.
Yeah, and simple maths right there. You know what? I'm gonna spice things up. If we reach 2,000 viewers, we're gonna make Juswabe dance.
Oh, not again. I have no choice here. I guess I'm the only... Wait, no. Osiris dances too. I'm sorry. I put that out there, but I need to have someone to share this with.
So there we go. We got a double whammy. You can get the trail, and you can also see Juswabe dance. So if I were you guys, you better start inviting your friends right now. And I mean right now, at this very second, so that we can unlock it as early as we can, you know. It's time. And it's also time to start the game. So boys, are you guys ready to hop into Sunset City once again?
Oh yeah.
Definitely.
All right then, I'll see you guys later, and here they go.
Jumping into Sunset City for Group C, map number 1. We have set expectations just a while ago, and now we are here and ready to play.
Look at the distribution of the teams on the map. If in that last group it was more distributed, right now it's really saturated towards our northwest here.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of these teams as well, similar to the past groups that play into the left side of Sunset City on the West Islands, and I'm expecting a lot of bloodshed from that point. But from what we have noticed from Group A, if you go into the East Island, you still have a lot of potential to garner the top 3 position if you play it safe.
That is, if you play it safe, and of course, early in the game, the focus is on loot, the focus is on your shield experience, because this really adds up towards the end. And, you know, as early as now, even if it's the first zone already out, you can easily walk right through it. I mean, we talked about this, the math of the zone. The first zone only hits you 1 HP per tick, so
yeah,
there's a lot of patience, a lot of ceasefires or white flags being waved when they see each other, because they're not ready for the fight.
Yeah, and like how you mentioned about patience, right? Because there's a lot of cheeky strategy being implemented by these players, by this magnificent teams right now here, Farlight 84, and one of which would be the rat strategy, having to play it really, really safe, hide on the vehicles, hide in the buildings.
Oh boy.
But for now, it's all about action as XCLD having to first engage in this map, looking for the fight here in Sunflower Shopping Mall, getting the high ground, looking at the backside.
Oh.
C8E, 1 member down. Plus XCLD loses 1 of their own as well. So it's a 1-for-1 trade. Respawners are still available for both sides.
It's the question of whether or not they want to go in for revenge, right? As early as now, though, with it being only a 1v1 trade, I expect them to come back and try to be reinforcements for the rest of the team. Otherwise, you'd rather back off, disengage. But right now, there's a little bit of a truce as both players are coming down in their respawners.
Now, Vision
oh
Roshan
boy.
being casted already. Denies the Vision up against xCloud. They just went back away. They do not want to fight. You have Squad 12 running back. And that will pretty much put them at a safe position in this group.
You gotta be safe, better than sorry. They each have taken their direction, their side of Sunflower Mall. There is some scattered fire coming in from both sides, but it looks like xCloud is looking for the kill. They are smelling blood in Schwan, NCG, and the rest of the team find 1.
Survive phase already down. Brings it down to a 3v4 situation in favor for xCloud. They're hiding on the building. Scan is there. Sees on Gabriel. Real NCG though. Playing really patient. Going through. Going for the flank as well. Has the crosshair right on cue on the head. And now pushes in. You have Magi on
the
front.
movement.
And that will put down Lord Akaz. Now you have the follow suit though from Sherry Esports. This is it! The 1v1 from Gabriel. and one from NCG.
Ooh.
But in the end, it is xCloud who goes on top.
The movement is too much coming in from xCloud. FaZe Clan on the outside. Rocket Tarantula now being used up to try and whittle down their health. I mean, already one is knocked down. xCloud is going to have to try and look their most because everyone is going in for the kill. FaZe Clan PH right here too.
This is it. It's FaZe. It's FaZe Clan PH's time to shine, and this is one of the strats as well that we haven't touched yet. Third party, when it comes to a 1v1 fight in team fights, is really, really scary. And now VGP1 has received the bitter end of that fight as XEDG punish.
Barely alive right here though. Celine is going to be able to bring back one more teammate from the grave as the revive is going to be coming back in as well. But there is going to be another engagement. VGP1 going in for revenge.
We could see that as right now they're going in for the fight as well. VGP1 able to bring down 2 of the members coming for the opposing team. But looking at flip side, we have Ratastrophe here in Iris Ranch having to fight up against Squad 7. So far, Patience game is there. You have the information. Scorpion YT, no HP, no armor. He goes down.
They have the information now. The reinforcements are going to be coming in. True damage. Looking for less damage, backing away, trying to stay alive for a little bit longer because what doesn't matter as early as now, right? The zone has not closed in, but look at this. Vision erosion being brought out by Instinct, trying to deal even more damage to the rest of the teams.
Yeah, Jupiter 6 and the Bar 95 combo. And that is something we've talked about in Group A, even in the opening show, that we want to see more snipers. And now we see a lot of it. Now Instinct though, no Instinct on the back of his head as there is one more member from NU4S that is able to take him down.
Looks like it's really clean out here. You have the territory being covered low and high by NU4S. Instinct trying to stay alive on the other side, but one hit delete stuck in the middle of everything. They only have one more spider and the zone is closing in on them. Granted, though, there is so much noise going on the other side of the mountain.
100%, and I think they have to move really, really soon. This is the first zone, so damage isn't really that high that you have to panic yourself into safety. But something to take note as well is that once the timer closes in, there's 5 minutes for these teams to go into the safe zone.
And right now, you're real nice and chill. One hit delete, do not want to get deleted in front of their opponents right now. Collecting the shield experience, again, really important in the late game as they are trying to actually look for some stragglers on the edge of the zone right now. Vehicles now up. It's a little bit of throwback from the last group. We saw NCG bring this out a lot, and it looks like one hit delete. They're taking a page right out of their book. But look at this, VGP1. Great positioning here, just at the edge of the river.
Yeah, rotated into Riverview Park. Really good position for them. Just on the corner of the edge. Has shield XP devices. Now one hit delete. Going for the engage up against one of the members as they are forced to back away. Forced to go out of the vehicle, but Nyor follows through. EMP bomb though, tries to deny it. But 1K is gone, and that is one kill for the hands of one hit delete. But fight's not gonna be over as Vision Erosion goes down. You can see the enemy team falter one by one, and that is Squad 10 to the ground. It is Panda QQ obliterated by one hit delete, and one more member alive as that will eliminate them initially from that fight by one hit delete. But still, respawners are available.
Yep, definitely available here, but one hit delete, I think they are trying to show dominance right now, as early as now, right? There might not be too much consequences to their actions, but they're showing everyone who's boss. And this is an important step to take. This is only map number 1. And if you establish your placing here, you might be able to fend off a little bit of the violence from the rest of the teams. But well, right now, it's a little bit chill, but we are only down to 12 squads. That's still a lot.
Yeah, 100%, and that is really, really good. And now this is the team that we talked about a while ago, and our Galatians. Dashin, though, received a lot of damage from the opening, and now it's Xtor XE going into the back, hitting him in the head, and that will be another kill for NRX9.
Yep. Definitely some great positioning as well. MWI, though, they're in a little bit of a tough spot, but meanwhile on Iris Ranch, VGPH trying to take this fight. Phantom here, Lucifero trying to stay alive despite the fact that he is perfectly visible from all sides. But right now, the vision erosion is too much. The information is too little, and they all fall.
Shots from behind, a really good strat, as always. But right now, NRX9 once again wants Bloodbath, and they have it. As 10 squads remain in this map number 1 for Group C.
So much going on here all over the map, right? Even we couldn't decide where to look. We had NRX fighting. We had EN1G on the other end trying to fight for their lives as well. But, you know, bottom line is right now, so many people have been eliminated at this point, and the revives are easily going to be coming in, especially since it is the second zone at this point. But SD1X here with the Blazing Infantry, they're going to be trying to find some sort of information or garner the attention of everyone else.
100%. And I think SD1X, the reason why he's alone right now, as you stated, is to garner that information. And they do have it, having to know that there is a squad just waiting around the corner. Retastrophe, though, here in Power Tree Station, having the high ground, hearing vehicles roaming around. So a lot of information being provided against the enemy team. FaZe Clan PH now available as well, having the sights on squad number 3, but they're getting a lot of these long-range damage. The pokes are there. See though, how can they do this? As Sunil pops his ultimate, that will be a one-man down. The follow through, the follow up, and that is the shutdown for FaZe Clan PH. 9 squads remaining into this game.
FaZe Clan is absolutely vicious. Once you see them engage, you get deleted. It's almost like they stole away the identity of 1HD. But here, SD1X, they are trying to scan around Power Tree Station. They can smell a rat, Ratastrophe in particular. But look at this perfect position. There are 2 problems here. Number 1, you're perfectly visible from a certain angle. And number 2, they're outside of the circle.
And speaking of true damage, right now, the zone's damage is true damage, as we all know, and is now taking a lot of HP, as that is currently now zone number 2. Still not enough to completely shatter a team that is outside or is playing on hard zone. But so far, this is really good for Catastrophe, considering there is 2 members left from the squad.
They're slowly going to try to get out of the danger zone, right? You see Instinct crawling his way forward, and true damage too, suffering the wounds, trying to stay alive, because if you make even a single peep,
they're going up! They're going up
like this!
They're going for the pressure, and now they do get it! However, true damage still alive. There's hope for Catastrophe, but HP is sticking. You need to go for the medkit. Can you do it? One more tick! He does!
He lives! He lives by the skin of his teeth right now. True damage trying to run away, but the problem is, where do you even run? I think he got really discombobulated too. I think he was walking away from the circle as well. This guy though, too late.
That is going to be unfortunate for Catastrophe. In the end of the day, the rat strategy wasn't able to work. But still, so far, a good attempt from them. FaZe Clan PH has information that one hit the lead is just around the corner.
Does he know?
You need to look on your right. You need to look on your right. They don't know.
They don't know.
How did this happen? And now he's gonna check. He's gonna go for the shot, and that is Truth gone in his game.
The Truth will set you free, or will Truth be set free right here? One hit delete, just deleted him out of existence right now. And again, one hit delete, really taking the lead here. I think they have so much aggression in their veins right now. They have 11 kills. There's still 6 squads up, and they're really, I think they're really trying to play just like SR Nakage here.
Yeah, we'll see, because right now, one hit the lead, showing a lot of signs of life. 11 kills already in the scoreboard. You have QA checks with 4 kills to his name. Really a lot of advantage right now for this squad. One of the favorites as well, coming into Group C. But we'll see, can they make it into the top 1 spot in this very first map for this group? Because so far, they are going to meet one of the squads in this map, NU4S.
Oh boy.
With 4 members remaining in their team. Orange Shield though, not going to be that easy to burst down in a long-range fight.
Yeah, a little bit of panic there, walks right into a tree, but at least he has cover. Now the problem here, if you look at the landscape, Mr. Infinity, NU4S, they are distributed, they are fragmented. If any of the teams try to take this fight, it's going to be so bad.
They're full sending. And now they're gonna go in for the full-on fight. You have you here in the front. Now Sunil goes for the hologram grind. A lot of movement speed in addition for them as a huge benefit. No more armor though for QHX. He has to reset, but a lot of long-range pokes coming in for the rest of the team.
The fatal volley.
And now you have the fatal volley coming in from MKR. But the pokes, not enough though to break the armor of Oleg.
Gonna be a little bit of a ceasefire here between these two teams. You know that there's so much noise being made, but this is only 2. We have 6 entire squads that are still alive here. One hit delete, slowly moving forward, trying to take this fight, but now is not the time. There is still so much space. You don't need to risk your life just yet, but it looks like Apollo has been spotted. There's so much risk in this play.
Yeah, it is really going to be hard for both of these teams. Much harder, rather, for one hit delete as well, as they are in the open. But you have Apollo now pressuring in. Vision erosion immediately used because they need the vision advantage. And now QHX is going in front as well. This is the Cypher. And you have the scan readily available as well. The EMP is there to deny the push coming in from NU4S, but that is not going to be enough. 1 man down already. 3 members up against 2. It's NU4S now in the scatter behind the building. And that will be enough to make the punish happen as one hit the lead eliminates NU4S.
They're bloodthirsty. 15 kills already. Everyone else is just lagging so far behind. NRX9 though, they have been called out a lot in this first map. They are still alive, perfectly positioned as well. Look at this. 2 war spiders in the middle of the mountain. You couldn't ask for a more perfect combo. If anyone walks into it, you have 2 sets of shotguns right in your face to just blow you to smithereens.
Now looking at the map, this is really, really good for each and every single one. Actually much better coming in from SD1. Having the vision onto Jace NZG, they have to move. He has to go into the safe zone. That will kill him! He is gone! No more! One hit delete is out of this map.
The irony of dying to all things. He died to the zone, but I mean, can you blame him? There's so little information that he has here. He doesn't know where to go. He doesn't know where the rest of his opponents are. So he tried to take a safer route. But, well, sometimes that zone just hurts way too much.
Yeah, and now we have NRX9 still in the open, just outside Iris Ranch on the north of this location. You have SD1X though having full control of the barn. Really, really amazing situation there for SD1X. And now NRX9 has to think of something, has to make a miracle play. If they want to go in for the pressure, they have to do it now. You have the Blazing Infantry as well to get that initial setup happen for NRX9. And now Young uses the ultimate, has the information, going in for the flank. EMP is not going to connect. But you have SD1X as well, ready to go in for the retreat if ever it happens. Now the War Spider gets the engage happen. And now you have Go into the right flank, going in for the flamethrower as well as Cooper goes around the barrels. The Barnes is there. And you have Brizzo the God now in hit. Vision erosion, really, really amazing, but EMP denies the vision erosion, and now Brizzo the God is here getting the fight in, and NRX9 still has 3 members up, and that will get them at an advantage, and really, really amazing stuff there from NRX Galatians, as that will eliminate the squad completely that they are up against, but they have to move, they have to be quick, they have to have swift feet in this map, as there's 2 more teams left. And this is what we're talking about. As the zone is closing in, there's a lot of damage now approaching NRX9.
So much pain, right? You could have avoided that 1 casualty, but now NRX are just gonna have to live with their mistake. EN1G slowly moving forward as Claw. On the other side, there's 1 singular rat on the other side. Now is the time for the Cold War. Everyone has to be quiet. Everyone has to wait for the information. But the jump coming in from EN1G. Look at this. They have a great vantage point. They don't know. No one knows, but they have so much information.
1 more squad at their feet. No info. No one's checking him. Could get that top 2 if it stays alive for a bit longer. But now Sue has information on what NRX9 is doing. They're going for the left flank. You have the Blazing Infantry as well. Goes for the EMP. They're now checking the barn. They might eliminate the top 3 squad. The rat in the barn. The squad is there. They get the scan on top of the barn, but they're going to eliminate the last man standing first for 4 AM Q. Now this is 2 squads remaining. the best of the best so far here in map number 1 for Group C. But now you need to change occasion as the zone is closing in. A lot of damage tick coming in from the zone. This is 20 HP per second that we're talking about. Now Vision Erosion has been casted. EMP to deny it. But is this going to be enough? As Su falls down, that will be the advantage for EN1G. And her X9 Galatians answers back though. This is a 1-for-1 trade. And now they go in with a Vision Erosion as well. 3v3. Who can make it? Who can win this map? Okay, no armor left, only 18 HP left. Hector XE is running around with a War Sprite there, jumps out, and that is huge mobility for himself. But this is a 3v1 type of situation. Hector XE though will be able to take down one more. Brings down 2 members left. After 1 member left, it is a 1v1 type of situation. More armor for K, but you have more HP for Hector. Really, really amazing stuff, but it is Hector that is able to bring him down, and it is NRX Galatians getting the top 1 spot.
Absolute chaos overcame the map right there. It went down to 3 squads, 2 full and 1 singular rat, but man, the utility and just the sustainability of both the teams towards the end. NRX though, of course, in the end, emerging victorious.
Yeah, it was really, really difficult to take note what's happening because it was all about chaos. It was the very last zone closing in, and they have to move really quickly. And remember from what we talked about in the past that Iris Ranch is pretty much an open space. But in the end, it is NRX Galatians who will stay at top, getting the top 1 position in map number 1 for Group C.
14 kills for this squad with their mastery of both vehicles and the mechanics right here. You could see the usage of utility was very mastered, and the way that they were able to eliminate their opponents, specifically EN1G, was so effective there towards the end, wherein you see NRX, the reason why they are in this clan is because they really know their stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the type of playstyle they did is a mix of patience game and also that aggression. And they really got a really good position in the Irish Ranch on the north, because they got the scan in and they had the blazing infantry, so they easily was able to go in for the right flank, and it was just an unexpected surprise.
Yeah, definitely an unexpected surprise, but it's definitely a welcome one as well. The usage of the high ground that you could see taken advantage of, but of course the MVP for this team, Hector XE, with a whopping 1,560 damage dealt by this man.
Yeah, MVP getting his team on his shoulders, carrying the whole map number 1. 7 kills on his name, 5 assists as well to follow through. Such an amazing team, such an amazing player as well to execute the top 1 spot here in Sunset City. But of course, we still have top 2 and top 3 positions. And remember from what we've seen, 4AMQ got that top 3 position just because of the rat strategy.
Just because of the rat strategy. I think this is going to be absolutely hilarious to talk about when you want to see who exactly is whose decision making is the best here, right? When you are up against 4AMQ, a team that has fallen early, do you play for more frags? Do you play for more points? But right now, being in 3rd place, this does garner you a lot of points, despite the fact that that's not a lot of frags on the board.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter, right? Because just from that, yes, they have 2 kills, and that will give them 2 points. But getting the top 3 spot rather, gives them 13 points as well, right? Because the calculations for the points is your possession ranking or your placement rankings, and then the number of kills that you get.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much 15 points right at the gate, even if they only got like 2 kills from the whole map number 1. So such a really good strategy that is being shown by 4AMQ just from that game.
Yeah, the chemistry of this lobby in particular is a lot more palpable. You could see the battles happening all across the map, skirmishes with no trigger discipline whatsoever, right? You see somebody, you shoot at them, and well, the rest is history, right? We saw action north, south, east, and west here. I mean, we saw Ratastrophe with the verticality. We saw NU4S as well with the vehicles and the aggression. It's such a mixed bag of strategies here.
Yeah.
That you don't really know what's gonna happen next.
Yeah, 100%. It's really just about how your team is going to adapt. Are you going to just full send the whole team into a specific early situation, right? Because I think there's also one of the situation and one of the strategies wherein you go in full on engage in the early game, garner as much kills as you can get, because when you garner 15 kills, that's similar into taking the #1 spot. It's really just the direct proportion into getting a better position in the rankings to qualify for the finals.
Okay, so you really need to balance this. Your positioning, your kills, right? Because when you can't get those kills, for example, our third placer, everyone died a little early, but you need to collect those points because, again, this is a best of 3, and points really matter here if you want to qualify for the next stage of the tournament.
Yeah, and it's all about peaking at the right moment as well, right? Farlight84 is all about that exact moment and peaking at the right time, because if you go out into an open, especially when the zone is closing in, you are susceptible to a lot of danger. You're susceptible to a lot of risk coming in from long-range engages, from R95s, from Jupiter 6, from a long distance. So you really need to take note of what your situation is, what are the covers in the zone, in the location that you are at, and adapt to it.
And that's why we saw so much control here, Rat, with the positioning of knowing the advantages of the high ground, as well as, again, our winning team, wherein they were stuck in a compound of buildings, but they knew that it was the safe space.
Yeah, and 100%, I'm really, really excited to see more of that. Are we going to see something new? Are we going to see something similar here from map #1? That's it for now. That is Group C, game #1. And we're going to see a lot more later on. We're going to take a short break, so don't go away.
One HP as you have stated. And right now though, you have Rookie being EMP'd, Pepsi very, very low as well, fighting on a 1v1, but it's Lunar. 4AXG has nowhere to do, and BB2 wants a little piece of this fight as well, as Voodoo will fall down. No more that can go for the huge damage potential from that Phantom, and I am...
Next 9. And what is the lead just right there, but you can see the Tarantula.
That's a beam! That's a wipe-up!
let's go. Never back down, and I never run. Coming last place, that was never fun. Time to elevate.
Looks like we gotta make it harder. Let me see who's the lucky one.
I'ma let it go.
Let them taste the power of new vehicles.
Time to lose control.
Time to fly. I never
Time to
miss.
start the show.
You are now the leader.
5, 4, 3, 2, we gon' run it up. No days off.
Precision bombing.
One shot, so you better not miss.
Night, sweetheart.
One shot, so you better not miss.
Fire hazard! Emergency team, go!
Love doesn't just explode once. Feel the gravity of fate.
One shot, so you better not miss.
Welcome back to ACC Asia 2023. We're in Likeable, Josuave, and Infinity, of course, are hoping to see Josuave dance once again.
Yeah.
Even you're hoping to see yourself dance here on our broadcast. But before we actually get to see whether he's gonna dance already or not, let's talk about Group C over here. And what new things have they brought to the table over here, Infinity?
Yeah, I think when it comes to new strategy, it's really up in the air because from what we have seen just a while ago, right? We have two distinct groups, Group A and Group B, that played really different strats. But something to take note, not of similarity or not of difference, but of similarity. Because here, from what I've observed, when it comes to the patterns of drop, the initial drops for the top 3 teams so far, Extreme Divinity from Group A consistently drops into the Riverview Park. And right now, the top 1 team for Group C from that map number 1, NRX9, has also dropped into the same spot. And I think, now this may be a little bit argumentative, but the West Island would be that bloodbath. If you want to garner kills, go and drop somewhere there.
Yeah.
But if you want to go for the placement rankings, drop somewhere east.
It's very fair, very fair. I mean, you could tell really by the distribution of where they actually dropped here, and the concentration of loot as well towards the west is much closer. That's definitely something to look at. Maybe we'll see the same pattern in the next map.
Yeah, and on top of that, even it's not just about NRX9. It's all of the top 3 members, right? 4AMQ dropped on the north side of Riverview Park. And you also have EN1G who dropped in the same spot from 4AMQ. So it's a little bit going to be argumentative. I know. But if you want to go for placements, go east.
Oh man, okay, if we're talking about these things, you remember in our pre-show panel, we had a lot of things that we actually foreshadowed, which kept popping up in every single lobby that we had. And now that you're mentioning that a lot of these top 3 squads keep dropping at the eastern side, what if we actually see them start compiling in that area? I'm a little bit worried that maybe the chaos and the pandemonium will start at the northern eastern side of the map, but we will have to wait and see for that one. However, let's talk about the rat place. It's always inevitable. You can take the game out of the rat, but you can't take the rat out of the game. So maybe we'll see more as we jump straight into Sunset City once again. Keep your eyes peeled for those rat boys, but in the meantime, we're taking you guys with the casters instead.
Thank you very much, Laika, and we are ratting ourselves into Sunset City for map number 2 here in Group C.
One main difference, Infinity. If you see SD1X right now, they're so fragmented. I think they are pushing in for a lot more loot, but there's so much going on towards the west side of the map again.
And do take note, with a lot of these locations and these drops, NRX9 dropped again into Riverview Park. So take note of that. If NRX9 goes into top 3 positions once again, I mean, that's your Curie. This is it.
That's a lot of stuff to think about right now. I mean, it's in the near future. In the near future, we'll see. But look at this. Nova Planetarium already falling victim. There's so much noise going on, but MWI1 starting it off already with collecting the shield. Again, the long-term strategy, but there's so much risk here. Nova Planetarium has so much loot, and then you have Nova Annex as well to the south, which could happen to be the first encounter, and we're seeing one right here.
Yeah, it's just the early accumulation of kills. This is what we've talked about before, but this time around, it is going to be a contest in Riverview Park. You have NRX Galatians up against XEDG, but so far, it is going to be a Hector XE.
Oh no.
Getting a lot of these kills, but he is being pressured here on the container, jumping above, going in for the shots! He's not going to be able to get that kill, but so far, he's going to be able to run away. NRX9 with a War Spider with the shotguns. He's going to put down Ara, and he's going back away. He's retreating safely away from the fight.
Trying to try and come back for another day. Fight one more day. Brizo and Hector on the back line as the rest of NRX are trying to keep the enemies at bay. But the problem right now is Ko is already down, and they are still continuing this fight. They are going in full send. 2 people already down for NRX and XEDG. Despite the fact that they have the first person to fall, it looks like they're taking full control of the situation.
Yeah, and NXG, or NRX9 rather, doesn't really want to fight up against XEDG, especially considering that you now have the respawners being put out by XEDG and NRX9. If they lose this, they will lose a lot of second chances, right? The opportunity to go for the respawners much later towards the game. But right now, it is 4 AM Q receiving a lot of damage up against JRC1. But Kent has the high ground along with VV Vox 2020, or 22 rather. And they will get a lot of damage put across against JRC.
The Iron Sights from Volks on a bar 95 of all things. There's so much damage being done. Scout as well. The information has been brought out. And look at this. I think Kent is looking to push forward and try and deal more damage to try and clean things up. But the rest of the squad is still trying to stay alive on the other side. JRC hiding right behind the trailer as they try to heal up. Maybe there's a way they can survive this.
There we go.
Gonna be going right
There's
in.
the fight. Jetpacks in, goes for the full send. NRX Yav Claw going for the fight, going in for the crosshair. That will be straight to the head. And it is 4 AM Q able to punish as they eliminate 4 of the members. Well, 3 of the members at the very least, as the remainder of the squad ups to retreat.
So much going on here. One hit the lead stuck inside as the EMPs and the vehicles on the outside dealing damage. They're stuck in a corner and they can't find a way out.
Utah XE, one hit the lead, has his eyes on the prize. 1 down, Christe falls. You have a lot of happening so far in this map with a lot of kills, with a lot of deaths in our kill feed so far here in map number 2. But Apollo receiving a lot of damage, but in the end goes on top up against XEDG, eliminates Bianca God.
Bianca God mode, not so much of a god now. It has been proven that gods can be, but Apollo stuck in a corner with only a sliver of health.
No way!
So close, just 1 pixel, but they're surrounded. They have to be very careful. 1 stray bullet will drop him down, but look at this. 1 more drop. Celine down for the count, but they're still surrounded. There's so much going on. 3 squads circling for this house.
3 weapons straight to the face. No one can survive that. And 1 hit delete stands to play by their name with 5 kills on this squad. 13 squads left though, and you have XCLO on the flip side having to battle up against C8E. This is one of the teams that we've mentioned to be one of the strongest. Cherry Esports getting a lot of position so far up against XCLD. X-Cloud! Gabriel is gone! Still, respawners left standing for them. And C8E just garnered themselves 4 kills in this map.
Evaporating right into the sky, but right now C8E trying to stay alive. Now that there is a lull in the action, they have to take note of where they actually are. Here on the mansion, they have the view of Heart Island. They know that they can collect information all across here. And you know, the beauty of this here is you can definitely abuse this position, especially if the zone will close in towards you. That means everyone is going to be walking right in to your into your eyesight.
100%, right? And that is what we've mentioned a while ago. The right time to peak. That is going to be really important in these types of games. And something for the viewers to actually take home that we could expect later on is to always prioritize the shields, right? Because it will charge up much faster, and similarly, it will give you the same amount of HP, right? Because it is 20 HP per armor bar and 20 HP per HP bar. So it's pretty much the same exact thing. So when it comes to a pretty severe type of situation, armor should be prioritized.
Yep, armor before that. Sorry, armor very first, position next, and then your weapons and vehicles after, because this is your recipe for success. But right now, Rat not playing the Rat game right now. They are completely full. They have the vehicles up. They have the firepower, and it looks like they are hunting. And look at this, EN1G on the other side. But look at another fight already going on.
Fatal
volley being used, and
not
the
enough.
EMP right in their faces.
He's
too.
down. And that is who does XC. Now going in for the long-range fights. That is the EMP in favor. Not going to disable their jetpacks. They could go away. A blink of a second. We'll see. So far they're playing really safe. Sunil goes for the hologram guide. A lot of movement speed in their favor as well. But this is a 2v3,
No.
2v4.
Oh, no.
We'll see as that will be C8E now put in a corner. Going in for the 2v1 fight. Jetpacks around. But one man down for SD1X. Is able to bring out the springboard. Can go back into safety for the revive. But is that going to be enough? It is Haisa, NCG, still alive, and Cooper, ZXC, no more armor, 40 HP left, he's gone, and C8E, despite that disadvantage, they can still be the dominant team.
Look at this, they're in the red zone now, though there's so much danger, but on the other side, there's so much action going on. Vision Erosion already brought out, and 1HD is being hunted down, and our X9 want to show their fangs, and they're chased right on the outside. Rexor did not have a chance.
Yeah, now JZXC as well with the vehicles going in for some pokes, but he is getting beamed down. A lot of armor being taken out. 40 armor remaining. Vision Erosion to deny it. NRX9 is just in the middle. They have to go away. They have to retreat.
Wait.
Now with the smokes, they're gonna go for it, JZXC! That's a lot of difficulties to push in a smoke up against an Ember. And now Apollo is coming in. Go for the trade as well. The response is there. U2XC. No armor, but still. 120 HP on his name. QHX now getting a lot of kills, getting a lot of damage across. And now it is going to be NU4S. That will come in as a third party. It is the third party central here in Riverview Park. And the fight's not going to be over as Apollo goes for the hit. Apollo goes for the knockout. And Apollo gets the kill.
15 rounds of fighting have gone on, one after the other. There is no rest for the Wicked right now. But QHX XE, that's two X's in a row. Had a little bit of a hard time reading that, but good spot here. Some loot as well, but now the danger has been revealed. Smoke's just out, and he does have the chance to put the shields up to try and stay alive just a little bit longer. But Apollo on the other side trying to do some distractions.
For members,
hunted him
QHX!
down. He's gone.
He's gone with a blink of an eye, and now it's Claw. Now going around. That is one man down. It is a squad eliminated. We have to say goodbye to 4AMQ.
Look at this. Claw is still alive.
Claw's still alive.
We
I'm
didn't
mistaken.
see him. Right. He's in the tower. He has a great vantage point, but the problem here is anyone can look at him. But look at this. S2 does not know he's being cooked. The beef stew right in front of you. Good sir. I'm getting hungry.
And so I am, and I think so is 4AMQ. I'm mistaken. They're still alive. Everyone's ready for this bloodbath. 16 kills on their team name. And now it's dying. 3EXE. SD1X is gone. 7 squads remain.
Left to bleed on the outside of the zone. Volk's trying to stay alive as the rest of his team is covering the ground, is trying to scout for more information to make sure that they're not being gate-kept. But right now, they are still complete. 4 full members of 4AMQ, and the scan comes in. But now, they know that there is danger afoot. They know that someone has scanned them, and the information has been given away.
Now, 7 squads remaining. 0 kills for Catastrophe as expected. I mean, not an expectations of, you know, a negative type of connotation, but rather Catastrophe. It is the rat scratch that they're doing. So they're living by their name.
Their name.
And so far, the top 7 placements, really good for them. VGP1 though, just around the corner in the safe zone. So pretty much real soon, Catastrophe has to move in. There's still a lot of time, a minute for them to move closer. But you still have VGP1 looking for information and getting information through riding through vehicles. And soon enough, they could meet up here in this location.
It's going to depend on where they're going to be rotating towards. Right? On one end, you have an entire squad towards your southeast. There's danger in that direction. There's danger in the other as well, but it'll depend on the timing. Look at this. Apollo, the one rat from his squad, is being hunted down by 4AMQ. Catastrophe changing the book a little bit, shuffling the cards to try and go in for a new fight, but look at this, Division Erosion already being brought out, and it looks like a clash is about to happen.
Catastrophe has control of the east
no.
of Riverview Park, and Scorpion YT beams the enemy team down. 6 squads remain.
6 squads and counting. We do still have 20 players still alive. This means that we have a lot of fragmented teams. Look at this, Rat, Catastrophe, Clone X at the very top of the apartment, trying to find something through the windows. They are dealing chip damage. They're trying to lower the resources. They're trying to make everyone waste their medkits, their shield restoration, and it's not. It might just work. Look at this, Scorpion YT doing so much damage, but now he's stuck in a corner and he's down.
He's down, and now Scorpion YT is going for the count. They have to go for the revive, but 4AMQ is now poised and ready to push. It's ready to now pressure onto the east of Riverview Park, but so far with Division Erosion, they go back. It denies it. 3 members still alive for Catastrophe. With Division Erosion now gone, it is the signal for 4AMQ to now go in for the push. Instinct now goes in for the 1v1. Not going to be soon enough, as that will be the rest of the squad going through. Scorpion YT falls down. 2 members remain.
Rat, Catastrophe still fragmented. There is still hope for this team.
Last
right
man
now,
standing.
4AMQ hunting them down. He tries to get out of the way, but he's stuck. He's stuck in a corner, and look at this. The War Tarantula right in front of your face is going to drop down one member of 4AMQ.
The Catastrophe is gone. And to put in context for the viewers watch home, we call something a rat strategy when you're just hiding and playing patiently with no attempts into taking those kills. But unfortunately, Catastrophe has to say goodbye early here in map number 2. And 4AMQ is looking really, really well. 20 kills.
Oh my.
With 6 kills to 2 of the members of 4AMQ. Really, really strong standing so far in this game. And looking at the teams, we have a couple of teams left. And as the zone closes in, it is going to be the south of the East Island of Sunset City.
Look at all these vehicles in the hands of C8E. They are going to be starting it off, making so much noise though. This is a gigantic risk. They don't know if anyone's here. They throw out the EMPs, wasting their resources. Face Clan, they have the perfect positioning. Hayes doesn't know. They're shooting him down. He's getting a beam that he does not know.
Jetpack's up.
Stuck in a corner now.
He's getting beamed down. He's nowhere to be found. He's knocked down. 3v4. And the FaZe Clan, PH, they have to survive a bit longer. But C8E has no patience. All aggression, full sends. That will be a lot of members falling down bit by bit, one by one. And that is C8E going up on top, but still trying to run away. And that is one squad down. FaZe Clan PH obliterated from map 2.
Looks like the trick shot's not working out this time with C8E. There's so much aggression. 4AMQ on the other side, taking the territory to the next level. They are reinforcing their positioning right here because look at this. They have a good vantage point of the higher ground. They know that VGP1 is right in front of them. Zek has the opportunity to do so much damage.
You have the gatekeepers. 4AMQ has the better placement.
Oh no, the rockets.
Has the better information. They have buildings for cover. Well, you have squad, the 6, having that information. They had to retreat, but they're still fighting in the long range and gauge. The safe zone is going to close in real soon. So they have to move. They have to reposition. with Squad 12 ready, set to fight in the safe zone. Going to be the gatekeepers from Squad 6 and Squad 14. But you know what?
So
We're
quiet.
still looking at NRX9 alive in this game with one member left. Rat strategy, ladies and gents.
Right out of Catastrophe's playbook. I just love that the name is so self-explanatory. But look at this. Claw has a great spot. He sees the Rocket Tarantula. He's trying to deal some damage from long range. On the other side, there's a little bit of a peace treaty happening. The green team towards the southeast are staying alive for as long as they can. And they're waiting for their perfect situation to go in for the third party. Because look at this. 4 a.m. Q is starting it up. They are walking forward. The ultimate's already out. Claw and Zek are going to be starting it right off.
They're going in. They're going in for the push. And that is NRX9 or 4AMQ receiving the bitter end of that fight as one member will fall down. They will be knocked out. Zone is closing in. This will be a lot of tick damage. On the red zone, they have to go away. This is really, really dangerous. But VGP1 doesn't care. And they're going back away. They're going for the full retreat as they have to do. They're going in for the safe zone. And 4AMQ is stuck in a dangerous zone. They have to move much faster. They have to be a bit more swiftly. But they are just getting beamed down from afar. VGP1 eliminates 4AMQ.
We're down to the last 2 squads. We have one singular fight that's just about to happen. We're down to the last zone, and the air is electric. The air is palpable. VGP1 waiting for the perfect time. But look at this. C8E are slowly moving across the map, trying to find the perfect spot to pinch them from behind. But the vehicles are right here. It's Mad Max right on our screens.
1v1 with a great one. VGP1 up against C8E, who is going to be the Chaos Reaper at this point. VGP1 getting melted down. It's Cherry Esports who will be on top and will be your Chaos Reapers in map 2.
Whew, man, I need to breathe. That was claustrophobic, Infinity.
That was crazy. You know what? C8E might not have gotten a top 3 spot in map number 1, but they came back here today.
They're making a name for themselves because, man, this is not the group of death, but this is the proving ground for the new entries into the tournament right now. And C8E, wow, they're so entertaining to watch. But on top of that, I think you can see the flexibility in the way they play. They are aware of the map. They know where to rotate, right? They did make an attempt to move in a different direction, but alas, beautifully placed by C8E, and they walk away on top here.
Yeah, and it's not about just the placement ranking. They got 15 points just right at the gate with that top 1 placement. But what they also got is 20 plus kills.
21?
21 kills, right? So that is a lot of points secured. C8E once again showing their prowess here in this week.
Absolutely beautiful. You could see the rotations on both sides, but C8E was so effective here. MVP, I think, for this team right now. Cole, absolutely beautiful, 1,278 damage, but all across the board, it's consistent here. You can see that they are a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, I mean, that is what we have founded just a while ago, right? It is going to be C8E and 1HD that are the teams that we have to look out for. And you know what? It showed light here right now for Group C. But you know what? I'm still giving my hats towards VGP1 securing the 2nd spot and NRX9 securing that 3rd position despite only having 1 man stand.
Again, yeah, there's a variety, an entire salad of flavors of strategies that you could see here. And there's always a plan B. Plan B is always stay alive for as long as you can. Even if you don't get those kills, you will get the base amount of points if you're able to stay alive until the very last second.
Yeah, and as we're gonna see here, one of the expectations is that 4MQ is going to push through into the top 3 spot, right? Especially accumulating a lot of those kills, but unfortunately, they were eliminated, right? If we're going to calculate it, that's 11, 18, 21 kills as well. Just on par with NRX9.
NRX9. There's again, the aggression comes forth when you're able to play together. Sometimes it's worth it, sometimes not so much. But right now, 4AMQ looking like a strong contender to move forward into the next stage of the tournament.
Yeah, and just amazing stuff right out of the gate here for Group C. A lot of expectations, and unfortunately, One Hit Delete was eliminated as well midway, only securing the top 7 spot, but still a good performance regardless of their position. And of course, you also have EN1G, unfortunately, having 0 kills as well in this map. You know what? I'm really excited. We saw a lot of aggression. We saw patience as well being shown in this game. Are we gonna expect a lot more later on for map 3?
Yeah, sometimes we just gotta let them cook. But of course, speaking of cooking, what is the audience cooking?
You know what they're cooking? More golds.
More golds.
Can you cook gold? Maybe.
Maybe at a certain temperature, I think.
Yeah, and if you cook enough gold, you can actually cook heroes. Well, that sounds weird, but you know what? We have reached 2,000 viewer milestone, and ladies and gents, that's the Rocket Trail.
That's the Rocket Trail, ladies and gentlemen. Do not forget to bring out your phones. Get ready to put that code in because this is going to be a very limited code, of course, for the milestones. But don't forget to share to the rest of your families, to your friends, because we have so many more goals. I'm pointing in the wrong direction, in that direction though. With the Rocket Trail. Beautiful, you can see it right now. The code's gonna be down here. Hope you're ready with your keyboards or your phones or
100%. Yeah, because only first 5 claimers can obtain the Jetpack Trail. So type in onto your phones or your PCs the code ROCKET.
Rocket. Self-explanatory, nice and simple. I hope you don't miss that because you only have 5 claimers that you can get. So if you're fast, then you probably have gotten it by now. If not, well, let's hope we get more goals today, huh?
Yeah, I mean, if you couldn't get the Rocket Trail, there's a lot more viewer milestone that we could reach. But you know what I'm excited for? Is that you're gonna dance.
Oh, no. We'll save that for later, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, I'm gonna bring the spice, but we're gonna see a lot more spice later. We're gonna be going to a quick break. Don't go away, because the action's coming back right at you.
El propulsor. ¡Ah!
Tutti mortini,
Saco bomba contigo, granada por pila contigo.
Distrutto.
That's all.
There's one in the corner. Nice. Bro, there's a law.
Nice going. Unlimited ammo. Oh, let's go, bro. Let's go, dude. That was sick, dude. I used my unlimited ammo, which is like the perfect squad wiping ability.
As we all know, Majo is my elder brother, while Fabi is my very close friend since outside the game. Our gameplays and chemistry are not new to each other, and we've been together since Ben Esports and BBB Esports days. It's something that is unbreakable. I had recently joined NCG Farlight 84 Rooster. Actually, NCG was my dream team when I first began playing Farlight 84. Being one of them is a dream come true. And despite of my lack of experience in this roster na full of veteran professional athletes, they never made me feel inferior. So they constantly mentor me to become a better player. Not being physically present with my team members during the tournament does present some challenges when it comes to communication. But we have implemented effective strategies to overcome these hurdles. So and ensure smooth and efficient communication, which has contributed to our victories. We also discuss strategies during game and practically discuss each other's advantages, disadvantages, and blunders every time we certainly lose or fail to secure victory during a game.
I've seen a lot of great calls from Egoist during this game. He was able to, the time that I was like, oh, he's running away. That was the perfect call during that time. I was surprised that he was able to make that call and was able to revive you guys. And you were able to get the...
I must admit that the commendation from the caster was very humbling and encouraging. It allowed me to shed some light of what motives and drives my confidence in executing these rotations. Their beliefs in my quality or in my ability enables me to calculate risk knowing that they have my back. Also, I draw motivations and inspiration from watching a high level and learning from the best in the game, like nangyari nung week 1. I believe that coincidence comes from beliefs in myself and my capabilities. So the hours of practice, dedication, perseverance I put into honing my skills serve as a reminder that I have what it takes to make those rotations engage with. We're extremely humbled by the experience of being able to top 1 for this week's knockout because I'm not sure if everyone knows that our team wasn't able to play during the week 1 knockouts. Actually, it discouraged us. But when the Farlight 84 managed to reach out to us, we were once again too confident to show how.
Welcome back, survivors, to the All-Capsulers Cup Asia 2023. And because you guys delivered the 2,000 viewers as promised, we will also deliver, which means, are you ready, Suave?
Of course, I'm ready.
All right.
I have no choice.
Okay, in 3, 2, 1. Let's go! Let's go! And because he was dancing to OMG, let's take a look at the scenes that actually made us OMG in real life. Because there were so many amazing highlights to take away from Group C over here. I mean, Kyrie Esports really stepped it up this time around.
Yeah. I think C8E performed really, really well. And on top of getting, the placement rankings, they were able to get the 20 kills as well. So really, just the performance overall for C8E was insane. Despite, having this fight specifically, having the position disadvantage, it's crazy to think about.
Oh, it's not only C8E's performance that really wowed us. It was just Suave's performance as well. Good job, my guy. Good job right there.
And a frank for you guys.
Okay, Shirey Esports again, really stepping it up. But were there things that you noticed out of the blue? I mean, I did notice that there has been an upward trend in the sniper rifle usage over here.
Oh yeah, definitely. You could see all these long-range battles happening wherein whoever the target was had no idea where it was coming from. They were getting beamed from across the map, from across the river, on the bridge. It did not matter here. I don't know why, but Group C just seems to be the group of sharpshooters.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of kills, the plays that we have seen, it's amazing, right? But, on top of the group of sharpshooters, it's also a group of rats.
Specifically, Rat-tastrophe.
Absolutely. But on top of that, you also have NRX9 who got the top 2 position by just ratting out the whole map. You also had 4AMQ who just ratted out the whole map as well from map number 1. So it's not just about catastrophe, but definitely included in the rat strats.
Yeah, and actually when you take it into comparison with Group B, you were mentioning earlier how there was no repetition in terms of the top 3 in every single map. But this time around, we already see some sort of pattern from the highest performing members here, or the highest performing squads. And even if NRX Galatians had to really rat their way to that top 2 position, it was still really good for them. Like they have their objectives laid out and they really deliver the way they want to deliver.
Yeah, and I'm really excited. Are we going to expect, similar type of situations from map number 1, map number 2, coming into map number 3, especially considering that this is going to be the last map that we have for this group. And so far, when it comes to placement rankings, only one team was able to accumulate the top 3 spots for 2 maps, right? That's NRX9.
They're sitting in a really good position right now. And something that I also noticed with this lobby is that a lot of them are actually embracing a lot of the different vehicles. I know we like to highlight certain vehicles like the Blazing Infantry, the Rocket Tarantula, but these guys are embracing everything, even the Wasteland Hovercraft. And what I noticed though is that these specific vehicles aren't as impactful in terms of damage. However, when it comes to getting the job done, which is the rotation, just Suave, we can really see them deliver.
Yeah, it's so good that you could see 1 minute you're looking at the team on the northwest, suddenly they're on the other side of the map, and this gives us a little bit of unpredictability in this game specifically, right? This group, they just seem to be nomads, travelers here compared to everywhere else, because it looks like they want to cover as much ground as possible, get the shield XP as early as possible, but towards the end, everyone had their shields up. It just came down to pure mechanical skill.
Yeah, and I like how you mentioned about the vehicles as well, because I want to put it out there, because Rocket Tarantula, we all know its prowess comes through breaking armors, getting the damage put across against the enemy team, but also, in addition to that, it's also getting information, right? Because if something gets hit, it will pop out when it comes to armor broken or damage.
Oh no. Well, all I gotta say for our survivors right now is to better watch out, because here comes the Rocket Tarantula's rocket going your way as we head on back to Sunset City. Here we go.
And ladies and gentlemen, the very last map for Group C now in play. And this is going to be hell of a game that we are going to watch. Can NRX9 go for the streak for the top 3 spots, or will another team challenge them for their success?
The potential of an atomic bomb going on right now. Everything will depend in the first few minutes here. 1HD has a great spot over here trying to find the information just across the bridge. And look at this, Jay's XE. We saw him a lot more patient in that first the first 2 maps to get that loot. And it looks like that is the game plan, but it looks like someone has already died. Apollo's down already.
Yeah, that is really unfortunate. But this is one of the strats that we've talked about throughout the opener, I believe, wherein once you have the respawner, you could play a lot more riskier, right? You could go into different locations in the initial drop, and that will give you a lot more locations to cover into getting a lot of these loots, getting these gear XP, because you need chests for gear XP.
Gear XP, and of course your hero XP as well. You need to be able to upgrade your skills, your utilities here, especially the smoke bombs that are so important in the late game. When they become poisoned, they're so painful.
100%. And you also have Phantom being set in play, but right now, before we touch onto that, they're already engaged. Some actions here right out of the get-go as XCLO or XCloud is getting a lot of damage. 1 more HP from Mulan versus World. Still alive, but the rest of his team is gonna falter. A lot of executions already being set in stone by the top team in map 2 here in Sunflower Shopping Mall.
Yep, looks like everyone is gathered here once more. It seems to be a 3-map sale right now. C8E at the very top with some information across that bridge. One will fall, and JRC1 is 1 person less. There's such a dominant position for C8E here on top, because you have the information, then you have the noise cues, you have so much that you can use to help you out here.
Yeah, and that is really the utilization, of course, of each and every single skill at your disposal. Right now, Clueless Mads, immediate vision erosion to deny the vision coming in from JRC. And this is the third party that we keep on talking about when it comes to strats. When a team fights another team, you go through it, because that will just deny the time for them to go for the reset. And JRC did that well. However, the counter engage coming in from Sherry Esports just punished them.
Scanning it through right now, C8E really holding on to what we might arguably be their home base here. But meanwhile, over on Carnival, looks like everyone's enjoying the fiesta going on right here. And U4S hunting them down. Gonna be good to drop down Finest Cozy, but it looks like there's so much going on in town right here. The Carnival is very well much in swing.
And Zun Exposure is in no position to stay alive from that, as that will be the 2v1. Now you have Sint as well, just around Sunflower Shopping Mall, and I think that will be the drop point of Squad 6, as they were eliminated prior by CAT.
Well, this FaZe Clan PH on the outside, Javlo on the other side. Finds that beam onto his opponent, and it looks like they have the upper hand. They have the high ground, and they're just gonna clean things up on the outside. He's getting shot at from a distance, though. God mode on the other side, trying to exact revenge.
Definitely. And now, while we're having this early engages coming in from a lot of these teams, talk me through, what can we expect when it comes to rotations? Are we going to see a lot of more fights coming through the mid-game, or, once again, a little bit more patience game?
It looks to me like we're going to see a little bit of a trend here, wherein the initial fight will be taken, but if they will admit defeat, they're going to have to back off, right? Right now, though, it looks like Sunflower Shopping Mall is going to be the site of another battle here. EMP is already out, and Plus on the other side trying to stay alive. EN1G is surrounded. The scan's going to be coming in, and the rest of the teams are closing the distance. They can see nothing. They can go nowhere, and the EMP is still there. They're struggling to even stay alive, to even see a single thing, but they're just being beamed down from all sides.
And now it is Rexer able to make down one more. NRX9. They're poised, ready to go. 4 kills already being secured by them. And Ko has information that one hit the lead is just around the corner. One of the best teams so far here in this group. And they are pushing in. They're going really aggressive. Are they going to fight this though, or are they going to retreat?
Looks like a retreat idea. The hover car is being used with their invisibility to try and stay alive as well. Rexor on the backside being that initial threat to try and keep them alive, to try and distract the enemies from trying to take them off from behind. C8E though in the smoke like a smoke criminal. They're playing the game of a ninja.
The last map for the top 3 teams, you have CATE who's on top, VGP 1, the second one, and NRX9 to get that third spot, playing the rat strategy. And I'm really excited to see who is going to take the next one here in this map number 3, as it is going to be the last opportunity for these teams to be able to qualify for the finals if they are included in the top 15. So far, we're looking at SD1X having control of the Iris Ranch, and looking on the flip side, the 4S. 8 kills to their name.
The timing. Just by a hair, Panda QQ runs away just as he's about to be shot down, and this could be his saving grace, but little does he know, he's totally surrounded. The 3 members of NU4S are trying to find him in all 3 floors of this building, and he has no choice. He's gone, he's stuck in a corner, and he's totally deleted.
And that will bring it down to a 12 squad map here in this game, with 39 players left standing. As the first zone is closing in, we are soon enough to expect a lot more fights as the zone progresses bit by bit. But so far, when it comes to the Iris Ranch positioning, they have a lot of ways to do the rotations. They could pivot themselves into Power 3, they could go into Nova, or they could fight one hit the lead.
Oh my gosh! Look at this. It's Mad Max out there. VGP1 sees one hit delete just on the edge of their vision. The EMP is out. They have been deactivated, but it looks like they're trying to get fried from right in front of them. Kill it with fire. There's a SD1X trying to find the good spot, and it looks like one hit delete is stuck in a corner. The zone coming in from the other side as well.
So 1-for-1, however, as SD1X also lost Harvs. Brings it down to a 3v3. But on the delete, opts to back away. They do not want to fight up against SD1X here early on. They still want to secure a top spot here in this map. That will bring Berto XE also content and happy with one kill that they were able to accumulate from that fight.
Oh boy. Blazing infantry in the hands of Berto. He's going to try and find a way to get around the zone without risking his life. But Hexter, he's hunting down Jace. He's stuck in the water, floating, barely alive as he gets away with very little health left. But right now, look at this. So many members of One Hit Delete over on the other side of the river as they're trying to stay alive. This is only the first zone. There's very little damage, very little motivation to try and take those fights, and the gatekeeping is not going to work just yet.
Yeah, and right now, 10 squads remaining. Zone is closing in slowly but surely. We are looking at these teams to meet each other at the same point. But if we can possibly go through the map to see where these teams are at the moment, that will be fantastic to watch out for. SD1X having a lot of vehicles to utilize. Going to rotate. One hit delete in their front as well. C8E. You have NU4S going for the fight, getting beamed down.
Oh no!
But they want to go for the engage as well.
Vision erosion.
1v1 when it comes to this fight. EMP and Vision erosion already casted out, but Cypher is gone. He falls down. It is Lime having to fight. Remember, coming in from C8E, they're going for the 1v1, but Lime falls. It is Escolas that will go on top, but with 40 HP remaining, he's able to recharge his shield. Bring him up to a better position, and with his teammates' help, they eliminate another member while NU4S is gone. 9 squads remain.
Right in the nick of time, and now everyone's converging towards Carnival. We have 4 squads orbiting the buildings right now. C8E on the verge of being found by NRX. FaZe Clan coming in from the west as well. This is a train wreck waiting to happen.
Now Young goes for the ultimate, has the information, has the scans in, springboards through to go for the pressure. They infiltrate the top of the building. They could go down, and they could engage up against C8E. However, there is another member, that's FaZe Clan PH, that's ready to fight. Vision erosion immediately casted on the roof. This eliminates the potential engage coming in from FaZe Clan PH, but still they want to go in for the fight. They still want to go for bloodshed, and NRX9 is ready to fight. But Truth opts to back away. The zone is also taking them down. The scan is there. Truth is scanned. They have information. 3 members left for FaZe Clan PH.
Now the question now is whether or not you want to take this fight or run for the hills, because FaZe Clan, despite the fact that they're down 1 person, they have the potential to run away, gatekeep it from NRX, because they will be so occupied with trying to stay alive right now. But no, Truth, so damn low, and he falls.
And that confidence has to pay him the price of getting debt. In return, as NRX9 has a lot of members so far still alive from this team. The zone is taking him down. No way to revive. 2v3.
Does he have some health?
Up against NRX9. FaZe Clan PH is still wants to go for the fight. Hector XE is down.
And on the other side, look at this. The action doesn't stop as well. Zone just on the outside. VGPH falling 1 by 1, but they are still alive. We have on the other side as well, Power Tree, Catastrophe once again in the heights on the high ground. Once again, the same spot as the first map, and it looks like it's working this time. They're inside the zone, and all they need now is patience.
And not just that, they are in the middle of it all. They are at the center of the safe zone. So really, really good positioning here for Catastrophe.
They don't know.
The MWI1 goes for the scan. Will not
They have
be
no
able
idea.
will not be able to get information from one of the members. Only gets the scan through for Instinct. 4 members still alive for Catastrophe. Gets the smoke through, but will not damage anyone.
There's
Death
so much
from
damage.
above, damage from above from Catastrophe. Being set in stone, raining ammos, raining smokes, and raining grenades.
This is not a drill right now. Catastrophe coming in from the sky, taking them down one by one. The gunboat being brought out to try and stay alive, but they're shooting them in from so far away. But now the problem is Costa. He's trapped. There's no way out.
They left Costa.
He's stuck.
This is really, really dangerous. They're gonna push in. Clonics 84 YT, they have information! Catastrophe eliminates the last standing member for MWI1 that was left alone in Power 3 Station. But still, the squad is alive. The much more important situation for them is the placement rankings, is to play for the positions.
Look around them though. They're slowly closing in, but Catastrophe going back into position. They're waiting for their next victim right now, but Vitas Neo is trying to take him down from long range, but it's not working just yet. He's out in the open. Now he's stuck.
And yeah, looking at the bigger picture here, you have MWI1 stuck in the middle of it all. You have the red zone as well, just on top of him. The bombardment is just up against the rat here in this map so far. VGP1 on the other side is on the west side rather of the safe zone, while you have VGP1 on the west. Squad 14, however, will meet them soon enough.
Oh no, getting shot at from afar.
This Space Camp PH, so we'll get the information that they are there, getting the loot and getting the drop.
Just barely escaping with his life too, man. He had to make sure that he knew what mom was cooking, and he did get it. He has the Rhino, he has a lot of loot to help them out in the later parts of this game, but right now, 7 squads and a lot of them are very fragmented all across the map. 4AMQ, Zek has been playing the rat for the last 10 to 15 minutes right now in a prime position here to stop any rotation, but the problem right now is no one's looking in his direction either.
Yeah, for 4 a.m. NRX still safe over the hill. And on the other side, it is going to be VGP1 as well. 7 squads remaining in this map number 3. Everyone is trying and is attempting to get as much points as they can. That will be in the form of the placement rankings. But Zek is now on the danger zone, has to reposition. The Catastrophe is here positioned really well in the Power 3 station. If they come across long range fire, is going to rain him down. But so far, Catastrophe is not going to have any information to them. VGP1 though, attempting to get a high ground. Now Zek is still safe. 4 AMQ still alive. The dream is still alive.
Dream is still alive for Zek right now, but he is none the wiser that the people shooting at him from the sky are 2 different groups. But Zek, narrowly being able to avoid those bullets, will be staying alive for a little bit more. But look at this. Coming in from all sides. The zone's gonna close in 1 minute. Catastrophe has to stay alive, and Squad 14 on the other side as well, holding these perfect positions to try to lengthen their life here, try to stay alive till the very last moment. But look at this. Scorpion has a perfect view, and Zek, 1 wrong step and you're gone.
Yeah, and while we were watching Zek's escape, the fast and the furious type of travel towards the building into safety.
Oh no!
We have a fight occurring for VGP1. They're going for the engage. Vision Erosion along with the EMP bomb denies the enemy team, but Catastrophe is stuck in the middle. Is pinned down. 1 member left, or 2 members left rather. Instinct and Scorpion YT still alive in this game. 5 kills from his team. Is that going to be enough though? Put them alive. VGP1, the same number of downs. It's a 2-for-2 trade for both sides.
And you stay alive here, though. It's a game of numbers. It's a game of timing. Scorpion taking this fight. He's gone. 3 members of VGP on the other side as well. True damage. Narrowly avoiding death. There's so much action going on around the tower, but right now, no one has noticed the rotations coming in from the outside as well. Look at FaZe Clan. They're perfectly healthy. You have 1 HD as well.
Now, Catastrophe is back to safety. However, they lost 1 of their members from this fight. As for VGP1, they lost nothing. They were able to revive 2 of their members that fell down. So, a lot more disadvantage rather for Catastrophe from that fight. But while that's happening, Zed is raining down
Oh,
the kill
no.
feed, but kills. And VGP1, now with a member's advantage, they push in and they go through up against Catastrophe. Lucifer, though, will go down, but will still be able to get their revives happening. So they still have the advantage here on this point, on this building.
Oh no.
Lucifer getting a lot of damage. Regardless, one hit delete, 3 members alive. They're going in for the fight. And they're gonna win it. 4 squads remain.
EMP out as well as the vision erosion. It looks like it's gonna be a feeding frenzy any second. Everyone is looking for a piece of the cake. The bloodbath has ensued. The damage now being dealt towards each of the teams, but VGP1 happily standing above it all, feeling like gods.
I mean, they are on the highest point of Tower 3 Station. Well, not the highest point, but still further high up
Reaper has been killed.
in this building. Still on the safe zone as well, so a really good spot for them to stay for a bit. Just camp out and get the higher ground up against the enemy team. One hit delete, really low though. They have to regain their HP soon enough as the battle will ensue real soon.
Oh no.
VGP1 hides on the stone.
Chifu?
Attempts to gain information. One hit delete is just there.
Oh, he knows.
The west side, Chifu 66 is there. There's a lot of patience. Trigger discipline for Chifu.
That scan.
Is being shown
They
in
know.
this map number 3. But looking at the rat, it's FaZe Clan PH now eliminated as well. One hit delete. VGP1 and Catastrophe, the only team standing. But while we're at it, Catastrophe is gone.
they know.
And now it's Chifu going in for the front end gauge with full confidence. Going in for the full send.
Oh,
Chifu
the
66,
smoke!
and now
It's
going
too
in for the
much!
flank. And that will be VGP1 gaining the win from map 3.
Absolute pandemonium, man. Look at that. Beautifully used. When they found out exactly the position of their opponents, VGP1 brought out your Rocket Tarantula. They brought out the smoke bombs as well. And they could do nothing at that point. They couldn't dash out. They could not find an EMP to get themselves to a safe position. And they suffocated there.
Yeah, but on top of what you stated, I also want to pinpoint that it's crazy to watch Catastrophe, right? Just because of staying at Power 3 Station at the highest, or well, semi-high point of the building, they were able to gain the top 3 spot from that map.
Absolutely beautiful. I mean, we saw it first 2 maps for Catastrophe making an attempt to do that, and it didn't necessarily come in great for them, but in this last map, it showed that their patience paid. But of course, Vanguard PH coming in with 11 total kills with the first place spot in map number 3. This is going to be great for them.
Yeah, it was really good, right? And especially when it comes to the latter part of that fight, they were fighting up against Catastrophe over and over again, but consistently, regardless if one of their members is down, they're able to retrieve them back. They're able to revive them back. And that, at that point, made them so immortal from that map number 3 with unlimited lives over and over again. And at the last second, we're in the top 2 team that remained from that. They were able to put pressure up against them and infiltrate the building.
It was so well done as well. Again, the pressure coming in from one direction and unbeknownst to them, close up as well. The usage of the utility was perfect, but of course we want to talk about Psycho here. It might not look like a lot. 3 kills and 6 assists, but look at the damage that he did. 1,250. This man was cleaning up shop.
Yeah, 1.2k damage. Not the most damage we've seen throughout the day, but still, regardless of that, the most important thing is the top 1 placement ranking that they were able to take, along with a lot of kills in the bag. So a lot of points accumulated by VGP1, and on top of that, they were also able to get the top 2 spot in map number 2. So they are in the precipice of success to go into the top 15 team here in Group C for tomorrow.
Yeah, so talking about placements at this point, right? We talked about NRX1 being consistent. Now we're talking about VGP1. Do we have any other teams that have crossed our minds? I think 1HD right there, 2nd place.
Yeah. Now 1HD was fighting against NU, right? At the very last moment. And it was VGP1 who was really waiting patiently. I remember it was Chifu who was playing the Sundial, was just hiding on the rock, getting information, and after they got the information, there was a lot of flanks happening. One hit delete was pinned down on a building wherein they were having to fight a lot of members from VGP1 from left, in their front, and from the right side of the same building that we're talking about.
And being completely overwhelmed by the EMPs, the vision erosions coming right at them, and I mean, all they needed to do at that point was walk right in and just shoot them out of existence. Another team I want to talk about too is FaZe Clan PH, right?
Yeah.
We saw them very aggressive towards the first two maps. Now they're standing at fourth. And looking at the number of kills, I think FaZe Clan has a decent chance of making their way towards the top of this group.
Yeah, 14 kills overall for FaZe Clan PH. And that, I believe, is putting them at a good spot, most especially since they are on squad forward. So 12 points.
12. Quick maths.
Yeah, 12 points along with the number of kills that they were able to accumulate. Really, really good performance. Unfortunately for 4AMQ, I mean, really good performance for the past maps, but squad 5 only with 2 kills.
Yeah, that's not a lot, but it is going to put you at least in the upper half of the group, I might say. Possibly with the number of frags they got in the first 2 maps as well, it could possibly carry them forward. But of course, this is the last map, so whatever they showed us in the 3 maps today, this is all they're gonna have the chance to do. And right now, performance-wise, I think we also want to talk about how everyone else across the map really, it's a mixed bag again, right? I think we've established some new names to look out for in the following broadcasts.
Yeah, I mean, for one, NRX9.
NRX9.
Only garnering the position or placement of top 9. Really, really unfortunate being eliminated early on into map number 3, being one of the favorites as well, especially with performance in map number 1 and map number 2 rather, getting top 1 and top 3 placements. So it is really such a coin flip for a lot of these teams on what placements they're gonna get, number of kills that they're able to accumulate, and that is what makes Farlight 84 such an exciting game. There is no standard and there is no definitive team that is going to reach the top. Well, at least so far. But you know what? This is not over. This is only Group C.
No.
We still have Group D coming at you at a little bit. We're going to take a short break, so don't go away as Bloodbath will occur once again when we come back.
As we all know, Majo is my elder brother, while Fabi is my very close friend since outside the game. Our gameplays and chemistry are not new to each other, and we've been together since Ben Esports and BBB Esports days. It's something that is unbreakable.
I had recently joined NCG Farlight 84 Rooster. Actually, NCG was my dream team when I first began playing Farlight 84. Being one of them is a dream come true. And despite of my lack of experience in this roster na full of veteran professional athletes, they never made me feel inferior. So they constantly mentor me to become a better player.
Not being physically present with my team members during the tournament does present some challenges when it comes to communication. But we have implemented effective strategies to overcome these hurdles. So ensure smooth and efficient communication, which has contributed to our victories.
We also discuss strategies during the game and practically discuss each other's advantages, disadvantages, and blunders. Over time, we certainly lose or fail to secure victory during a game.
I've seen a lot of great calls from Egoist Egoist during this game. He was able to, the time that I was like, oh, he's running away. That was the perfect call during that time. I was surprised that he was able to make that call and was able to revive you guys, and you were able to get the.
I must admit the recommendation from the caster was very humbling and encouraging. It allowed me to shed some light of what motives and drives my confidence in executing these rotations. Their beliefs in my quality or in my ability enables me to calculate risk knowing that they have my back. Also, I draw motivations and inspiration from watching a high level and learning from the best in the game, like yung nangyari nung week 1. I believe that coincidence comes from beliefs in myself and my capabilities. So the hours of practice, dedication, perseverance I put into honing my skills serve as a reminder that I have what it takes to make those rotations engaging. We're extremely humbled by the experience of being able to top 1 for this week's knockout because I'm not sure if everyone knows that our team wasn't able to play during the week 1 knockouts. Actually, it discouraged us. But when the Farlight 84 managed to reach out to us, we were once again so confident to show our skills because we waited for this moment for so long. Thank you for everyone who has been supporting our team, and thank you also for the haters because you make us stronger and motivated. To our friends, families, and loved ones, thank you so much. Of course, big thank you to our big boss Watson for believing and trusting us since day 1. This victory is for you. Good luck and have a unique strategy because you don't know what people may think if we have the same lineup. Let me give you a piece of advice to everyone. Don't let victory get into your head. It's always safer to be humble and share our knowledge or your knowledge to other teams that wanted to be on top also. And never try to be better than everyone else, just be better for your own.
Uh-oh, they see him. Salty swimming away, but gets bombarded by the gunboy. Salty's found 2 members here from MTR with the Blazing Infantry, hits the EMP, gets the flamethrower down, and Aaron Ming going down without a fight. Ben God mode, that's the Blazing Infantry, EMP hitting all of VB2 way out in the open, and that's the flamethrower from the Blazing Infantry transform, gets the lock into the knock, that's the logging hot dog going down. So cute and 1 through the last 2 squads remaining, but look at the beam down from Control. Hayes gets the trade, Control gets the finish, and goes for a second beam onto Tamayo. That's the last one standing, and SOQT will be winning this game.
The All-Capsulers Cup Asia 2023 has returned, and this time on the panel, we do have Juswabe once again, but we have Datum on the board as well.
Yes, glad to be back. It's the final series of the day, but let's talk about that group before we move on.
Yeah, Group C was something else, and we did see that Juswabe. I mean, VGP1 really using that springboard to get that, how should I say this, that advantage angle from the top of the skies, but even so, I don't think that they really needed it in the end.
Yeah, no, I think you want to get as many advantages as you can, right? You want to get a high vantage point, or as some would say, the high ground if you were Vanguard there, where you can get all the information, you can look all around you, and no one will be any the wiser at that point because that position over in the power tree station was so powerful. We saw VGP1 and Ratastrophe as well make use of that on opposing ends as well. That was interesting interaction.
Yeah, but I do have to say that was a very bold call there from VGP1, right? Typically, when you have a team that is camping that high ground, you want to use something like a Rocket Tarantula, so you can stay relatively safer while dealing damage and flushing those players out of there. But VGP1, they just went in. They sent their own bodies to
yeah.
to fight that fight. And it was a very risky fight, but at the end of the day, they managed to pull through and then pull the win in the end.
Yeah, and another squad that we're seeing on our screens right now that was pretty interesting was actually FaZe Clan Philippines, or PH over here. The name itself is already interesting, but the playstyle, they were actually quite aggressive over here, Datum.
Yeah, they racked up, as far as I know, one of the high skills in this lobby, right? They were so aggressive. And as Josh was saying earlier off broadcast, they kind of reference their namesake, that
Their namesake,
in terms
yeah.
of the type of aggressive play that they pull out, especially in this game and the past 2 games before that. But I think this is their more successful games so far, eh?
Yeah, I think FaZe Clan was very powerful, despite the fact that they weren't able to get the highest positioning, the most survivability. They all across the board got so many kills. I think that's gonna more than make up for their lack of being in the top 3.
Yeah, I was expecting a little bit more from the side of 1HD, although in previous lobbies we did see them really performing. Same goes with Shirey Esports, of course, but this time around it was just another squad that was stepping up, and that was definitely Vanguard PH. But that is it for Group C, because right now we do have some call to actions in That Is Due, because we did reach 2,000 viewers earlier. Maybe we can reach for the next milestone over here, which is 5,000 viewers. So for the viewers out there, it is time to call your friends.
Yes.
Tell them to share the stream, watch it alongside with you, and just keep the ball rolling until we reach the next milestone so that we can unlock everybody's favorite Bar 95 pop art camo skin. I'm excited for that.
Yeah, I do hope we reach the 10. I'm eyeing the 10K. You know what? You and Infinity constantly talking about Sienna. Sienna's kind of growing on me. I kind of want the street art skin now.
It looks so good though. Look at it right there. Do you not want this? I mean, I'd be sharing it right now. I already did. Maybe it's time for you to do your job. Call your mom, your partner, your classmates. I don't know, your co-workers in the office.
Wouldn't that be a cute bonding activity for a family to be
For a
playing
family of-
Farlight together? Yeah. For example, if you're a family of 4, you got your parents, you got a sibling with you. That's 4 of you already.
I don't know, because when I play with my friends, we end up fighting at the end of the day. So maybe just watch the stream, share the stream with them. Yeah.
Are you saying that Farlight breaks relationships instead of building them?
Maybe it's
Maybe it's not for, maybe it's just me. I don't
He's
know.
just too competitive, guys.
Maybe it's
Again,
me.
Datum is ace over here, so it is to be expected. However, for our final group of the day, there is a lot to talk about. I mean, let's take a look at the players that we'll be having over here and kind of gauge which of the familiar names are going to be stepping it up today. So far, any familiar names that you're seeing here, Datum?
Yeah, of course. We got the NRX banner this time being represented by Proverbs. They had a particularly good run in last week. Aquila Esports and XE Lady Elites as well. They are particularly effective when it comes to the aggression. But what do you see here, Josh, that rings a bell?
Rings a bell. I think Vanguard F4 here, and if I'm not mistaken, we saw a lot of Hosea 25 last week. Not the most stellar performance, but of course, every weekend is a new chance to show yourself, to show your stuff. Maybe they have been cooking.
That is a very good observation over there. But I also see the likes of Swifties Playas here. Are you a Swifty fan, Josuave?
I am. Are you, Matt?
Why you gotta put me on the spot like this every single time, Josh?
No, okay. I'll be honest. With the whole Eras tour coming along right now, I do have some songs that are very familiar because we all grew up with Taylor Swift and whatnot. But I'm not the biggest Swiftie fan either. I appreciate her music though. That's for sure.
Sure, I mean,
the big question now is Swiftie Playas. Is it Taylor's version though? Okay.
We'll have to wait and see.
Oh gosh. I tried so hard not to laugh. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I like that better than some of Datum's jokes, which I'm not gonna. I'm saving the viewers right now. You guys don't need to hear it. It's gonna break your heart if you hear the joke, and it builds you up for disappointment.
Why is everyone ganging up on me today?
You just happen to be in the middle. You're in range of everyone.
Even the director told you, Datum, you're mid.
What is up with that, Direct? I don't.
Poor Datum. Don't worry, you'll get your chance. You're gonna enjoy casting Group D for sure.
Yeah.
We already mentioned some of the familiar names. We're noticing a lot of these differences in playstyle. I mean, we already see more sniper rifles at this point. A little bit of a variety when it comes to vehicles. So maybe this time they'll give you an exception and they'll start showing up some captains on their compositions.
Perhaps we did see a couple of Youngs being brought up in the previous group,
yeah.
right? After the first game, where it was such a drawn out game. Young really does shine in those types of play styles, so maybe this is the chance to do the same thing again, or maybe we are going to see something new here entirely. We have yet to see much of Sienna action, actually.
Aww. Well, it's okay, because if they don't play Sienna, that means that they're not going to be trying to get the skin away from it once we reach 10,000 viewers. So at least there's that. But if they do decide to see some Sienna, I would love to learn more from the pros and just really find out how this hero is meant to be played, because I feel like she offers so much variety. There's so much space that Sienna can give away. Because after all, when you use her Medi-X, you get to revive your teammates as well. So there's just more room for you to focus on the gunfights rather than panicking and like reviving your teammates at the same time, right?
Definitely. I mean, I think we saw a Sienna or two in the last couple of groups. And you could see the sustain that is brought by a Sienna, right? Like you said, you can focus on the firepower, focus on your positioning, and when you're not worrying about your health, it's a lot easier to process information when things are happening all around you.
And I think the one thing that Sienna brings to the table that not a lot of people account for is you can be extra aggressive. Like, say for example, you have a Cypher in your team, right? And you throw all of that utility in, but now you're in an awkward spot, so you get knocked. You have a Sienna to sort of bail them out, and then give them a second life. And I think that's one thing that is that very few teams have explored yet.
Yeah, and speaking of second life, we're gonna be taking a step back to the first life, because this is gonna be the first game of Group D over here. So casters, take it away.
Thanks, Laika. This is the final group of the day here.
Oh boy.
Josh, Jaswabe, sorry, my mistake. And this is the first game of this group game, and let's take a look at the pathing, or rather the drop pattern here. And take a look at the spread, actually. Very few teams landing in the middle side of the map. This is very interesting.
And you know what interests me more? If you look towards the southeast, Tin Man Industrial seems to be a very interesting point for a lot of these players. But look at this. JD&D just on the inside being heard. He knows that he does not have the health or any kind of weapon.
Oh my. What? Okay. Okay, nice recovery,
Good job.
JD&D. Yeah.
Good job.
First try. First shot. Gets the knock there.
You gotta make sure that you hit the shot.
Yeah. You know what? I do want to talk about that though, the Hound. I think it's very underrated.
It is.
Like it's especially in these early game skirmishes. If your opponent doesn't even have shields, it takes one pump.
Yeah, one shot and you're down. But look at this, AEGX already dropping one member of AXG. Eclipse trying to stay alive as the rest of his team is gonna try and go rescue him and try and stay alive.
Alter Ego here looking for an early fight against AXG. They do get to trade off. Eclipse will be going down, but still 2v3 at the end of the day, because Alter Ego is a complete squad after all. XG, at least they have luxury of high ground right now. It's your boy Psycho, knocks down Asterix, and that's the beam down coming through from Suta as he jumps down from the heavens. But for the most part, he is alone for the moment. Nobody there to back him on out. But he does get a successful fight. But they're going back in. I think Alter Ego want to fight this again.
They do want to fight it. It looks like they want to try and take the up close and personal fights with the Mad Rabbit. But the problem right here is they're not exactly positioned to try and take this fight. Meanwhile, on the other side, BGF4, War Spider in hand. They are roving the outside, trying to find some kind of information and collect the loot as early as possible. Of course, this is one of the few spots of the map that are not looked at early. And, well, when it's not really a point of interest, you can get lots of really good loot. But look at this. Vision Erosion already being used, and the URS on the other side. EMP already being brought out. Hamdi is going to try and take some lives right here.
Scan coming through as well. Lots of blazing infantries just for the bailouts. Hamdi, so for the most part, ignored here by everyone come close to him. MTR looking to make the most out of that position. URS trying to run away from them, though, as MTR try to establish their presence over here at Power 3 Station. There's 2 squads here only, which makes me wonder why MTR, or rather the other squad wants to bail out of this, URS, but makes sense. Just play safe. get the loot going.
Play some respects to your
Yes.
opponent right in front of you. You know, draw a line, count to 10, and wait till the moment passes by. But look at this, APR on the outside. They do have vision on Hosea 25, trying to find some sort of rhythm out of their ego. And JM on one side, but look at this, the rockets already raining down from the heavens.
As you can see, a lot of the teams actually are not really going all in on the pushes, right? Because it feels like a lot of them are still getting a feel of what the other teams are going to go for. But hold that thought. SXT goes in with a blazing infantry. But look, Hosea's down to 1. Will be able to knock out his opposition, but at the expense of his own life. I think S64 actually gets... Well, I think they get eliminated off of that. No?
Might be. Might be. It looks like it actually. They can't see them on the map at the very least. But look at the EMP already out. Vision, erosion being brought out as well. It is go time. Super Hate going in to double down on the fight on the inside, spraying down, and he's knocked out. No friends, no help.
Yeah, NRX down to 2 now. Is the res going to be there for the opposition? I don't think so. Instead, it's Hirsch getting resurrected here. Iron getting rest up as well. So NRX gonna have to get ready because people are landing onto them. That's EMP being brought out right now. That's the beam down coming through. Yana all alone and destroyed by Hirsch. Beautiful use of the Jupiter 6 there. That is going to be the jumping spider. Exhaust down to 1 HP. And SXT, can they actually survive that? Exhaust, despite driving away, well, actually, because he drove away, will be able to survive.
Yeah, no one's looking in that direction. NRX is none the wiser. I think the rest of the team is still waiting here, but on the other side, APR, love you, Babu, on the other side, spraying down. Jaya did not have a chance, did not find a way to even find some kind of cover. He's gone just like that. One more has fallen at the hands of APR.
Beautiful utilization of the small building here to get advantage of that small structure. Despite having the man disadvantage, Apricus still able to win the fight against MH78 means that they are going to be going on for a higher placement than then. But here we go though, BGF4 right in the middle of nowhere.
Oh no.
Gets faced off by NS47. That's a beam down from the Jupiter by player.
What?
Vision erosion from the counterpart answer. Looks like BGF4, they have to go in for the
no
fight, but player gets knocked out of nowhere. 7MTR with the cleanup now. Kisei gets knocked down as well. HS25 on the other hand is looking to establish their presence into Iris Ranch. 6MTR running away from them for the most part, but it's gonna have to be full-on chaos here. And here comes the re-engage for MTR. And it's 47 in a bit of trouble now as one of the players getting knocked down. HS25, they're going all in on this. There's the Sunil ult. Flux about to go in. The Blazing Infantry gonna be of massive use here. Whoever takes control of it. What a beam down from Val as HS25. No one has gone down yet. MTR though, they're getting eliminated off the board. Just down, they're down to the last 2 players here. HS25 huddled up in the big barn. They're just playing this very, very well. A ton of ammo, ton of resources as well. I don't think this is a situation that MTR wants to contest.
No, they should not, and they will not. It looks like it though. Coming back in, you're gonna be beamed down as fresh from the sky, looking like a sushi platter. Your Flux on the other side. Blazing Infantry being used to try and make an attempt to try and deal some damage, but they're so well protected on the inside. Flux being thrown an EMP, but still staying very well healthy. JM on the outside, hunting them down one by one. They have no idea. Coming in from the flank, but it's a 2v1. They know where he is. The scan is perfect.
Yeah, Apricus joined the fray. But it's a bit of a scattered fight. And you, HS25 just pushing in. JM all alone against 2. Had no business contesting those 2 people. That's another squad. That's, I don't think he was aware that there's a different squad he was fighting.
He had no idea, and it looks like the lack of information has punished him so bad. But look at this. Ceasefire. Hosea on the inside, Apricus on the outside, waiting for the right time to rotate without making too much noise, because look at this. Zone's already closing in, and it looks like they have not been able to collect the resources that they want, but they have to sacrifice it now. They have to make sure that they stay alive, but this is an early zone. This is the first zone. Very little damage is going to be done, and it looks like the battle's going to be going in full swing. Love you, Babu, narrowly escaping death.
With the arrow zoom right there. Broken shield, but it's okay. Can still survive off of this zone closing. Val just around the corner. Barely misses the presence of that Maggie right there. This is very, very tricky plane to traverse right now, just because it's going to be every single corner a point of danger. And Mia Khalifa going down there already. This is gonna be really rough, especially with the bombardment now. HS25 in a bit of a pinch. Flux going down, but 3 strong members still up and kicking.
Oh, the fire!
But here comes the flamethrower. Ego right inside of the barn, and Val a little bit confused where he's going to go, but he tries to go in for the punish. Unfortunately, has got no one to aid him right there. Ego's getting challenged now. TI6 comes in. This is the 4th party right here, and it's definitely a party inside this barn as TI6 and RX clean up and HS25 are eliminated.
But they're not done just yet. Little do they know, all on the outside, the rest of Team Apricus are already running away. They are standing in the perfect position to gatekeep NRX out of the zone. And when you're walking in full view of everyone else, you risk your life with every second you're out in the open. But look, the smoke bombs here, revive gonna be brought out. TI6 are gonna be able to restore life to one more of their members.
Take a look at NRX, already 11 eliminations. MTR though, on another level, 14 for them. So we've already got 2 star squads here that have a ton of kills. We got MTR and the other one, which I believe was NRX.
NRX,
and those are the 2 squads that I'm going to be watching out for here. Now, the question is, who are they going to target next? Because you know they want more kills.
Oh, you definitely know that they want more kills, but right now, their focus seems to be to gather all the resources they have. Look at this. Oh, SXT4. Dresu on the inside of the building waiting for the right time to strike with 7 MPR. They're so noisy, they're so loud, they know exactly what's going on, but the attention has been brought out by Team Apricus. Sure God going in, EMP and the rest of the team to double down. All the vehicles, the war spiders coming in, the artillery is out, they are tracking you down, you're stuck in a corner, there's no way out. Spray down from Sure God and they are gone.
Yeah, MTR with a clean execute there. Blazing Infantry is just making it so much easier for them to wipe out that squad. And MTR back on the board, 16 kills now. And we're down to less than half the lobby here. 8 teams left, 26 players on the board here, Suave. And it seems like we have a team who is on the hunt right now. NRX, MH78 NRX. It's not going to have that liberty though because they're down to the last 2. They don't have any vehicles to work with.
Their shields are so low too.
Yeah, not a lot of loot.
No experience. You don't have the capsular experience either. Deja vu on the inside.
MTR going in for a fight. S64 not even standing a chance there. That's the 17th on the board here for squad number 4. That's MTR. And they're just going to go back into the vehicles. And guess what, Josh? Look for more.
Look for more. They're hunting down. They are bloodthirsty animals right now. Looking for every drop of blood all across the map. Look at this. This is perfect. Hover car right in front of the river to try and cross if they want to. But at this moment, they are perfectly positioned. Look at this. Right behind them, there's 2 squads on the verge of finding them. And it looks like 7 MTR has found their target already inside the bridge being found. Squad number 11 trying to run away from danger.
I don't think this is the best. This is an ideal situation for them to be in because look, they're way out in the open here in the bridge. And NS47 have their crosshairs locked into the positions of 7 MTR. There's the bombardment as well.
Oh boy.
This is going to be really tough to get out from. And they have a 4-legged lizard as well, so that is a long-range weapon that deals a ton of that. Oh, my mistake. It's
that's
not. That's a rocket. It's even worse.
It's worse. It can't get any worse than that. When you know when you try and draw straws and you get the shortest.
Yeah.
This is what it feels like right here.
I think having playing against a rocket tarantula is they run out of straws to give to you. You don't even have a straw.
You don't even have a fighting chance.
You already know. You already know you're out. But here we go. NS47 not in a bad spot. I mean, loot-wise, it's not the best, but at least they got 8 frags on the board.
Yeah. This spot near Carnival, there's all these shields and the loot as well, which is why it's a point of interest. A point of rotation coming in from the west of the map. Yeah, Carnival on one side, but it looks like they have found 7 MTR coming in with all the vehicles, all the gunpowder and the artillery coming right at them. Vision erosion to try and stay safe. Claire on the inside is giving off the ground and there's already 1 down.
Sure God single-handedly taking care of that high ground to try and buy a little space for their team, but it only lasts for a second because Shooter God gets traded out now. Here comes the rest of the squad.
What?
7 MTR though, they hold their ground and they're still up and kicking. They eliminate NS47 down to just one man, and player goes down. That's NS47 out.
Absolutely beautiful. 7 MTR, despite the fact that they were totally visible from such a long range. They come in guns ablaze like Rambo, shoot up the place, get rid of your opponents, and now we're down to 6 squads.
21 kills, sorry.
21 already.
Yeah, I think that's from 16 just a few seconds ago. They eliminate, I believe, 2 squads. 6 squads remaining now, 60 people on the board. It's... Wait, 16 people? 6 squads? That's... And MTR being one of the few squads. I think there's only 2 squads
that are still fully functional. Yeah. That's going to be a lot of stragglers on the outside of the map, but looks like with only 40 seconds left, it's going to depend on whether or not the rotation timing is going to be perfect. You have URS at the bottom, gatekeeping the canyon, and our XTI6 trying to find the perfect spot to stay alive. And it looks like going in early is going to be paying off, but no, they choose to go to Nova Planetarium, get more shields up. It's a little bit greedy, but this could just work.
Yeah. I mean, for the most part,
Wait.
TI6.
Huh? They don't know. They don't see him. No, they
now
saw
they
him.
do. Okay.
Okay.
Gonna go in for the beam. It's a 1v2 trying to desperately survive, but Suta will not. It's Mabao 4 via closure there. That's 2 levels red armor right there for TI6. And I think most of the mid game here for TI6 have been relatively quiet. They've been quietly farming up these shield XPs. And once they get it up, at this point, I think they're going to start looking for skirmishes.
Oh yeah, you can see it right now. TI6 in full swing on their chosen vehicle, patrolling the outside of the zone.
They're about to run
Feeling
in.
like a park ranger right now, going right in, and it looks like the encounter is here. War Spider in the hands of Keens, trying to shoot them down from a distance.
Keens, War Spider not going out of the vehicle yet. Chooses to bail out the fight for now, seeing as though they are outmaneuvered, outnumbered for the moment. His teammate going down means that there's really not much of a choice here for Keens. It's down to Zadu and Keens for the moment. They both have a vehicle of their own, so they can play the speed route. Keens gonna have to stop at some point to try and heal up the shields. But MTR, they're not stopping anytime soon. 21 kills and counting here.
On the slightly closer side of the zone. They're going to be gate kept here so hard, and it looks like there is a little bit of information where they are, right? The War Spider right in front of them, and it looks like the Blazing Infantry is going to be used as an attempt to move forward, but they're being gate kept so hard, they can't even walk forward without risking their lives. Meanwhile, though, look at the bottom. TI6 crawling their way through the canyon to come in from the dirt, trying to take that fight.
Oh, this is going to be very, very risky because TI6, MTR coming in from the south and north pinch. Those are the 2 most heavily armed squads that we have right now. So everyone in Carnival, once the fight starts breaking through, those 2 squads are just going to come in and third, fourth party this fight. And it's going to be an absolute war zone whenever that happens. And it seems like it's going to be Zone because Zone about to close in. TI6 about to make their way into Carnival. And Zadu is just patiently waiting. He doesn't want this to break through. And MTR coming in from behind. TI6, they might not be aware.
Right. He's not alone though, right? Zadu still has teammates, but on the outside. Rocket's already coming in from the sky, trying to deal some damage. NRX just being beaten down to a pulp as they're trying to reposition. And look at the zone. It's so close now. They can smell each other at this point. Try to get indoors though. Mamao on the inside, narrowly escaping death. He's still in search of a good vantage point.
Oh, Carnival close. When do we ever get this? Very, very
We
rarely.
don't.
But we have 4 squads left. I think only 2 squads of these are actually full. AGX and Canes are the stragglers here. And actually, first contact to make it happen is AGX.
The
Gets
Rhino.
2 from URS. The Rhino is absolutely perfect in this scenario. Behind cover, the explosion is going to shut you down. And MTR still haven't made their way in to the buildings yet, but it's a full-on fight already. It's just the battle of the pokes. And so far, NRX are having a field day with this Rhino.
Yeah, having the time of their life, as you would say. Super hate. trying to find any kind of information on the outside. The scan's going to be coming in. Super Heat has been spotted, which means the rest of his team has been identified. AEGX playing underneath the umbrella, underneath the tower. 7MTR on the outside. You have been found. You have been caught. There is no escape now. But the fatal volley being used already.
Oh my gosh, that's super effective right there. Aster X gets the first knock, as Hirsch will not be revived this time. So NRX down to just 3. Godspot denied by the presence of the Rocket Tarantula, so no one's going to be claiming that for now. But the rotate's about to come in. Zone starting to close, and FTR in the heap of things will be knocked down. That's Kirby, the first one to fall through. AEGX from behind, though, and NRX starting to get contested now, but they have the best spot in the game right now. TI6, all they have to do is hold on for the moment, and it seems like NRX, well, they're struggling to do that so far because they're getting challenged from both directions right now. They have to hold on here, using the springboard to get to another vantage point. And AGX, this time they're in a bit of trouble, but look at where the zone is pulling. It's way out in the open here. All they have to do here is wait as long as they can, hold on to these buildings as long as humanly possible. The AGX, they have to push up. They have to contest TI6 at this moment, but you can see that they are currently hesitating. Do they have the ultimates to do that? AGX waiting for the last possible second! And Super Hate just beaming them all down! Can they actually get into the building in time? That's the EMP being laid out, and NRX, they're pulling the trigger right now. This might be the last couple of fights in the game, and Super Hate gets the double beam. That's MTR joining the fray as well. URX, 2 gets knocked. MTR getting troubled now, and Super Hate pushes up. TI6 looking primed to take this, but the fight is not done. That's Divulge being used up right now. AEGX in front of them, and Super Hate makes the smoke useless as of the moment, and the Super Hate gets the push through. TI6, they clean house and take the game. Wow.
Kind of feel like I ran a marathon there.
I know.
Those last 5 minutes were non-stop. I almost felt like it wasn't gonna end.
Oh my heart is still racing
It
from
is,
that last
right?
fight. I tried to calm down.
On.
Everything. It was such an carnival.
It was such a rush.
Carnival pull. I think it's the first time we've seen a carnival pull, and TI6, well, making the most out of the building. I mean, that's how you play carnival, right? Make the most out of the rooftops, play around the buildings, and when you have a team that has a Rocket Tarantula, just avoid the God Spot. Avoid it at all costs.
Avoid the God Spot, play your verticality, and this is also a test of movement and knowing exactly what's going on. But of course, we gotta talk about our winners here. NRX Proverbs, 24 kills.
Yeah, super high energy type of playstyle here for TI6, right? It felt like they never stopped. It felt like the entire game they were doing the same thing over and over again, which is run over these squads, right? And it's nice to see that they're back, or that they are still at this forum now. And I'm really excited to see which team is going to try and challenge them in the next upcoming game. Having a Carnival pool means that fight really could have been anyone's game. It's a battle of who gets into the buildings first, and you can see TI6, for the majority of that fight, they had control of an entire building, and they held on to it for as long as they could, and that netted them up this win.
Hunkered down, try and stay alive in the middle of the storm, and that's exactly what they did. Beautiful. But of course, not only about NRX TI6, we want to talk about Super Hate. We called him out a lot during the game. His movement was on another level, and his aggression was crazy. This man standing at 9 kills and 8 assists, leading with a whopping 2,553 damage dealt.
Yeah, I think what makes Super Hate perform at another level is that his positioning is immaculate. You can see at the last few moments of that game, he jumped down at the last exact moment, all the while dealing damage. He waited for the attention of the opposition to be pivoted away from himself, so that when he goes down, he still will be able to deal consistent amount of damage. And that's what's so good about Super Hate in this particular game, is that he's able to recognize these situations where he can go in and when not to, and when the ideal time to do so is.
And decision making definitely on par. Right, but of course, on top of NRX Proverbs, we want to talk about the other teams. I think 7MTR was mentioned so much because of their extremely aggressive playstyle. Look at second place They're standing at 22 kills, just at par with TI6.
I mean, it's TI6 actually for the most part had a pretty quiet mid game. I think I said this earlier as well. Meanwhile, MTR was just farming the whole map.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Like after the first skirmishes broke through and then kind of fizzled out, TI6 never really slowed down. Or rather, MTR never really slowed down. It's TI6 who got up a little bit of loot and then garnered themselves the good position. And MTR, they gathered loot by gathering kills.
Yep.
Gathered the XPs that way. And gotta give commendations to Shuragad for kind of just being that point person here for MTR. Looked absolutely fantastic. And AGX coming in third, actually. A little bit of a surprise for me.
Yeah, a little bit of a surprise. I mean, they were able to stay alive for so long. Alter, Ego, great on the positioning, great on the decision-making as well. Just, during the moments of war between the different factions, Alter Ego was able to stay safe.
Yeah.
Despite everything coming in from all these directions. I don't even know how they did that, but, well, it's on the board.
A couple of notables here on the second half of the lobby. HS25 not being able to reach to the top 10 scoreboard. This is gonna make it extra hard for them to rack up the points for the next couple of rounds. I'm seeing 6 MTR as well, right at the 10th spot, but I think HS25 even has more kills than them, so has a mountain to climb if they want to climb the scoreboard as well. And it's just you can see just how competitive these lobbies are becoming, right? All of the lobbies today are every day that we are having All-Capsuler Cup, it's just stepping up every single day.
Every single day, and not even every single day, like every game, every map. It doesn't even matter if it's a different group or if it's the same group. It's always something different that we've seen the players cook up today.
Yeah, and I absolutely love it that all of our teams are taking it to another level today so far, but we still have a couple of games to show you guys. This is All-Capsuler Cup. My name is Dave. I'm casting here with Suave. Don't go anywhere because we'll be right back with games 2 and 3.
Uh-oh, they see him. Salty swimming away, but gets bombarded by the gunboat. Salty's found 2 members here from MTR with the Blazing Infantry, hits the EMP, gets the flamethrower down, and Aaron Ming going down without a fight. Ben God mode, that's the Blazing Infantry, EMP hitting all of BB2 way out in the open, and that's the flamethrower from the Blazing Infantry transform, gets the lock into the knock, that's the logging hot dog going down. So cute and 1 through the last 2 squads remaining, but look at the beam down from Control. Hayes gets the trade. Control gets the finish and goes for a second beam onto Tamayo. That's the last one standing, and SOQT will be winning this game. CJ going in to avenge his squad. It's going in a 1v3 with the Blazing Infantry. Gets the first, melts the second here. Kazo will be going down, and that is a third. CJ eliminate Extreme Divinity.
Some of us were former teammates in different kinds of Battle Royale games. It helps us build our strategies and gameplays by having the team chemistry already in the team. We came up with our team lineup for this tournament through trial and error. We were trying different heroes to play in the tournaments, resulting to our performance to be bad. At some point of time, we realized that trying different types of team comps is really difficult and it slows our team growth. So we stick to one team comp that we all agreed upon to. In our comms, we try to be as vocal as possible in game. We comm every single thing that we see, what we want to do, and what we have to suggest. Also, when we are engaging in a team fight, we come who to target first so we can wipe the team fast. And after the game, we discuss our errors in Discord and what we could have done better in that certain situation. Before a tournament, we pray and ask guidance to the Lord to guide us and show us the path to victory.
We were pleased with the news since we work hard for it, but there will be always be room for improvement so that we can always stay at the top. We make it a habit to review our errors after every tournament so that we could improve as a team. We also try our best to win the qualifier since it helps us when dealing with strong teams. I used to play ML for Adamson. So dati pa akong nagpo-pro sa Adamson kaya ayun po yung dati kong hobby and gym rin po ako if may free time after ng laro.
When I get burned out, I hit the gym and watch Netflix.
Since I am not to brag an athlete po, I used to play basketball as a hobby and also studying. Message to our past opponents who reached the top 30 on the knockout is good game and congratulations po to all of them. While on the other hand, to those who did not qualify naman, nice try and keep on grinding and trying for the next tournaments. And for the future opponents is that good luck to all of them. I hope that all of us will show sportsmanship and support to all the teams. And yan, good game. My message to the community is that thank you for playing the game Farlight 84, and I hope that you guys will keep on playing it and supporting competitive teams like us. I hope that our community expands wider and reaches a lot of people. Also, thank you for those who support our team, Extreme Elite Esports, to my ranked game friends, Red Boys, Hayes, Iwa, Matt, Pau, Arcade.
Survivors, assemble as we reach game number 2 of Group D over here. It has been an exciting Group A. Group first map. There we go. I'm a little bit tongue-tied again. It is the final group of the day, and there are a lot of emotions that are being spurred out from this group, especially since TI6, otherwise known as NRX Proverbs, was really fired up throughout this lobby. And I really love the way things ended because they were up against Masters, who was also really fired up. So it was like the best of the best really battling it out at the end.
Yeah, kind of like a Clash of Titans almost, right? But TI6, it felt like the majority of that final circle was just them on 7th gear. They did not slow down at all. I mean, for the most part, they had somewhat of a quiet lead up to that moment. I mean, they had a fiery start of the game, and then it sort of fizzled down a little bit. They got a little bit of loot first, and then they went back in, and they never stopped again.
Yeah, and when I was watching that final moment when the top 3 squads remain, it was like I just looked back for a bit, like looked out of the match. When I looked back, it was over.
It was over, yeah.
It was just such a blur
It was
of a
so
game.
quick.
Yeah, it really was so quick. And Alter Ego really trying their best as well to keep up the pace with alongside the other teams, but it just wasn't enough. I was actually looking at the stat board that we showcased after the map, and I was noticing that a lot of the teams didn't get to put their kill counts in. However, Team Apricus showed potential. It was just unfortunate that as they were stacking up kills, their run was actually cut short earlier on in that lobby. Yeah, and at this point, are we going to expect the same thing? Because there are a lot of winningest teams here right now for Group D. You have Aquila Esports, 1AXG, we saw from week number 1. NRX Proverbs, we also saw from week number 1. Yeah. You have XE Lady Elites as well, who is performing really, really well for the past few weeks. And now I'm excited. Who is going to be the next step
for this group. Who is going to be the next team that can take it home? Because so far, it is only NRX Proverbs that has shown greatness among the three.
And I don't think it's going to be the easiest of tasks, right? Because when we see these best of 3 games, whoever has the upper hand in the first game sort of almost always translates that momentum towards the second and third game. And Apricot's almost getting the top 3 placement here is sort of a sign of them that they can actually make it. But TI6 and 7MTR with such strong finishes, it's going to be a tough, a very tall mountain to climb.
It really is a tall mountain to climb. I mean, when you have players like, for example, Masters Shuragod, who gets 10 kills into the lobby as if it was nothing, as well as TI6 Superhate, who got 9 kills.
Oh yeah.
Well then, how are you gonna position yourself into a place where you can actually get the kills, and on top of that, get kills on these top 2 teams?
Yeah, it's really tough. It's really tough. It's either gonna be you're gonna be playing the safer route, or you're gonna be challenging them head on. Both of which have some caveats, have some pros and cons. But either way, none of them are surefire ways, because these players on the top 3 squads, they're feeling fired up.
Yeah, if you get the kills, then sure, it's a win.
Yeah.
But if you lose,
it's not a win.
It's not a win.
It's a big question mark. Like, why did we even contest them in the first place? Hopefully, though, contestants are evident in this lobby and they become successful, because we don't like the idea of having landslide victories in these lobbies. We always talk about variety and seeing new things from the players, and just the ability to really adjust to the playstyle of other members in the lobby. So for example, if you already see what TI6's weakness could be, then why not capitalize off of that and make sure to punish them once you see it kind of, how should I say this? Uprise in the lobby, you know? Like, if you see anything that's wrong, make sure that you punish them for it. That's the bottom line here.
Yeah, and that is also one of the importance of having a really, really good IGL or in-game leader for these squads.
Yes, so let's see who the IGL of the day will be as we proceed to game number 2 of Group D over here.
Okay, here we go here in the second game of Group D after that high-octane concluder in game number 1. And take a look at this. This is very interesting. So many of the squads landing at the far eastern corner of the map. This is not something we see usually.
Yeah, and it is really, really surprising, because typically what we see the drops are going to be is towards the west part of the map. It's scattered across because there are a lot of loots. But from what we have stated a while ago from Group C, that if you want to survive, if you want to get the placements rank, drop in east.
Yeah, that's true. It's sort of like a low profile, high reward kind of esque sort of place that you can start from. So a lot of teams definitely can benefit from going there. But if too many teams go to that position, you're gonna probably get an early skirmish that so far might seeming to be in the horizon here for NS47. They've spotted out Zaya in the open. Just one player around the corner here, hiding, hoping not to be found, but it's Aika in the middle of the field getting beamed down by player.
Unfortunately, it's NS47. And you know what? I'm really surprised about their player names. It's all about player 1, player 2, player 3, and player 4. The only difference would be player 2 right now, which has like a small cap letter P, right?
Yeah. One of the things, though, that I have noticed here is that a lot of the teams that find the high kill success kind of rate kind of games are those that land in the middle of the map, right? But the thing about landing in the middle is you kind of exposed yourself to multiple entry points and third parties, right?
Yeah, and another thing about that as well, if you drop in the middle, where else are you gonna go? Yes, you have other ways to go into maybe the Iris Ranch or Power Tree Station if you drop into Carnival, but the thing is, the zone is not always going to land on there.
Yeah.
So you are hindering yourself for other spots as well, such as Nova Planetarium, where you can get 6 shield XP devices.
6 MTR, they're getting challenged now, this time though by MH78, way out in the open, but they're so confident. Chow with the trade though, gets 2. And now NRX in a bit of a tough spot with the Blazing Infantry right up their face. And the flames are just melting them all down. 6 MTR with a power play here. That's going to be the bombardment, not helping them out a lot. So MH78, majority of the players going to have to go for the respawn. Here comes the Maggie ult from Shinra. Actually spotting out the last remaining member here of MH78. That's Luis running for the hills behind a tree as everyone trying to chase Luis down. That's the knock coming through MH78. They're going to have to respawn away from this spot.
And this is one of the pros that we talked about a while ago when it comes to aggression. You gain a lot of kills, and if you gain that, if you get the win, it's a win.
Yeah, it is. you get the loot as well, right? So win-win for sure. MH78, though, they're going back. They steal the flamethrower away.
Oh, that's
Son
really
of
nice.
damage, but
Hit and run.
yeah, it's just daylight robbery.
Yeah. A thief in the day, as you may.
And it seems like fighting's still not done here yet. I thought 78 was going to bail away from the spot. It seems like they finally will be, but at the cost of maybe a couple of their teammates. There's only one player hanging around in the air. Meanwhile, in Sanctuary Tower, it's HS25, one of the teams that I would expect would look to make a comeback in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're looking great. 6 kills already in the bag. That's really, really amazing at the beginning. Accumulating a lot of these points for your placement rankings as well. So really, really good start here for this team. And something to take note as well, every Ember so far that we have seen has been using Bar 95 and Jupiter 6. Well, not all, but most of them.
Majority. Yeah, it's a really interesting choice, right? Because as an Ember, you would expect that these players are going to have priority towards their short-range weaponry. But having a Bar 95 is very powerful for sure, but quite unexpected if you think about it.
Yeah, there's a lot of risks involved into getting that through with Bar 95 Jupiter 6 combo. But so far from what the meta has been doing, it's double Jupiter 6 or Jupiter 6 SMG. Or Jupiter 6 Bar 95.
I mean, it's nice to see, right? Last week we asked for more of these varieties, but here we go. More of fights. 6 MTR pushing through, trying to weed out at the players hiding at the elevated position in Power Tree, and it seems like MTR gonna be successful at that for the most part. There's one team coming in from the northern area. That's a battalion of vehicles. And 6 MTR, they don't have vehicles. They're way out in the open. They have to be really careful here.
Yeah, we'll see. But Squad 14, though, they're just riding over.
Oh.
They are not gonna meet with 6 MTR.
Yeah, they don't want to fight at all. Maybe it's because they saw blazing infantry around the corner, but perhaps they're just playing for the safer route this time. First zone about to start pulling in now. And Apricot was actually the team that we were sort of on a hot streak that we were looking at in the last game. Now down to the last 2 players. They barely have any loot, only white shields for them.
Yeah, and Team Apricus, right now 2 people down. So at this point, they can't play any riskier than they would, because that wall gives them a lot of risk. Mia Khalifa getting a lot of damage, but not gonna go down.
Yeah.
That's pretty much safe for the squad.
Gotta be careful. The driver is down to low HP. VGF4 though, way out in the open against Alter Ego. Oh, what a beam down coming through from player NS47, making Alter Ego regret their decision of fighting them for that edge of the zone. And I don't think Alter Ego has the resources to contest this at all, so they have to soak outside of zone as player just goes in for the hunt. And it's 47. They're looking for the last few players there of Alter Ego. Mercury's hiding around the corner inside of one of those vehicles. And I don't think they know that he's hiding because, remember, vehicles here are pretty good hiding spots.
Absolutely, and he's just there.
Oh, no, he's not. He's in the open.
He's just on the hill.
Oh.
Someone has sighted him. But there's still one player going for the hunt. 1 AXG though.
Barely any vision here for Suta, right? In Sunflower Mall, this elevated position is not bad for the most part, but also not ideal here, especially once the ults have been utilized. Oh, look at the third POV. Just waiting for anyone to come through. Scan connects, gets the beam down, and exhaust caught unaware right there. 2 players hiding in the corner. Suta gets beamed down too. So S61 actually trades things out. But 1AXG actually looking to third party this with barely any loot. And this is going to be very risky.
20 HP left.
1 HP, big, almost getting taken down. Goes back into the cloud. And then a bit of a misplay there as ST1 looking to punish everyone in the path. 1AXG down to the last one. And Psycho will be going down as well. That's 1AXG out for the count.
Such an unfortunate step coming in from that squad. One step on the poison cloud when you're 1 HP. It is a disaster.
Yeah.
And right now, it brings it down. 14 squads remaining, but we're still not over. Sunflower Mall, this is the third-party central.
Oh, actually, Suta, the last one standing there in the roof area. 1AXG still alive and kicking, apparently. There's still one more player in their roster until Eclipse gets eliminated. So that's finally AXG getting eliminated now. Meanwhile, Riverview Park, there's another fight breaking through. 7 MTR, 5 kills on the board already, looking to stack up the numbers. And player right around the corner here. Shuragad almost getting the spots, almost getting contact, but gonna go for the shield reinforcement instead. Recharge, done and dusted. Full squad still alive for the Masters here. Actually, reloot come through as they actually go back into the fight just outside of zone, and Carnival
that
fights
spot.
all across the map here, Infi, and it seems like NS47 having a field day. 3 knocks. And they're getting traded out by 7 MTR now. NS47 going back on the board. Meanwhile, 6 MTR, sister squad here of 7 MTR in Carnival, as things finally quiet down.
Really risky. Still in the safe zone. You have a God spot being played out by one of the members by URS. They are going to meet up against squad number 3, but they don't want any of that. They immediately go to Nova to gain those shield charges.
It's going to be a very high priority spot here, especially because a couple of squads are rotating in from the northwestern side of the map. It seems like URS, they're just playing the guide here. They don't want, they're guiding them away from this area, and it seems like Canes will be memeing them down. Zaya gets the triple knock onto APR and Apricus. I think they're eliminated.
Yeah, and that will put URS still not a good position. No kills yet, but beaming down the enemy team is really, really good. 1 kill on the board now for this team. One of the teams that they were chasing, squad number 3, went to the Heart Island. However, this is really, really dangerous.
Yeah, Heart Island is one of the most exposed areas of the map because of just how low the
EMP.
elevation is. But here we go though, ZNG getting punished here because of the EMP. They can't dash on out. And look at how crowded this fight is. SXT1 taking advantage of that. And ZNG can't even move, can't even breathe, can't even survive.
2 people can only fit in the stairs, not 4 people. And that will put SXT1 at a better trade on that fight. HS25 though.
Oh no, Flux gets knocked. Down to the last 2 now. Remember, this is a squad that wants to put their numbers on the board after such a rough first game. And it seems like they're getting challenged one more time. 8 kills is not too shabby for HS25, but NS47 starts stopping them right in their tracks. The question is HS25 going to fight this again? They have green armors, but they have the better position against players. Against NS47, rather.
Yeah. But who's the better player? From NS47?
Player, obviously.
Player. Correct answer. 100%. And 13 kills on a team. 3 kills for player. 2 kills for a player.
4 kills for
4
player.
kills for player. Now guess who's that?
Player.
It's up to you to decide, viewers watching at home. But for now, going back, 11 squads remaining, 32 players left in this game, in this knockout round. While NS47 is hoping to go into the next island, you have a fight occurring by SXT1.
Again, another point of contention here is Sunflower. What a beam! As Exis just denies Rubiscake off that area. That's one player of SXT4 going down without a fight. And they claim Sunflower Shopping Mall for now, but look at how central Sunflower is. So many teams can rotate into it that whoever has control of it is very often contested, so I don't think that's a place you want to hang out in for the moment.
Yeah, and at that point, if the safe zone goes into Sunflower Shopping Mall, there's a lot of point of contention that we have to take note. There's 2 bridges coming in from the East Island and the North Island. And you have another more coming directly into the Sunflower Shopping Mall. Really, really scary stuff. HS25 though, hiding.
Yeah, this is the bridge that you'll be talking about. It's a high point of contest here. NS47 though getting challenged. MTR going for 2 knocks. Player getting a little bit too much damage in. And now MTR looking to finish off the job that they started. Player running for the hills. NS47 down to the last man. And Player will be going down. NS47 out. Eliminated by MTR.
Oh, everyone's dead. All players?
Player's dead.
Player? Who player? Player. Correct
Player.
answer.
Which one's your favorite?
Oh, player.
Player. Yeah, I don't like player. I like player. I like player.
Wonderful.
Fair.
But 7MTR, I mean, they were one of the top teams just a while ago. Top 2 team, to be more specific. And right now, they are poised and ready to go to reach that point once again. 9 squads remaining with 10 kills on the heads of 7MTR.
Still a lot of squads alive, though. 9 squads on the board, 26 people. About half the lobby still alive and kicking here. But look at URS. Look at SXT1.
So much.
They find themselves a beautiful vantage point here. And even with the vehicles, URS can't survive the volley of bullets heading their way. As one of the players actually gets knocked, 7MTR. How do they get the knock right there? I'm not so sure, but Rexer trying desperately to crawl to safety as the rest of the squad just scatters through. SXT1 has got a massive, massive anchor into Sunflower.
And this is the point of contention that we keep on talking about. There's a lot of bridges that is going into Sunflower Shopping Mall that will be contested by a lot of teams because as you may all know, water is not really a good travel path.
Yeah. If you just start swimming, you might as well just stop moving and sit outside of zone, because it's just it makes you so vulnerable, especially if you don't have vehicles. But GF4, they found themselves somewhat of a similar good spot here at the edge of zone. It's a full-on squad.
They're dead on the zone. They couldn't make it.
Yeah, unfortunately, right there, as URS will be cleaning up at the southern end of the zone. There's one player at the southmost part from Squad 15 who is just behind the hill.
It is really scary for every single team at the moment. Sunflower Shopping Mall is in the middle of it all. Who gets control of that building will be having the most advantage in this map.
If the zone pulls any closer into Sunflower, it's the only area with cover. It's all open area right here, so whoever has control of it right now has got a massive advantage.
And look at the number of teams that is now closing in into Sunflower Shopping Mall. This is literally the definition of a bloodbath. I think this will be a similar pathway from what we have seen in map number 1, All Blood.
Yeah, look at the squads coming in from the east side of Sunflower Mall, right? So there's like 3-4 squads there even. The moment the zone starts pulling in, those squads have got nowhere to go to. It's all open field to get to Sunflower Squad. Sunflower Mall, rather. And it's already starting to break through here. Everyone running through the open hills. VGF4, the first to get the knock. And 7MTR has somewhat found the way into somewhat of a safe haven. But look at down under, HS25. So many stranglers happening across the board, but 7MTR, they're looking to pull on commit. VGF going down here. One player left. As Shura God goes in a killing spree right now. There you have it. And MTR7 will be eliminated now with VGF form at the helm.
VGF4, such a pivotal moment for this team. However, the zone is now closing in. This is second to the last zone, so that will give a lot of damage. So they have to think quick. They have to move quick. SXT1 has control of the Sunflower Shopping Mall, and every single team will be closing in.
SXT1 has been holding onto this position for the longest time. Ever since the zone started to indicate that it's going to close in on Sunflower, they never let go of this spot. They let everyone who could rotate in from that eastern side bridge get beamed down and locked in from that position. But they have to not have tunnel vision. They have to look at from all angles, because there's another squad coming in from the south, another squad coming in from the northeast. They have to be careful and be aware that these squads are going to converge once the zone closes.
Yeah, and this is really scary. There are only a couple of buildings closing in into the safe zone. No more Sunflower Shopping Mall this time around. So a lot of these teams has to reposition to gain advantage. Looking at the overview of the map, everyone is going to literally be open once the zone closes in.
This is where those embers are going to come into fruition, right? The vision erosion going to give them so much of that vision denial, but once those dissipate, there's nothing in the way of the bullets. You have to play trees and rocks, and that's barely anything here. So it's really going to boil down into what are you going to prioritize? Are you going to prioritize just playing at the edge of zone, or are you going to be aggressive and try and get the beam down as early as you can? That is the question for most of these squads. But I think SXT1, I think they can find a corner at the edge of Sunflower that they can hide in.
Yeah, they could definitely do. I think they still have a little bit more space into the apex building, or the annex building rather, of the Sunflower Shopping Mall. Right, they have a little bit of space to work with. 6MTR. Now in the very open spot that we talked about.
They have vehicle superiority though. They have Air Beast. They have, I believe, a flamethrower as well, which is why they're looking for these stragglers. They can see Hirsch, I believe. That's the beam down coming through from the Air Beast. Handy with that Air Beast laser beam. It seems like the zone gonna be ignored for the most part here by 6MTR. They have so much options right now. And it seems like he's found a nook to hide in until the rest of the squads are starting to fight into Sunflower Mall. Like, so many people converging from the northern west edge of the map, and nobody's looking for a fight.
Yeah, and look at BB4.
Uh-oh.
You have 6MTR just around the corner. And they're just steadily waiting. This is going to be really scary, because if it comes down to it, they will be sandwiched by a lot of teams, and they have to stick in control of this building. We have a fight. 6MTR.
VGF4 in a bit of trouble. 6MTR making the most out of the vision erosion, and from down under, they will be taking them out. Still not complete yet though, as VGF are a little bit of fight left in the tank. Demi gets the double knock. but Kenshi goes in for the trade. 6 MTR, 3 people left standing. They could still clean up this fight. It seems like they want to still play inside of the quarters. MTR goes in for the big Shinra with the triple. And that's the cleanup crew from 6 MTR, but the fight is still not done. Throws out the nade. Shinra running out of bullets now. That's the EMP denying the Maggie off the dash. And here comes SXT1 busting out of Sunflower Mall. And that's thinning out the herd to 4 squads. 7 people left standing. I think it's SXT1 and 3 rats coming in now. 6 MTR. Okay, down to the last 1 player. That's Kenshi on a vehicle, just running around the map, distracting everyone else. And as SXT1 just try and look for these stragglers across the map. One more shot, as he mentioned.
Doesn't come across.
But Kenshi is still alive and kicking, looking for the bailout, and it's not going to be there. Last 2 players standing. 3 squads though, so it's 1 full squad. Canes is playing outside of zone. I don't think he's gonna survive this, despite the fact that he's got the med kick popped. Okay, no, Canes is gonna get eliminated from this. One more dashes through. Canes survived. What? How does he do this? Canes perfectly set up for the top 2 position here. URS, no, will get eliminated by NRX, and that's Hirsch, the other rat here, the last one standing, netting the 2nd spot for TI6 as SXT secured the win.
What a play from every single team coming out to that. I mean, TI6, the other rat that survived top 2 position.
Even the top 3 squad was just a singular player, but SXT1, let's talk about their position and how they got that win. They held on to Sunflower Mall to the last possible second, to the last possible inch, and that just gave them so much free reign over the map, essentially, because everywhere around them people were fighting. SXT1 was basically just watching from the sideline.
Yeah, it was really, really difficult. This is what we were talking about a while ago for the viewers watching at home. When the safe zone is going down into the south of Sunflower Shopping Mall, this will be a lot of place of contention, if you may.
Basically open season.
Right. There is 1 bridge coming in from the south of Carnival. There is another bridge coming down into the southeast, and another one into the southeast of the whole Sunset City. And at that point, you are being left open across every single player that is currently on Sunflower Shopping Mall already, which was SXT1.
And what makes that position even more beautiful is that you are at a position to cut off the rotation from the people rotating up from north. This is why they have 22 kills, is because everyone who tried to cross the bridge into their spot just got beamed down by the Jupiter 6s.
Yeah, it was crazy. And on top of taking the top 1 placement, you have Shinigami and she garnering 22 total kills.
Let's just call it S61.
Okay, SXT1 garnered 22 kills. So it's such an amazing thing to have. It is a breath of fresh air as well.
And I think this is more of a credit to just how played the macro sense of things, more so than the individual strength here. But not to discredit the players of anything, take a look at the damage numbers here of the players. Not one single player here has put less than 1,000 damage, but the MVP, of course, gotta give it to Exhaust.
Yeah, and you talk about stats, I'm looking at damage taken. Look at that, how safe they were playing in the game. Despite having 22 kills, they got, what, 500 damage taken in average? Or, well, maybe a little over that? Across the 4 members.
Yeah, typically, you see, when you have such a high kill team, the damage dealt almost equates the damage taken because of the scrappy fights, right? But because SXT1 stayed so safe the entirety of that final zone, they just racked it up. It was so good for them, and everyone just closing in. The squads were basically handed to them, particularly the last 2 squads who were both just solos.
Yeah, and the crazy part about that is that SXT1, their initial drop were pretty much scattered across. You have 1 player going on to Carnival, and then 1 member in the south of it. So this was pretty much a crawl for SXT1 into their top 1 spot in this map number 2.
You gotta commend MTR as well. 6 MTR, that is. The top 4 squad, but I believe they are the squad that were very aggressive into this whole game. TI6, second and third squads here are just the solo players. So, but that's Hirsch, I believe, and then Canes as well. At the end of the day, had a bit of a boxing match before finally falling to the hands of SXT1, but 6MTR until that point was giving SXT1 a very good run for their money.
Yeah, it was an amazing sight to see, and you know what, you predicted it. You know, high octane fights, high octane pacing of the whole group letter D, and it showed power. It showed power across each and every single player here in this game.
And again, it reinforces the idea that if you drop at a sort of central position, not to say that Sunflower was a central position, but in this case, it was a central position of that final circle, you put yourselves in a very accessible point where you can go to wherever the zone is going to pull. It was so good for SXT1 that they held control of that Sunflower Mall position, because other than the fact that it was central, it was also where the zone initially started pulling into, which meant that they didn't necessarily have to do much.
Absolutely, and this, for the folks out there, is the importance of position, is the importance of having control of a covering for your whole team, especially if it is going to be the safe zone, right? So really important stuff being shown by SXT1 from that map number 2, and even their capabilities of putting across a huge walk coming in from the middle of the West Island down into Sunflower Shopping Mall.
A couple of surprises here in the lower half of the lobby. NS47 actually secured a top 10 place here despite having so many kills. Look at the kill
kills.
feed. They have 12 kills. It makes you... I almost felt like they were in the top 5, but apparently not. They're still in the top 10. So this is going to be a deterrent in terms of the leaderboard, especially considering the fact that the top 2 and top 3 squads are solos. They didn't have much kills. I believe TI6, top 2, only had 4 kills. NRX only had 2 kills. So NS47, despite being only in the top 10, is going to shake things up in the leaderboard.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is not just the group of death that you've mentioned a while ago, but also the group of mysteries. Like a lot of these teams weren't able to secure like a top 3 consistent position, except for TI6, which they used a rat strategy to be able to get that far. But you have SXT1, which in the past map wasn't able to reach the top 3. You also have URS, which wasn't able to reach that far as well. So a lot of mix-up and a lot of new things that we could pretty much see from that map 2 coming from map 1.
Well, for the most part, TI6 is the only team that made it to the top 3 in the past 2 games.
Yeah.
I mean, despite the fact that in game 2 they did that by just staying alive for the longest time, it's still placement points. It's still very much high placement points because of the high placements that they have, and it's really interesting here just to see how they can consistently do that with or without the resources and the manpower. But that just concludes game number 2 of Group D here. My name is Dave Casting here with the one and only Infinity for the All-Capsuler Cup Asia 2023. We'll be right back with the final game of the day, so don't go anywhere.
Some of us were former teammates in different kinds of Battle Royale games. It helps us build our strategies and gameplays by having the team chemistry already in the team. We came up with our team lineup for this tournament through trial and error. We were trying different heroes to play in the tournaments, resulting to our performance to be bad. At some point of time, we realized that trying different types of team comps is really difficult and it slows our team growth. So we stick to one team comp that we all agreed upon to. In our comms, we try to be as vocal as possible in-game. We comm every single thing that we see, what we want to do, and what we have to suggest. Also, when we are engaging in a team fight, we comm who to target first, so we can wipe the team fast. And after the game, we discuss our errors in Discord and what we could have done better in that certain situation. Before a tournament, we pray and ask guidance to the Lord to guide us and show us the path to victory.
we were pleased with the news since we work hard for it, but there will be always be room for improvement so that we can always stay at the top. We make it a habit to review our errors after every tournament so that we could improve as a team. We also try our best to win the qualifier since it helps us when dealing with strong teams. I used to play ML for Adamson. So, dati pa akong nagpo-pro sa Adamson kaya ayun po yung dati kong hobby and gym rin po ako if may free time after ng laro.
When I get burned out, I hit the gym and watch Netflix.
Since I am not to brag an athlete po, I used to play basketball as a hobby and also studying. Message to our past opponents who reached the top 30 on the knockout is good game and congratulations po to all of them. While on the other hand, to those who did not qualify naman, nice try and keep on grinding and trying for the next tournaments. And for the future opponents is that good luck to all of them. I hope that all of us will show sportsmanship and support to all the teams. And yun, good game. My message to the community is that thank you for playing the game Farlight 84, and I hope that you guys will keep on playing it and supporting competitive teams like us. I hope that our community expands wider and reaches a lot of people. Also, thank you for those who support our team, Extreme Elite Esports, to my ranked game friends, Red Boys, Hayes, Iwa, Matt, Pau, Alcade, Bulalo, and etc. Lastly, a special shout out to our boss, owner of Extreme Elite Esports, Madam Bianca Meneses, also Mamaw, and our manager, Ate Kali, for always trusting us and supporting us in every tournament that we play. That's all. Thank you.
One HP as you have stated. And right now though you have Rookie being EMP'd, Pepsi very low as well, fighting on a 1v1, but it's Lunar. 4AXG has nowhere to do, and BB2 wants a little piece of this fight as well, as Voodoo will fall down. No more that can go for the huge damage potential from that Phantom, and I am...
The ACC Asia 2023 is back and continuing to serve you guys some action of Farlight 84 that you guys just absolutely love. Now, speaking of action, Group D is something else. I felt like for their first map, they were a little bit shy, but coming into the second game, oh my goodness, I have no idea how you guys managed to contain yourself. I mean, Infinity, walk us through that. Everybody in the lobby was just pushing up them kills, and almost every squad out here has a kill to put on their scoreboard.
Yeah, it was an amazing thing to see, because the fact is, watching from that map number 2, everyone did not even touch Iris Ranch or Power Tree Station on their initial drop. Everyone was pretty much on the east island of things. Pretty much the whole game was centered around it for a little bit, and then you have a lot of teams centering around Carnival as well. So it's pretty much a bloodbath immediately right out of the get-go before jumping into the very last zone where we saw a lot more.
Speaking of that last zone, it was top 1, okay, that's the squad that was in the point of contention, okay, that's no surprise there. And then top 2, it was a rat. Top 3, it was a rat too. I mean, what is happening with this game? It is all over the place. And then you've got teams at the top 10 position who garnered so many kills, more kills than the top 2, 3, and 4 squads combined. It's just absolutely all over the place, and I am absolutely loving it too.
I have no idea what Shinigami Tenchi is up to. I mean, SXT1 really stacking up them kills. 22 kills in total for that lobby. I don't know what they did differently from number 1 to game number 2 over. You have to walk me through what was something different that was just sparking the kills for this team all over the place.
Well, apart from the fact that their aim is just absolutely crazy right now, they just had the advantage of position. It's again another textbook example of how important and how essential positioning is, especially in a zone pool so isolated like that with so little cover. Them having such powerful position just netted them up so many frags.
Yeah, and this is a similar type of scenario wherein we had it happen in week number 1, wherein the safe zone dropped into the southeast of the whole map on Sunset City, going into Tinman Industrial Complex, and also the Todman's Hot Rod, wherein it was really just isolated across the whole map.
Okay, you know what? We're talking about the map right now, and I kept talking about foreshadowing. You mentioned how teams weren't dropping at the eastern side, and now they did. And every single team, almost every single team, managed to get a kill and managed to get points in for their squad. And I don't know how you can see the future, but you managed to tell the story before they even built it. But I'm amazed.
Yeah.
Kudos to our casters. They really know what they're talking about, you guys. That's the bottom line here. But for our viewers, guess what? I have some good news to share with you guys. You guys have been such a great bunch. You have been a great crowd, which is why we were able to unlock something else on our viewer milestone rewards. Let's take a seat. Let's take a look at right now what we are unlocking.
Ooh, it's the pop art camo. This is a very nice skin. I mean, take a look at it. It's purple.
Yeah, and it's Bar 95. Pretty much what we saw happen throughout the day was a Bar 95 fest.
Yeah, I distinctly remember the point you brought out that our Embers are surprisingly running Bar 95s, and it's super effective too. It's so good.
Yeah, but there is a twist with this specific viewer milestone. You know why? We're not gonna reveal the code quite yet.
Ooh.
Which means that you guys have to stay tuned for the stream because it could pop up at any moment.
Yeah.
And that is on top of the nail-biting moments that we've been seeing so far in these clashes. I'm really stoked to see. I wonder if Shinigami Tenchi can still push through with what they've been doing, because again, I feel like for the first game there were a lot of shy type warm-up games for these guys, but come game number 2 everybody was just so ready to go into full battle mode.
Yeah, and I think that is also something that we can expect later on, full-on battle mode.
Okay, with that said, let's head on over to our full-on battle mode game as we face the final map of the day. Boys, take it away.
Capsulers, we're dropping into Sunset City for the final map here for Group D.
Group D.
And I'm really, really stoked and ready to go. We've seen a lot of these performs just a while back in the first 2 maps. Can they do it once more here right now?
That's the question. And whenever we see group concluders like these, typically it's where things go even crazier, even one step up a notch. And I think it's going to play in the factor as well that this is going to be the final game of the day. So these teams, these players are going to want to not just get as much damage or as much numbers as they can on the board. They're going to want to play with a ton of confidence as well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, having that confidence gives you a lot more position to be calm into intense moments, into severe crucial points of the game, specifically towards that late game wherein every single one of the teams are already fighting for a positional advantage.
Let's take a look at the drops this time around. It seems like Todd Hot Rod is completely open here for Masters, so they're gonna have an amazing time just looting the entirety of Todd's and Tin Man Industrial. So I'm looking forward to their loot already.
Yeah, and this is pretty much a birthday cake for that squad. You pretty much have all the sprinkles or the loot. You have all the shields in the world.
Everything.
So really, really amazing stuff there. And also like 3-4 golden chests in Tin Man. Amazing stuff.
It's really hard to get any better than that. Okay, here we go though. God Spot from Aster and a Alter Ego want to fight.
A little bit more damage, but now SXT1, the top 1 team from a while ago, has dropped onto Nova. And one of the interesting points about Nova is a lot of shield.
Yeah. There's a lot of interesting rotations you can pull within Nova Planetarium and then outside of Nova Planetarium, right? It's also relatively safe because you're at the western edge of the map. You can play the edge of the map regardless of whether or not the zone is going to pull. But here we go, Nova fight.
SXT1, a lot of this early engages coming in for the backside. Exis is in danger. Vision Erosion immediately casted out, and that will be the counter engage coming from Yana, or Vanna rather, being secured. And Exhaust still alive for a bit, but not going to be enough to bring down the opposing member. X is still alive to immediately respond later on, but they have to sacrifice X's life.
The thing you got to remember is, even though you will be able to survive the early skirmish in a hot point like this, you have to go back and regather the shield XPs, right? Because once you get knocked, the shield XPs go with your loot, goes with your shield. So you have to reassess, recircle back. But here we go, S61 again in a fight.
Exis going for the 1v1, hoping for a dream, but look at the play coming in from his teammates. Yana just went into the back, goes for the flank, and that is an immediate kill coming to the side of SXT1.
Yeah, asserting their dominance. They're like, you know what? We are still the winners of this lobby. This is the same lobby that we dominated last time, but here we go again. Carnival is the point of contest.
Vision Erosion on the roof. You still have the EMP bomb as well. AHGX, Super DXD just went over someone unseen. Can't just do this. Right now, AGX playing really safe, going in for the pressure. Super DXD has vision. Now goes for the shot, knocks down one.
What a beam down coming in from Super DXD and AGX. It's a bit of a struggle to try and get back into this fight, but they're going to try and resurrect Vanessa there. AGX, though, they want to push.
Immediate jetpack away to retreat to go for a safety position. Not going to be enough. Baby now on back end, hoping for that push. 2 members down already for AEGX. Can Baby do something of a miracle? Play it. Aqua's down. You have the roof play coming in from Baby from the opposite side of the building. And now they are stuck in the middle. Woo! And AEGX comes out on top.
Yeah, Alter Ego with the early skirmish and the early win here. Going to force out the opposition in this high point of contest. But they're going to land back inside here. It seems like they're deciding if they want to land back into Carnival. Look, they're still not pivoting away. It seems like Alter Ego, they might be in for a second round.
Yeah, they want bloodshed right now in this early game. The best time you can accumulate a lot of kills with no or little to no risks. But for now, SXT1, the top 1 team just we had a while ago in map number 2, is now positioned into the southwest of Nova Planetarium, which stays 2 shields.
Here we go, though. The central part of the map right here in, I believe this is Motel. It's a point of contest between 7MTR and MH78, and just like that, MTR, they mow down MH, but here's a new squad coming in.
It's a third-party central. VGF4 is coming here to play as well. Now they're ready to go, they're ready to leave. 7MTR, can you make it? With a flamethrower, now just hoping to survive a bit longer. Just on the sides, they do, but they accelerate with the nitros from the flamethrower. They live for long.
But it's just down to the last 2. The Resurrect gonna have to be used. APR, though, in the middle of an open field. I don't think there's anywhere to run here for Johnny and Mia. I Choked is the last one with the Resurrectors. I believe there's still Resurrectors for others. Yeah, there is still Resurrectors for the rest of the squad, so at least they can respawn off of that. But how much loot are they going to get at the edge of the zone here? Maybe, yeah, still pretty decent.
Yeah, it's a decent spot where the other teams were already finished going for. So this is not a bad situation to land. And Sanctuary Tower is pretty much on the northernmost side of Sunset City. So not going to be a point where the rest of the team is going for in this mid-game where everyone wants to go for shield. Especially here on the northern side where there is no shield XP devices on Sanctuary Tower.
It's going to be really rough of a rotate here for APR. The good thing is, nobody is... Oh, hold that thought. There's one player coming in from squad number 2, and I Choked is all alone right here. I think... Can he hear? Oh, he does hear the footsteps.
That's HS25. Yeah. Now looking at the map. Thank you very much, production. Woo! Looking at this, the safe zone is in the middle of a river. Yeah. It's between 2 islands. It's island versus island right here in Farlight 84 ACC Asia. And it's going to be really, really scary. The point that is going to be really safe would be Iris Ranch for now and the Riverview Park. But for now, it's APR Choke being able to put down one of the members by HS25, putting them at 3 kills at this stage of the game.
That is a huge 1v1 here for iChoke because he was able to win that 1v1 against HS25. That not only are they going to get supreme control of the area. They're also gonna get some loot from that person that they eliminated. And then as 47, they also discovered APR.
Oh, love is going down by NS47. Who player has now defeated that player as well. And now who player?
Who player? Who player?
Nice answer.
Doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Who player? But there you go. NS47 with a new squad name of sorts. Who player? But still, all things considered, NS47 has had a pretty nice early game. 6 kills on the board already with 43 people left standing. It's just a pretty substantial fraction of the people that have already been eliminated.
Yeah, it's a really, really good start for them if they want to pivot into a lot more points later on. And this is what we're talking about just a while back. We're in the best way that you can accumulate kills with little to no risk is the early game. And NS47 utilize that really, really well.
Let's talk about this zone a little bit more. We already seen this at the first group of the day. Hold that thought though, SXT1 in a bit of pinch.
We'll say now EMP'd. Has to go back a bit. Just jump. No jetpacks available as he was MP'd by the Blazing Infantry. But SXT1 just put across, raced over SXT4.
Yeah, sister orgs here. Just looking for a bit of a handshake. The SXT sisters.
Draco! Oh, that was so close.
Okay. Things starting to calm down a little bit, but NRX, well, will be not chilling for now. One of their players getting eliminated there as everyone's scrambling to get into sight. And look again, because so much of the zone is in the river, so much of the zone is going to be open because it's right at the edge of the river.
Yeah, and it is going to be really, really, really difficult for these teams to be able to get a good position, especially considering the river that crosses the middle of the safe zone. You need to have a hover car or you need to have a gunboat to be able to make a cross really, really easily if you do not want to contest on the bridge.
Oh, Who player going to go in for a rush here. That's an entire squad inside that flamethrower. It makes you wonder if they're going to commit to this.
Can they do it? They jump out of the War Spider. They're jumping in onto TIX. It is really going to be scary. Who player is able to bring them down. 3 members left though. Who player doesn't have any ammo, goes for the reload, but that will put him to his demise. And now that this, one more member down for NS47, while the rest goes for the push as well onto the back. While you go for the shield, we go for the push, and that will bring TI6 on a better position. 1 member left standing for NS47. Still alive, but barely breathing.
Who player, the last one. And has been able to pull up some shenanigans before, but against an entire squad, that is TI6 as well. But now they're getting third party. Hirsch has to find a way to get out of there, steals away the spider, and well, Who player is now all alone. What a... It's like a hit and run here.
Yeah, just can't do that. You just steal away the War Spider, gain a lot of mobility, and escape out from that fight with a 1v1. But right now, while that's happening, VGF4 was able to take a kill of their own.
GF4, and again, zone pulling in. What I'm scared of this zone, Envy, is that War Spiders, or rather, in Rocket Tarantulas, are going to be of more contest here. They found a straggler.
No escape. He's just on a corner. He's a sitting duck. And that will be VGF4 eliminating a squad, putting them at a good position. But right now, they have to move. They are on an open spot.
Yeah. They might not want to get a taste of their own medicine here. TI6 get eliminated off that. That's TI6 we're talking about there. So one of the top performers here eliminated semi-early, even before half the slot has been eliminated. SXT4 though, they get spotted out by VGF4. This might be a full-on vehicular warfare here.
Yeah, and they do. There's a lot of War Spiders. There's a lot of gunboats placing infantry. Go for the MP. Now puts the member out of the vehicle. You just can't stay there. We are going in for the hunt. They're going in for the chase. But still 4 members alive for VGF4. But can they last long? The answer is they do, as they eliminate their opposing team. What a play coming in from VGF4.
Yeah.
They're placed down 9 kills accumulated at that 10 squads remain.
Yeah, Vanguard 4 has just been eliminated. A lot of these big squads have performed in the past couple of games, and this might shape up to be a wonderful game for them. They've already eliminated TI6. Now they've already eliminated another. And actually, SXT4 is still alive, kicking by Tracer now all alone. VGF4, you have to wonder if they're going to look for the hunt here, but instead, they're going to fight another squad.
As XT1, they want a little bit piece of this fight as well. As Vance LFT has fallen down, 3 members remaining. As XT1 as well, though, is receiving a lot of damage. It's receiving a lot of engage coming in from the opposing side. VGF4 is hoping to live for a bit longer. Exhausto has to reset. No more armor with 18 HP remaining. You have to play patiently. Yana, no more armor as well, but is exhausted. Have to play a bit more slowly, and that will be VGF4 being able to eliminate the team as XT1 is out of the map.
That is a third big squad that they've eliminated. This is S64, S61, but now XT1 looking for more.
Oh, I thought they were gone, but they're still alive. One more member up. Vance LFT.
Last one.
Still alive. That is Sunil that we're talking about. A lot of movement speed, but how fast can you run? How fast can you move? Are you the Flash? Are you not? VGF4 still going for the hunt, but is not going to pursue as they look for them. And that will be the demise of SXT1. Gone in map 3.
That is the third big squad that VGF4 has eliminated. First S64, TI6, and now SXT1. These are some huge names. They're crossing off the list here, and they're setting up to be a massive field day here for them. Question is, who is going to be able to stop them? URS still alive and kicking, and they are still squatted up. One of the best looted up teams as well. So maybe they're the ones that's going to answer this aggression from VGF4.
We'll see, as now they are repositioning as a zone. We'll close in pretty soon. 1 minute and 20 seconds. Looking at the overview of the whole map here. Squad 8 has positioned themselves on the east side of the whole map. URS on the northern part of the safe zone, and the rest of the team is on the west side. And I think the better position here is on the west island. You have to come across right now because a minute through and the zone will close in. You will have a lot of disadvantage.
Yeah, the problem for the teams on the eastern island here is that the zone is partially going to be covering the river, and then the rest is on the east side of the islands here. So all of these squads on the right side of the map have to somehow find a way to go over the water, over the open area, and into this open land as well that you are going to be sure is going to be gate kept by everyone on that western side.
URS, be careful. Squad 10 is waiting.
Who played?
And it's 47 though. They're still alive at this point. How can you do this? And now URS has to go back because they know Squad 10 is readily waiting.
Yeah, this is really rough. There's only one bridge that is somewhat in the area. There's no more vehicles that can traverse the open map like this.
VGF4 is there as well. They are going to get sandwiched. Where are you going to go, URS?
Where's everyone going to go at this point? VGF4, do they have the vehicles to traverse the river? I don't think so, because they're also looking for a way to jump to the other side. Meanwhile, look at 6MTR. They're chilling on the other side.
Yeah, this is really much the scary part of the safe zone that we talked about being split in half by a river. And now looking at the eastern island, it's raining bodies. It's raining dead bodies. It's raining loot as well. Now VGF4 is on the zone. A lot of damage being taken. You have to leave. You have to find a good spot. You have to reposition right now. Omi might die if they stay a bit longer.
Oh, VGF4 they somehow found the nook on the eastern island.
What do they do?
They don't have to rotate as of yet, but the longer they wait, the less of an opportunity they're going to get. Look at the pull!
What?
That is... Oh my gosh. This is going to be very risky for all of the teams. No one's got control of that area.
Nowhere to hide. This is pretty much an open space. It's an open field. So they now have to start hunting people down, hunting squads down, because if they don't, they are going to get pinned. And right now,
there you go.
is going in. Oh my gosh!
Super
it is AEGX Rocket Tarantula being set in play.
It's finally found one of the terrors of these kind of squads, and that is a Tarantula. Okay, but...
Who player?
The question is, well, the thing is, all of these squads still have to rotate into side. Even if you have a Rocket Tarantula, you still have to somehow find your way into it. But look at BGF4. They're looking to start a fight here. They're way out in the open, though. They're getting beamed by MTR.
No one can see NS47. Who player is just there?
Oh my gosh, there's no way.
BG47 is having to look for a good position, having to look for a place to go through to the next island into the safe zone. 6MTR is in the best position right now.
BGF4, though, they're injecting themselves into the southern side of that building. They've already passed the river.
Zone is closing in now. Everyone has to move. Everyone has to scour away. 3 or 2 of the corners of the safe zone is now occupied. Pawns is there. They're ready, set, and go. If ever a fight occurs, they have to reset, build their HP up. But 6MTR with 3 members going to push down URS. They're stuck under the bridge. No escape, nowhere to hide. This is going to be really tough. And 6MTR, despite a lack of member, they still come out on top. 5 squads remaining.
One more. You are still alive!
No way! No way is this happening, map number 3!
Oh my gosh, Gamist, how are you alive right now? He's holding his breath at this point. 6MTR, job's not done. They have no clue. They could get third-partied by that rat.
Oh, really, really scary. This is going to be tough for every single player, every single one. VGF4 though, really good position just on the corners. Pretty much every single player, every single squad is in each corner of the safe zone. But 20 seconds remain and the zone will close in. They have around 2 minutes to battle against each other on this final zone. Remember, the damage per tick of the zone is going to be 20 HP per tick.
The zone's about to get way smaller than this though. 10 seconds left. URS still not spotted out there in that far corner. Meanwhile, AGX struggling to even get out of theirs. That's Divulge coming out. It seems like AGX, they're looking to try and find a way to push, but they don't have any vehicles right now, Envy. How are they going to do that? They have a Rhino though. Maybe they could use that.
They could definitely do it. Long range fight with an AoE damage. But right now, the zone is closing in. This is going to be tough. 5 squads remain. All about patience game. URS as well, having to move. Who player's still alive? That is the same person that was just staying under the bridge. Right now, Aster X, AEGX, closing in onto the buildings, finding a good spot. VGF4 has to move as well pretty soon. Aster X is now on the open, finding a good position. 6MTR is on the move.
Okay, here we go.
Game is, now it's stuck. They're gone. 4 squads remain. This is going to be really tough. AEGX. Fighting against VGF4 in the open. This is all about the better player, better team. Who's going to be coming out on top. 1 man down for AEGX.
6MTR from behind.
And now they're going in. Yeah, VGF4 now pushing through. You have Demi in the front lines going for 1. That's 1 man down. 4 members against the world. It's AEGX. Super DXD who is gone for the count. And remember, the Reaper for VGF4, but they're also getting their fair share of damage from the opposing side. 2 members left. It is Demi. It is Omi, the only one left standing.
VGF4.
Can they make it? Going to be really tough. You're going to the open. Can't do that. VGF4 has lost another, and now it is going to be Omi.
What? What?
How did this happen? And now 6MTR. 3 members left. They're still alive. 2 squads remain. 2 squads remain. They're pushing out the EGX. 1v3, and they can't do it. A 6MTR will be the Reaper of map 3.
6MTR through hell and high water somehow find a way to squeeze their way into that victory. They had the upper hand going into that final zone because it was either them or AEGX that was going to rotate so much closer than the rest of the squads who had to cross the river rather. But you could see just how much patience that they showed up in the final moments, that they just managed to pull through. I don't even know how.
I'm lost for words. I am literally lost for words. That was phenomenal play across every single team. That final moment when the zone was closing in was the cherry on top.
And everyone somehow found a way to even get into the zone. Even URS, who were down to the last player, still managed to get into the zone. And we have to take a look at the leaderboard here, because honestly, I didn't know who was getting eliminated first. All I know is 6MTR was the only one that stayed alive for the longest.
Yeah, and remember, for the viewers watching at home, despite having 3 members to play in that game, they still secured the top 1 spot. Just goes to show how great this team is.
And not a lot of kills, admittedly, but still massive performance here for Master 6. And you can see just the numbers reflecting that. MVP, of course, goes into Kench, who is, like 1,300 damage. Again, not a lot because they didn't necessarily look for a lot of engagements, but because they had superiority in terms of the positioning, again, as we saw in the last game, well, they just had a massive advantage. And again, I want to go back to the point of how the zone pulled straight between the river, right? It was between the east and west side of the islands, and it pulled towards the west, where only 6 MTR and 8 GX were already in. So I was thinking, well, it's going to come down into either of these two. But then VGF4 started coming in, they were able to make it through, and then URS being able to survive, and then there was another squad as well coming in from the north. It was just everything collapsing all at once. I don't think these players even knew that there were still 5 squads left at that final zone.
It was a feast.
It was.
For every single team, every single player, they had the feast and now they're fed. It was really amazing to watch as well how much bodies we've seen in the Eastern Island of things. From a while ago, we keep on talking about that Western Island is the prio when you want kills, is the prio when you want loot. But this time around, it's a little bit different.
It's Alter Ego actually, it's top 2. And I called this, I was expecting this to happen. 6 MDR AGX, they had the superior positioning there. But VGF4, this entire time, we were following their story all across the game, right? They were first taking out SXT4, and then TI6, and then SXT1. Massive teams along the way, and then I almost had hope that they were going to win the fight when they were able to push through the river, but then as 6 MTR, the moment that they saw that everyone was collapsing in, they just joined the fray and they took the win.
Yeah, and that was our expectations, right? VGF4 on their storyline on how they were able to come across at the southeast most of Sunset City, going across NS47, going across MH79, APR as well, HS25, being that Reaper for every single squad that was on that eastern part of the map. But in the end, the zone just costed them the top spot.
Yeah, VGF4, they were on a hot streak in that fight. They were just mopping up squads left, right, and center. And they were no jokes of a squad either. It was super impressive of them to even get to the final zone. But unfortunately, the position just was not there for them. And if you take a look at the damage numbers, at the kills here for VGF4, it I think reflects it. Despite the fact that they are just in the top 3 position, they dealt so much damage, and it was against the top tier teams as well.
Yeah, and surprisingly enough, now the story is different. Now the story is opposite. You have URS and the AEGX coming in from the Western Island, now securing top 3 position. Stories have been flipped.
It's just a fitting end to this wonderful group, to this absolutely crazy group that it seems like went from a mild start, sort of a fizzle, into the Big Bang. It felt like it's just the best finish, I in my opinion, of the day.
Yeah, when two worlds collide, it is such a beauty in the eyes of us casters and viewers watching at home for sure.
It didn't even feel like 2 worlds. It felt like 10 worlds.
10 worlds, definitely. Pure chaos.
Pure chaos, absolutely. But congratulations to 6 MTR. They will be the winners of game number 3 here, which actually puts a mix of winners in our top squads in group letter D. It was TI6, then SXT1, and then at the end of the day, it's 6 MTR. I think this is the most varietous bunch so far that we've had.
I mean, yeah, could definitely be that type of storyline wherein you only have 2 teams that remained on 2 top 3 positions, but the rest of the squads is just all over the place. You have top 1 finish coming from SXT1 and 6 MTR. You have top 3 coming from URS, VGF4, and a top 2 position coming with 7 MTR. It was really a great group to watch out.
You can even argue that 6 MTR pulled off a massive upset in this final game, right? Because they weren't even able to breach to the top 3 in the first 2 games, and now winning at such convincing fashion is such a story to behold here. It was absolutely mind-boggling to narrate and more so witness.
Yeah, and witness who did such an amazing story for each and every single team. And actually a lot of learnings as well. The strategies, the drops, the locations. It's amazing. It's amazing. Every single day is a learning day.
And it goes to show you as well that with each and every map, it varies, right? We kept track of the drops and where the zone pulled, and the probabilities of where it's going to pull. And it seems like even just the fact that a squad has a preference of landing to a specific location might not necessarily be true, because there's so much variation of where the interest points were going to be.
Yeah, and speaking of variation as well, that goes for the same onto the safe zones, right?
That's
It
true.
was
That's
so
true.
much different. You have one map on like being cut across by a river, one safe zone going across Sunflower. It was crazy.
Yeah, it was absolutely crazy. And now, who's this?
Oh,
wait,
hey.
Mike is back.
Hey, that was an intense game. I don't think that intense even covers it, but you know what? I come bearing a gift. I had this delivered from Maggie. I think you need it.
Thank you for the drop.
That was such an intense play-by-play that you had to go through. So I brought you some water because you need to recover over there. But also amazing cast from the two of you guys. I don't know how you guys managed to cover everything that was going on, because it felt like so many things were happening at once at the same time. You know, having 3 members just glide through the map like that, was
crazy.
Intense. So good job, of course, the 6 MTR or Master 6. Amazing. I can't even keep up at this point. I hope you guys are okay. But yeah, we see a lot of these miracle plays come into play. I mean, for example, we saw that moment under the bridge.
URS.
How URS still managed to survive. I don't know how you kept your composure at that point.
We were jumping around. What's happening?
And it's off the back of such an amazing game, 2 games already from Group D, right?
Yeah.
We thought it was going to be crazy, but we didn't think it was going to be out level at game level 3. It was just an exponential level. I can't even put into words. I'm losing my words right now.
No, it's fine. Don't worry. We all saw how you guys were just having fun casting those games, and I was having fun just watching. What a blessing that Group D has given us. You think at this point, sometimes, you know, players, because it's getting quite late, you think that they get a little bit tired, but no, they're always here bringing their A game on, and they're showing us the best of the best, and that's what we love to see here at ACC Asia 2023. So, with that said, we do have knockouts again tomorrow. So we're gonna gather the top 30 teams for today, and they're gonna battle it out tomorrow in 2 groups. And I really hope that this energy that they're bringing today, they get to take it with them tomorrow.
Yeah.
I want to see more of that.
I think this week is going to be something special. I mean, given the games we witnessed today, it's just a glimpse of what we're going to see tomorrow, because it's going to be not just like the zone. The groups are going to be smaller and smaller and smaller.
Yeah, and the thing is, there is no one team that defined the whole day. Right?
That's true.
Despite Extreme Divinity, you know what, top 3 positions in every single map, but aside from that, it was just a mix-up across the board.
It really was a mix-up, and that's what I love to see. It's just that week after week after week, these guys are really adapting, and they're always just bringing something new. And I don't know, it's always us. We kind of have these set expectations or things that we want to see more of, and they always manage to deliver. I don't know if it's them watching the panel every single time and just like, you know what, let's give them what they asked for and just, you know, put on a show for the crowd. But I don't know, I'm just very pleased. Good job, all of the
Thank
teams
you.
today. Great cast as well for the casters. It's just, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I can't even get enough. And you know, the beauty of it all is that every single time that we have these broadcasts, we always have an interview at the end, which allows us to kind of dissect what the players are actually going through in this game. Because at the end of the day, we're always these outsiders looking in.
Yeah, it gives us the bird's eye view of how the mindset of these players actually work. Why is this happening on a certain situation? What is your favorite stuff to do in the game?
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry. We can actually ask that question because as I say that, we're actually going to be interviewing Shifra God Mode from Extreme Divinity. Hello, Shifra God Mode.
Hello there.
Okay.
Hello.
Allow us to introduce ourselves. My name is Likeable. Alongside me is Datum and Infinity, and we're going to be interviewing you for today. So first and foremost, congratulations on such a stellar performance. My question is, what is God Mode? I know what God Mode is, but why is it a part of the entire team now?
Actually, Ben God Mode was the only one whose IGN had God Mode. But before the game started, Ben told us to change our names to God Mode as well. So there you go.
Plain and simple.
Four-man God mode.
Yeah, and don't worry, you guys lived up to the hype. You
Yes.
guys were really God mode in your matches. Datum has a question for you guys as well.
Yeah, my question for you, Shifra, is a little bit more on the technical side, right? So, from what we saw from you guys today, you have a definitive play style. Like you like playing aggressive, you have a definitive composition already. But we saw that the games today were somewhat different from the past couple of weeks. I want to ask if the games today are making you guys thinking of something else. Like, are you thinking of introducing something new to your playstyle? Maybe a new composition, maybe a new map rotation, or a new drop from today's games?
Actually, we base our strategies and our rotations depending on our enemies.
Oh.
Our drop, our rotation depends on our enemies. We dedicate most of our time to study our enemies as well.
Wow.
To replay the gameplays and just base our rotations and drop according to them.
Wow. Okay.
That's fantastic.
Amazing, amazing. But you know what? You have the technical question. I'm gonna go for a bit more casual. Once again, congratulations, Shifra, of course, for the top 3 spots consistently for the Group A. But my question is, what is your favorite weapon set? Your
loadout.
Yeah, your loadout.
Our team prefers either a double Jupiter or a Jupiter and a UMP combination.
Perfect.
Yeah, I can see why that is. I mean, these guys are so aggressive. They gotta have the big guns if we're talking about it. Now, my question for you. Okay, this is my second question. I said one question. I'm a little bit greedy. I want one more. I want to know how you warm up because this has been a big question mark for me. All of the people who play Farlight here on ACC Asia 2023 are so insane. And you guys play on your mobile devices, so please tell me, how do you warm up on your device?
Do you go like this?
Actually, my teammate plays ranked games as warm-ups. And actually, me as well play ranked games to warm up.
Imagine playing ranked to warm up.
I know.
Amazing.
I mean, in terms of Battle Royale, rank is the only option for you, to be fair. But that's crazy. Okay, now we are streaming on a global platform over here, Shifra. So now is your chance. Give some shout-outs to the people that support you and people you just want to give shout-out to. I mean, not to just mention the panel if you want to shout us too.
I actually want to shout out my teammates, Extreme Divinity team. Actually, we are 8 members. Shout out to Kazu, Slow, Ben God Mode, Ryota, Rarity, Khalil, and Ate Bianca, the owner of Extreme Elite Esports. And shout out to Iwa.
Aw, there you go.
Yeah.
You know what? Okay, one more. I'm so greedy today.
Third
One
question.
more follow-up question. You mentioned that there are 8 members in your clan. How do you decide who's gonna play for the day?
Actually, every week we do some changes in our lineup and just try to see which one fits better. But I think now we have 4 fixed players, consisting of Kazu, Shifra, Ben, and Slow.
Okay, cool. So basically the God mode people
Yeah.
are
Yeah.
who we can expect to see in the future weeks to come. But once again, congratulations, Shifra, and thank you so much. We'll
Thank
see
you.
you in the
Thank
next
you, yeah.
in the next matches. Yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah.
Thank you po.
That's plain and simple.
Yeah, I
Not-
know, right?
Yeah.
Okay, don't be surprised if we start playing and my name has like a God,
God
mode
mode.
on it.
I
Yeah, that
kinda
is the
wanna-
technique right there. It's like manifestation. If I put God mode on my name, that means I'm gonna be God mode in game.
Yeah, I'm gonna be as good as Shifra. I'm gonna be
Shifra.
good as Ben.
Ben.
Amazing stuff.
It really is amazing. I mean, there's so much to talk about for the day, but this is like our debrief over here. Any particular thing that you noticed today that you hope to see more of tomorrow?
I'm just hoping to see more action tomorrow. I mean, today was a day of surprises for me. There's so many different types of game styles that we saw today, not just in the last group, but in the entire day, and more. And we're gonna be seeing more of that tomorrow, where we have the same teams coming back.
Yeah, and as for me, you know what? I want more rats. I want more rats.
Yeah.
Are you
man.
talking about catastrophe or something else?
No, basically the rat
rat.
strategy. Right? It's just amazing. I mean, how many teams was able to get top
I know,
3 spots
I
just by
know.
using rat strat?
Crazy.
Yeah. And it's so exciting, isn't it, when we see these rat plays come into fruition. I love it. I want to see more of it as well. But with that said, guys, I know you guys have been waiting for this the entire last map, but finally we're going to reveal the code. So thank you so much, guys, because we managed to reach 5,000 viewers for today, which means that we get to unlock the Bar 95 camo skin. The pop art camo skin?
Pop art. There we go.
Oh, there we go. Bar 95 skin. So it's so anticlimactic when you look at the code sometimes. But only first 5 claimers can get this. So if I were you guys, better put it in quick.
Grab your phones, grab your computers and whatnots, and just type it in right now. I wish I could. But
Yeah, I know. I feel like it's a missed opportunity that we don't get to get these skins for ourselves. But that is the beauty of ACC Asia, is that our viewers get to benefit all of the giveaways. So if I were you guys, put in Bar 95 skin on your redeemables right now and get this beautiful, beautiful Bar 95 skin.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you don't know how, click on the 3 lines just beside their name, and then after that, click on CD key, then you're pretty much good to go.
Yeah.
Hooray! It has been such an eventful day, to say the
100%.
least. Oh my goodness. If today is already intense, what more if you combine all of the best teams from today and take them tomorrow? Then all hell will break loose. I am not ready.
Yeah.
Me neither. I don't think any of us is going to be ready for that, but I want to see it.
I want to see it too, which means that it is the end of day number 1 for week 3. We will see you guys again tomorrow for more Farlight 84 action right here on All-Capsulers Cup Asia 2023.